this tool called BuffKit. I was in on the ground floor with the development of that. But the guy who was really responsible was a guy by the name of Ed Mahoney, that still is in the National Weather Service at the Warning Decision Training Branch out in Norman, Oklahoma. Ed was an amazing programmer. Came in as our science officer to Buffalo. And over the course of about a year and a half, it turned into this magical laboratory right within the forecast office. We would say to Ed, we want a tool that's going to help us predict fog, or maybe predict strong winds with momentum transfer down through the atmosphere. Ed would look at the data, go into his office, sit down at the computer like Scotty at the computer in the Enterprise, right? Just type away, type away, type away. And about 3 hours later, come out with another tool that we added to this toolkit designed in Buffalo, and hence the name BuffKit.
I wanted to get back into one of the topics that we brought up a little while ago, which was lake effect snow. So Buffalo being on the eastern side of Lake Erie, we all have heard stories about just some of the amazing amounts of snow that fall from lake effect snow in the Buffalo area. Specifically, a couple of years back, there was about 5 feet of snow that fell during one event. That it was forecast. It was a huge event. But talk to some of our viewers about what is lake effect snow and how you understood it in your office. How did you forecast for that?
Lake effect snow, of course, when we talk about lake effect, it's mainly in reference to the Great Lakes, though it can occur in bodies of water all around the world. Essentially, they're a snowstorm on about the scale of a summertime thunderstorm. So they can only sometimes be just a few miles wide across the length of a band of snow that comes off the lake itself. The snow develops as cold air comes across that relatively warm water of the Great Lakes. So you may be moving air at maybe 10 degrees Fahrenheit across a lake that's 40 degrees. You get a tremendous amount of latent heat release and heat and moisture that actually rise off the lake into that air. And as it continues to rising, cools, condenses into snow. And then the wind direction is what determines where that snow falls. So as the winds change direction, the snow band will move downwind of that. And that's what the big challenge is to predict lake effect snow. You got to think about the fact that you're predicting for one side of a city, maybe 2 feet of snow, whereas your friends that live on the other side of the city may see no snow at all. So it was a tremendous forecast challenge. And early on in my career, it was long before you guys were, some of you may be on the face of the earth, computer models were at a much lower resolution because you didn't have the computer power to work with these models. And some of these early models did not even see the Great Lakes. That is, the Great Lakes weren't even an input into the model. So they wouldn't even recognize the ability to predict or simulate a lake effect snowstorm. So early on, we actually had forecast methods that we used to predict these snows. And again, you see the Great Lakes there. These are huge bodies of water. I mean, they compose 20% of the fresh water in the world. I think about that. And I read a statistic on that. If you take all the water in the Great Lakes and you spread it across the entire United States, it would be 9 feet deep. So put that in your head and think about it. These are huge volumes of water, and they actually control the weather, and not only on a local scale, but on a regional scale across the eastern United States. And yes, and we may touch on this a little later, if you get the right wind direction off the Great Lakes, you can actually see lake effect snow down along the Appalachians.
Very, very interesting. So a little bit, I just want to dive a little bit more into this, right? Because we touched on what the lake effect snow is. Wind direction for Lake Erie. If you look at the length and the width of the lake, not so much the depth or the longitude, but the latitude, you think west-southwest winds. And then how do you forecast the time that it's going to occur? Say, like you said, 10 degree Fahrenheit air moving over 40-degree waters. At what point does that stop? We're looking at what kind of difference in for maximum occurrence to happen, and then for how long is this going to occur? How do you know when the valve shuts off?
Yeah, it's a very interesting and important question there. I like the question. The question is, how long is it going to last? What's the intensity going to be, in addition to where it's going to occur? What's important is you need cold air moving across the Great Lakes, but that cold air has to be deep enough to allow clouds to grow to a great enough depth to produce snowfall. If the cold air is really, really shallow, like that cold air that dams here on the east side of the Appalachians and is really shallow, you're not going to develop the clouds to produce lake effect snow. So that's a very important parameter. As far as how long is it going to last, once again, once that layer of cold air becomes shallow enough that it gets squeezed out by high pressure that moves across the area and begins to produce subsidence, that will cut off the lake effect snow. But in any particular locale, any location, it's the wind direction that determines where the snow band is going to be. So that snow band may be going like crazy over your little suburb, your area, and as little as a 10-degree shift in wind, just like that, will kick the snow band 10 or 15 miles north of you or south of you, and you'll go into clear skies at times. So it's a very, very intricate set of parameters that produce lake effect snow. Again, temperature difference to get that heat and moisture off the lake, the depth of the cold air to allow clouds to grow, and then the wind direction, which determines where that will all occur. And if you put all those parameters together and keep the winds in one direction for a long period of time, then you get pasted with snow. If you're under that snow band, think about the fact that it can produce 4 to 6 inches of snow an hour. Put that snow band over you for about an 8-hour period, and you're looking at anywhere from 32 to 36 inches of snow.
Very insightful. Thank you for those answers. I got one more topic to ask you about, and then I'm going to hand this off to Scotty. Tell us about some of your most memorable winter events.
Being from up north, I probably can give you one a year from up there. But, and again, many of you too young to remember this, but one of the coldest winters on record in the eastern United States was back in the winter of 1976-77. And in January of 1977, everything came together in the right or wrong place, depending on how you would define it, at the right place at the right time into upstate New York, western New York off of Lake Erie, and produced a 5-day blizzard known as the Blizzard of 77 in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, 29 people died during the blizzard. Many of them were found frozen in their cars that had gotten covered over by snowfall from 5 days. And think about this, 5 days of blizzard conditions. Blizzard conditions that stranded people on roadways. Back then, you didn't have cell phones. You couldn't get on that phone and just call someone to help you. The conditions occurred with temperatures down near the freezing or the zero mark and wind chills down to 20 to 30 below zero. Anyone caught outside in that storm was in peril. And again, unfortunately, there were many, many people that died from that. That was probably the benchmark storm for me because the intensity and the duration of that event. But we've had other really interesting lake effect snow events that have occurred. Back in Christmas week of 2001, I was working at the office in Buffalo, and during that week, we picked up 82 inches of snow. And this wasn't in mountainous areas or areas that were not populated. It was right across the city of Buffalo, and that really put the city at a standstill for several days.
Tom, when you had a chance to go to the Weather Channel, your area of responsibility grew from upstate New York to the entire country. What was that learning curve like?
Oh man, what an education to go from forecasting for, several counties in a portion of the state, and then all of a sudden ending up being responsible for forecasts across the entire nation. At any one point in time, and I've had this happen more than once in my career there, I'd be covering a storm coming into the West Coast, pasting the Sierra with heavy snow, a second weather system that was developing a lee cyclogenesis coming off of the Rockies, and maybe a third weather system that was working up the East Coast to produce a Northeast snowstorm. As I got into that, I began to understand the United States as a whole and what an amazing natural laboratory it is for studying the weather. Check the map out here. This is what I use when I train the forecasters and meteorologists that are at the Weather Channel. There's several features in the United States that make this a great natural laboratory. We start with the mountains, the western and the eastern mountains. They not only, their elevations, trap a tremendous amount of cold air and wring moisture out, but they actually are responsible for developing their own storms. Lee cyclogenesis, low pressure systems that would develop either in Colorado area or across the Carolinas here and just off the coast to produce massive winter storms. All right, so you've got the mountains. The mountains kind of ring in the United States on either side here. And what they do is they take and they channel all of this cold air. That's the second ingredient you need for snow, right? Cold air and moisture. That cold air comes down unimpeded from Canada in across the United States and can get as far south as the coastal areas of the Gulf Coast. And that is just amazing. So here you have this continent. You've got the mountains to start. You've got the cold air that comes down from Canada. And now you've got three significant moisture sources to produce that snowfall. The Pacific Ocean, it hammers the Sierra in through the Cascades with the most snow that we see in the United States. Paradise Ranger Station up Mount Rainier in the Cascades gets over 1,000 inches of snow in some seasons. Think about that fact. Now, that's your first source of moisture coming off the Pacific. Your second source is the Gulf of Mexico. What an amazing source of moisture that comes northward into that cold air and is responsible for the tremendous snowstorms we see from Colorado working its way right up into the Great Lakes region. And down in the southern United States, that cold air can be shallow enough that the Gulf air rides over it to produce some major ice storms. And then we've got our next feature, and that is the Atlantic Ocean. We're all familiar with that because that's what's going to fuel a lot of the snow that occurs here along the east coast of the United States. And by the way, what I call the turbocharger is the Gulf Stream. That'll take that storm that's really firing up off the Carolinas and infuse it with so much more energy that it really cranks as it develops into a nor'easter going up into New England. So all in all, that education in the 7 years at the Weather Channel taught me just how amazing the United States is and the North American continent for producing winter weather.
Tom, let's take a little bit of that and translate it into the Southeast here in the Carolinas, Tennessee, Virginia, Georgia. For us to get winter weather here, you kind of talked a little bit about the CAD situation. What are our typical setups? We hear Miller A, Miller B systems. Talk to us about what we need to see here in the Southeast to get a winter storm.
Well, again, I always talk about two ingredients, right? You need cold air and you need moisture. And it doesn't have to be exceptionally cold air. It just has to be cold enough. But my gosh, that temperature profile in the atmosphere, where the air is cold and where the air is warm, means everything as to the type of precipitation you get. Now, you get across the Carolinas in the Southeast, you're east of the Appalachian Range. And so very often you will end up seeing events that set up that bring really cold air from New England down along the east side of the Appalachians. And many of us are familiar with the term cold air damming or the wedge. That cold air that slides down, it's very shallow. It's kind of like molasses. It moves its way down along the east side of the Appalachians and it sits in there. All right, there's ingredient number one. We've got the cold air. If the cold air is really, really shallow, then that can be a real serious issue for the Carolinas. Because ingredient number two is typically going to be a system that is coming somewhere out of the Gulf of Mexico. Well, we talk about the Miller Type A, Miller Type B systems, but let's keep it even more basic than that. Low pressure system coming out of the Gulf of Mexico is bringing all of this moisture northward along the east coast of the U.S. And it's not exceptionally cold. There's a lot of moisture there, but it's relatively warm. Oftentimes, we see in the Carolinas that this moist air will move northeastward along the coast. And what I've got next to me is one of the most interesting storms I had looked at in the years that I had worked with snowstorms and ice storms along the southeastern part of the United States. And this storm is back from December 2nd through 4th. And I think this was back in, trying to look at the exact date on there. I can't see it on there. I think it was 2002.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
This is one of the worst ice storms that occurred in the southeastern United States in many, many decades. In fact, in the Raleigh area, I think you had over an inch of ice that occurred from this storm. There were hundreds of thousands of people without power. I believe there were 24 deaths attributed to this storm. But it's a classic setup from a meteorological standpoint here. You've got very cold air to the north of that storm, that comes down along the east side of the Appalachians. It's very shallow. You bring warm, moist air above that. What will happen is snow starts high up in the atmosphere. It melts as it comes down into that warmer air. And then when it hits that cold air right near the surface, it ends up hitting anything that's below the freezing mark and instantly freezing. And because there was so much moisture with this storm, it moved relatively slowly, so there was a long duration. That combination of cold air at the surface and warm air aloft produced what again was an epic ice storm there.
As of here in January, mid to late January, much of the East Coast, Southeast, I would even say the Tennessee Valley, has not really seen a lot of winter weather. We've had really warm conditions. As we go back, I know for a lot of locations in western and central North Carolina, it's been over 400 days. You'd have to go back to December 2018 since we've seen measurable snowfall outside of the mountains. Obviously, the mountains have seen some snowfall. What is contributing to that? Why do you think over the last couple of years, it seems like the snow chances are decreasing in much of the Southeast?
Well, obviously, there can be a number of parameters that contribute to that. You can certainly have weather patterns that operate on many different scales, from more of a local or regional scale to a hemispheric scale, that certainly modulate the winter weather across different parts of the globe and across our latitudes. We've had up to this point, two relatively mild, and I might say very mild winters across the southeastern U.S. We've had a jet stream that has been defined by oftentimes a trough in the western U.S. and a ridge over the eastern U.S., which is not allowing much in the way of cold air to get down into this part of the world. But you can't neglect the fact that all this is occurring on a background of a warming globe. And that climatic change, that warmth, is going to produce certain results. We don't know exactly what that is contributing to in the way of modulating our seasonal weather patterns here, but it certainly has to be doing something. We'll often look at other factors on a large scale that help to modulate seasonal weather across parts of this continent. ENSO is one example, okay? And we're always quoting El Nino or La Nina, whatever phase of ENSO that we might be in, and looking at that as a possible modulator for seasonal forecasts across the United States. But there are so many other factors that come into play from mid to high latitudes. And when you talk about the eastern United States, you talk about other factors that can influence that pattern in the season. It could be anything from ice cover in the Arctic to snow cover in Siberia to other factors that influence the mid and high latitude flow across North America. Features that are indexed or measured by things such as the NAO, North Atlantic Oscillation, the Arctic Oscillation. Those types of factors in there also play a role in the seasonal weather. But there's no doubt that the past two winters here, I mean, for someone like me who's a snow lover, it's been few and far between.
Even extrapolating that over the last decade or so, we kind of transitioned to northwest flow snow and how that pertains to the Carolinas. There's been a serious decrease in bigger northwest flow snow events over the western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee area. That affects you because you've just recently moved to Roan Mountain, a place of legend in the northwest flow conversation. Can you tell us a little bit about what it's like to live there, and also how northwest flow snow is similar to lake effect snow?
Yeah, well, again, I'll go back to the fact that you need two ingredients, right? For snowfall, you need cold air and you need moisture. And there's a couple of ways that you can get cold air. You can move to the far northern parts of the country to get in where it's colder, right? Going up toward Minnesota or Maine in those areas. But you can also get to colder air by elevation. All you have to do is go up in the atmosphere. And so that's why these mountainous areas are so great for skiing, right? Because the temperature drops about 3 degrees per 1,000 feet on average. And so as you get up in elevation here, there's a much better chance for the precipitation to fall as snow. You talk about northwest flow events. These are winds, northwest winds that will come down across the Appalachian Range and produce snowfall. The Appalachians run from the southwest to the northeast. So if you have a northwest wind, it's hitting that mountain range just about perfectly perpendicular, isn't it? And that's the best chance to get lift in the atmosphere, to get what we refer to as orographic lift. And that lift can help squeeze out any moisture in the form of precipitation across the windward side of the mountains, where that wind is coming from. But what's interesting is northwest flow also emanates from an area called the Great Lakes. And so oftentimes, if the flow is very well aligned, it comes off the Great Lakes, you can actually get channels of moisture that will propagate hundreds of miles downstream. When that little area of moist air is moving along and it gets that little kick going over the mountains, that's when the snow can get kicked out. And so oftentimes we get some pretty significant snow events in what otherwise would not be a snowy setup across this part of the world.
Well, Tom, we certainly appreciated your time tonight. If our followers want to follow you on social media, I know you like to tweet and you tweet out articles. How can they do that?
Well, I'm at, it'll be at Tom Nizzle, and you'll be able to get to me there on Twitter, and I have my Facebook page as well. And if you're interested in snowflakes, I have a Facebook page called Mother Nature Snowflakes. So you can hit me at all those spots, and yeah, I'll friend you for sure.
Awesome. Well, go follow Tom on social media. Great follow. Check out his snow photography. Hopefully we can get you a few more snow events up there in the East Tennessee Mountains before winter ends. And we've appreciated you being with us tonight. As always, we thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. Remember to like and subscribe our podcast. Send us any requests. If you have any guests or topics you'd like for us to talk about, send them our way. Until next time, have a great one. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 1st, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We hope that you're doing well on this Wednesday evening, hoping that you and your family are safe and sound during these crazy times that we're experiencing, and that's kind of the topic of tonight. We're going to be talking about coronavirus, COVID-19, and weather. You know, we still have weather going on during this crazy time that we're experiencing throughout the country. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be talking to Ryan Vaughn, who was covering a EF3 tornado that struck in Jonesboro, Arkansas this past weekend. So we're looking forward to that. We are streaming live right now on our many streaming platforms. So if you'd like to interact with us tonight during the conversation, just drop a comment in the Facebook Live or the Twitch or Periscope link, and we will monitor those throughout the show. And James, I'm going to toss it off to you because you have been working from home for the past couple of weeks, and we're starting to see more and more people work from home, and so I know it's been a crazy time for you and everyone involved in TV media.
You know, it's been a very interesting time indeed, Scotty, because everyone has kind of moved very quickly, whether they liked it or not, real fast into the cutting-edge technology of 2020. Everyone suddenly knows what Zoom conference is. It wasn't but 3 weeks ago when we would be booking guests for the show saying, hey, we're going to send you a link to a Zoom conference, and then had to proceed to explain what Zoom conference is. We do not have to do that anymore with so many folks using Zoom conference or similar products. So we're going to be talking to Ryan here in just a moment about his experience this weekend with him and his team covering a very severe and significant incident in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We also have Brad Panovich on with us tonight from WCNC Charlotte, who is very comfortable in his home studio. You've seen his weather video blogs many a times, and now that is his TV space as well, too. And we're also going to be talking with somebody here in Mecklenburg County who does some paramedic work about what this means, the coronavirus means for their line of work, too, because, as Scotty mentioned, the weather is still continuing to happen. We had a line of storms roll through South Carolina yesterday, prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Charleston area. Luckily, we didn't have any tornado warnings to account of, despite having a tornado watch, but it was a much different story this past weekend in Arkansas. Let's bring in Ryan. You were actually working from home, and you had your other meteorologists back in the station. Just bring everybody up to speed if they're not familiar with what took place this past weekend.
Okay, so typically in a severe weather situation,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the Best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
we were going into this, we were low end severe weather threat. We knew tornadoes weren't out of the realm of possibility, but we were kind of thinking gusty winds. And I think everybody, even the Storm Prediction Center, kind of had northern Illinois pegged for the hot spot. Well, tornado warning comes out for one of our southern counties, and we had already kind of discussed that, okay, in the interest of social distancing, and we were already kind of playing that that role already was already kind of unfolding. I said, well, we've got a solid system here. How about I go here and you guys stay back there, and we wouldn't be there, and hopefully we wouldn't go into long form programming. And so the tornado warning came out for Woodruff County a little bit after 4 o'clock. And at that point, you could draw a line and see that there was a chance that this was going to come into Jonesboro.
We have some video from your coverage. We're going to pop up here in a double box.
Oh, man.
Walk us through. This must be the moment that tornadic cell started producing in Jonesboro, if I'm correct.
Hold on one second. I just now lost. There we go. I'm back, I think. Yeah, that's this is where it was producing here. So what was going on? Zach Holder is in front of the chroma key wall, and we had already at this point had a pretty large tornado out of Jackson County. So we were watching this one pretty close, and the meso was going right over town, and we really just started getting some indication that it was cycling. And sure enough, we were concerned that it was going to, if it cycled through and it produced a tornado, it would be right in the middle of Jonesboro. And you see what unfolds here. Now, for Zach, he's in his 20s. He hasn't covered a ton of, tornadic storms, especially like that in front of a weather camera. He did spectacular Aaron Castleberry. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first severe weather event ever covering broadcast wise. So, it was hard to not get emotional. I've lived here almost 20 years, and outside of a couple of years, I lived in Alabama, and to watch that go through the town that you've forecast for and covered for so many years, it was tough to kind of hold the emotions back on that one.
I want to ask
Ryan,
go ahead, Ricky.
I was going to say, talk about having to work with the delay and the live view delay or the TVU delay, and being able to hear Zach and the folks in the studio at the same time.
Yeah, that was tough. I learned some lessons. We had the delay, and stepping on each other and things like that was a little bit of an issue because when you're in severe weather coverage, you speak in half sentences. You can be sitting there talking about, okay, guys, this tornado is coming for, and you'll stop, and you're thinking they're done, and you step in. And so there was a little bit of an issue there. In the middle of that also, so while we're all going through that, Southwest Power Authority feeds Jonesboro and Paragould. So even though I was 19 miles to the north, when they started taking power hits, I started taking power hits. So I lost programming. I lost what they were seeing, and then also was losing access to Max. So I had Max 1 up in here. They were using Max 2. Then they lost Max 2, so they needed access to Max 1. So after I lost programming, after I lost ability to have Max, and they needed it anyways, that is when I grabbed my phone, grabbed my laptop, and that's when I went out chasing, if you saw the coverage afterwards.
Ryan, previous to this weekend, had you ever done live TV from home?
Oh, live television yet from home. Yes, that past Thursday we had done all shows. We were kind of dabbling. We're going, okay, do we want to do this completely from home? Do we not? And so Thursday was a beautiful day. Zach was back at the studio, and so we did that. I went live from my backyard, and it went great. Everything went great. And so that's kind of where we were going into this, going, okay, this could work. I will say there was another time about 2 years ago. We had a just random tornado warning. No watch. I'm not even sure if we were in an Outlook. Random tornado warning. Didn't produce a tornado, but it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and master control calls. And of course, my weather radio and everything's going off. And I told them, I said, I don't have time to make it to the station. So I pulled Max up in my office and I said, pot up the phone. I'm controlling Max. I'll talk over it. And we did it then. So, I had done that one other time and no one really even knew then that I was at home. I just talked over it, went through about 30 minutes of a tornado warning, and that was done.
Hey, Ryan, looking at the weather outlook from last week, it looked like the severe weather was going to be maybe in Illinois area. How did you and your team go about preparing for this with, trying to keep as minimum people in the studio? What was the preparation like for the days leading up to the tornado on Saturday?
Well, we were going into anytime we have that we think there will be watches, warnings, or advisories, we mark that on the 7-day forecast as red. And we do certain things like put social media graphics out there specifically for social media. So we were ramping it up. We knew the possibility was there. Of course, you look at it. If that had been over an open field, yeah, it would be a big deal, but not this big of a deal. We knew the possibility was there for tornadoes. But not enough to risk everybody being in the same studio together. If that makes any sense. That morning, I can remember Zach, we kind of have like a little group chat going on with text messages. And I can remember that morning, Zach goes, I'm getting a little concerned about the tornado threat on this also. So, we knew it didn't sneak up on us, but it was still kind of a low end deal. We put a medium risk out a little bit farther down to the south into southeast Missouri. But it still didn't play out exactly like I think anybody thought.
I think one of the remarkable things about this was being able to show the images live. Talk about your camera network and how valuable being able to see that. Because I was watching it on radar in real time. I'll tell you what, if I didn't have that camera at the same time, I would have thought for sure it was producing it on the ground, but it wasn't yet.
No, it wasn't. I kind of thought that also when we have 8 cameras. I think 9 cameras across our viewing area. And that goes back to, that's a James Spann thing. I worked for 2 years down in Montgomery, Alabama. And of course got to know all the stations down in that area. And, James was really big on cameras back then. And it did just make sense. It's like, man, if you can get eyeballs in every single county, especially when you live in as flat of an area as we are in, it's going to be really hard for a tornado to sneak by us. So we have several cameras in Jonesboro. We have some to the west down in Batesville. We've got some up here in Paragould. I say some, one in Paragould, one up in Pocahontas, one in Walnut Ridge. We've got almost every county around us covered. Now after this, I want 2 or 3 more. But I've always been a big fan of cameras. This is actually our second tornado in about a year that we've caught on camera. So, and the other one was heading right from my house also. So.
Ryan, you talked a moment ago about the emotional impact of being able to see this tornado. Is that one of the roles that the Skycam network plays as opposed to just colorful imagery on radar?
Well, I had so many people. One thing that I always do is I go out to the damage path as soon as possible afterwards. And that night and that next day, over and over again, people said, man, we watched it and we knew it was serious. You can say all day long until you're blue in the face, hey, this tornado's on the ground, this tornado's on the, you can tell them, and they're still going to run out there and look at it. But showing it like that, everybody was taking cover. You're not going to be out looking about for it.
You also, as you just mentioned, went down to look at the tornado path after the storm. And you mentioned on James Spann's Weather Brains earlier in the week that that's one of the things you do. You are actually a community responder. Talk to me a little bit about the importance of having that dual role that you play as both a broadcast meteorologist and a community responder.
Yeah, I'm part of the rescue squad here in the county that I'm in. So if you listen to the coverage, at one point I turn on the radio and I'm trying to communicate to our guys and emergency management and dispatch in this area. And then I was thinking, as we were driving down there, my son was going with me. And he said, are you going to put your turnouts on when you get down there? And turnouts, if you're not familiar with that, that's all of your gear that you put on when you start to get in the rescue and extrication for vehicles or rescue of tornadoes. And I really, for the first time, was thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Am I getting down here and I'm helping with rescue? Am I getting down here and telling the story of the tornado aftermath? Am I doing a little bit of both? So I was confused. It was one of those first times where I was thinking to myself, what are we going to be doing when we get down here? And of course, our news folks were already on the scene. Zach and Castleberry were continuing the coverage from a weather side of point of view. And I really did. I mean, you look at that, I thought we were going to be pulling dead bodies out all night. And we weren't. So
we had Damon Lane from KOCO in Oklahoma City on our show 2 years ago, and he talked to us about what it was like one day to be on television at the studio tracking a storm as he knew it was coming into his neighborhood. What was it like to be home with your family within earshot and having a tornado in your community while also trying to be a broadcaster?
Well, a lot of people have laughed about hearing the snapping. I was going, and what I was doing, I was trying not to go, hey, Jennifer, yell into the other room, or, hey, George and Avery and Kate, get downstairs. I was trying not to do the yelling at your family, get the dog out of here, get the dog downstairs, that thing. So I was kind of meaning, get in here so I can, lip sync to your, and so Jennifer comes in here and I said, get downstairs, get downstairs, get downstairs. And I point over at the television, and I wasn't sure if they were watching it in there. And judging by my wife's eyes, I don't think they were. And she looks over at the television, and by that point, it was tearing stuff up, and they moved real fast and went down there. But our wives do this, without us here all the time. In severe weather, they get tornado warnings here, and her job is already to get all the kids and pets and go downstairs. So I don't really know what I was doing, saying, hey, like I'm going to step in and be the leader of this, because they've done this in the past. And so I realized that after the fact. I'm like, you don't need me to tell you to go downstairs. You probably already knew. But it was wild. And then when I was leaving here, we were having flash flooding in our neighborhood. And it was kind of wild, but I knew that they had everything under control here. And fortunately, I've got a 17-year-old that can handle things here. So I felt comfortable leaving in the midst of that also, once I knew it was going east of us.
Ryan, the tornado EF3, 140 miles per hour winds. I think this happened right around the 5 o'clock time frame. On a normal Saturday night, people would be out at restaurants, shopping. But with the coronavirus going on, thankfully, unfortunately, we had 22 injuries, but I feel like this could have been a whole lot worse if we wasn't going through COVID-19.
Oh, this would have been, we would have been pulling bodies out. Of those 22 injuries, only 2 of those were hospitalized. So you got to think of a large part of those were probably just scratched up arms and things like that. But, I just think I had just left the mall about 2 hours earlier. We went and picked up a cake right beside the mall, right where it hit. And I can remember going by Best Buy. My wife and I were even talking about it. We were like, wow, look at that. They've got a tent out front. What they were doing is, she goes, yeah, I bet they're, you pull up and you say what you need and they run in and get it and check you out. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's kind of cool that they're still open. We even commented, talked about it before we were heading home. And so you had, just a handful of workers in the mall. The rest of the mall was closed. So if you look at the aerials, I mean, it just tore up the mall. JCPenney, the roof completely ripped off, and you really can't tell until you look at the aerials how messed up JCPenney was. And Dillard's ripped out. A Saturday at 5 o'clock, all those places would have been busy. You think of Cheddar's. I think that's a national chain that you guys may know about, but Cheddar's is a restaurant that would have been completely packed with probably about an hour wait with people sitting all around it on a normal Saturday at 5 o'clock. Instead, they had a couple of workers that were cooking to-go orders. You had Academy Sports. You had several restaurants through there. And it also went through, and I'm going to check the numbers on this, but I venture to say the busiest intersection in Jonesboro, Arkansas, if not the top three. I mean, definitely. So you just had an extremely populated area that if this had hit on a normal Saturday night where people aren't staying inside, it would have been very bad.
Ryan, you've had a crack at this before with, back in the day when you had that other situation where you were home and you had to broadcast real quick. And you've prepared some and everyone's prepared, but last weekend was something no one has ever experienced before. And certainly to a greater degree than the last tornado that you covered from home. What did you all learn from that?
Well, I learned, the power hits, for one thing. I learned that we need an UPS system even here at the house if we're going to do that. I learned also that I want an over-the-air antenna, which I've already gotten now. But more than likely, even doing all of that, there's going to come a time where we just all need to be in. I know we're trying to take the steps to be socially distant and things like that. But I think if we have another severe weather event like this, we probably just all need to be in studio.
Ryan, talking about the coronavirus stuff for a second, what challenges did that present after the tornado with rescue crews, with the recovery aspect and things like that?
The scary part of it is, and it's really part of the reason why I decided that I need to start broadcasting from home, is that everybody forgot about it. So Saturday night, we're sitting there handing off microphones to each other. We're 6 inches away from the mayor talking to him and the police chief, and we're just helping people. It was like there was no virus. Late that night, we start thinking about it a little bit, and start thinking of, okay, we need to stay a little farther apart. We need, things like that. And then the next day, you get out and you get into the damage. You start helping people and you start talking to people, and everybody's just hugging each other and just happy that everybody's alive. And I had one lady come up and just give me a hug. And it was like, well, I'm not going to sit there and say, no, coronavirus. You're not going to say, well, I'm not going to go in this person's home and help them clean up because of the coronavirus. But later in the day, everybody just kind of starts thinking, well, this could be really bad. We've got people coming in from out of state. We've got people that are older. We've got, just everything started coming around to where you slowly started seeing people taking more precautions. You slowly started, people were elbow bumping instead of hugging and crying and things. I did notice, in fact, Tim Marshall, I met up with him at the tire store, and that's the first time that I saw they were separating out the cleanup and rescue into groups of 10. They were telling all of them to stay 6 feet apart. So it took a while. But for a period, everyone forgot it. As I said, I'm on the rescue squad, and we 3 weeks back were handed masks, and we were supposed to be wearing masks and responding. Well, I wasn't rescuing people at that point, so I was just like, I'm not doing that. So I don't have to follow any rules because I'm not doing that side of it, and I'm back on the media side of it. But I look back and I'm like, man, I hope 10 or 14 days from now, we're not looking at this going, we all got a little too close. So.
And that's it'll be very interesting to see how that goes. And you're right. It is weird. I mean, even me personally forecasting on a day-to-day basis, I've kind of had to tell myself, hey, this is still important, but it feels less important on a day-to-day basis with everything going on. So I want to bring in Corbin here real quick to kind of talk about maybe something that you guys experienced too, Ryan. And it was trying to shelter people during severe weather and with the whole coronavirus situation going around. And Corbin, you kind of work in the emergency management field a little bit. Talk about what scenarios would play out and what problems play out with sheltering people during severe weather events while this virus is going around.
So obviously that's one of the things that we really want to look into. Is sheltering in general is never a good situation per se, especially in severe weather events. And we're all very aware that, life goes on even though the coronavirus is our main focus right now. So one of the main things obviously is social distancing. There are some guidelines out from FEMA as well as DHS or DHHS that say, basically each person needs anywhere from about 50 to 80 square feet. So that's going to limit how many people we can put in a building and create shelter for. And especially if we're looking, 6 feet apart, so we don't, sneeze and cough on each other to limit the coronavirus spread at this point. So that's some of the things we're thinking about and we're actively working through in the Emergency Operations Center. I think in North Carolina currently at the last count, there are 46 emergency operations centers active. So it's definitely something that's on the forefront of our mind.
What about masks and stuff like that? Has that been given any thought? I know CDC's been reconsidering some of their thoughts, and Los Angeles tonight recommended their citizens wear masks when going out and about. Is there any benefit to that? Is there any downside to that?
So that's obviously another one of the hot topics from the CDC. It's one of those things that's changing every 12 hours. For emergency responders, the protocols in North Carolina just changed to where we were only wearing masks on suspected COVID-19 patients. Now we're wearing masks on every patient encounter. And now, you're starting to see some direction from the CDC and from Pence's, from Vice President Pence's coronavirus task force that may say different. So there's conflicting stuff out there right now, but just for the everyday person, wearing a mask all day long doesn't seem to have an effect yet. But we'll see what the data shows as the days come.
Corbin, we learned today that a paramedic with medic tested positive for coronavirus. You mentioned a minute ago that more people might be wearing masks as they go out and tend to emergency responses. Did that decision to have everyone wearing masks as they're responding to calls come as a result of that positive coronavirus case, or more in line with the CDC updated guidelines?
So just to clarify one thing, I'm a paramedic relief supervisor in Cabarrus County, but I did see the news about medic's case in Mecklenburg County as well. And that was actually put out yesterday by the North Carolina Office of OEMS prior to, I'm assuming, that case testing positive. But you got to remember, so an N95 is to protect the provider. A surgical mask also protects the provider, but it's better to kind of put on the patient because it's going to prevent them from spreading their germs, just like a surgeon in surgery.
Patty, I think you had something.
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Corbin. I'll ask you and Ryan both. Ryan, you live in Tornado Alley per se, the Arkansas area, kind of prone to tornadoes, especially this time of the year. As the CDC and as we hear about the doctors, they're talking about we're going to continue to kind of see that spike happen over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks. Do you think this will become more of a concern, Ryan, when you're talking to your folks? I know I'm not sure about your particular area, but I know places like Kansas and Oklahoma, they have these public storm shelters. How do you think I don't want to say you guys have fear of tornadoes because you're more used to them than we are here in the Carolinas, but how do you think preparing for severe weather days as well as dealing with the coronavirus, how do you think the psyche's going to play on people out in your area, Ryan?
That's a great question because we have had some of the public shelters closed. And because a lot of them are, some of them are in basements of hospitals and stuff. And you say we're used to them. Saturday night has scared a lot of people, and the storm anxiety is going to be really, really high. And I don't really know how that's going to go. As far as public shelters, even some that are open, it'll be interesting to see. Or even, there's a lot of places where, like our house, we have a basement here. Not everyone around us has basements. So we've always just, hey, come on over, take shelter. Will we all continue to do that? I think in a tornadic situation, I think you throw it out. I know that may not be the right answer. And I'm sure my doctor friends may say, I don't know, but I don't know.
Corbin, to you guys are dealing with the COVID-19. We're getting into the Carolina severe weather season where maybe not as many tornadoes, but we still have this threat of severe storms. And you're trying to message the threat of severe weather, but also trying to communicate about the COVID-19. So how are you guys in emergency management spectrum are dealing with the preparation of severe weather and dealing with the ongoing virus.
So one of the things we have set up in Mecklenburg County.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
There, we have a decision support services line set up with the National Weather Service, which we set up in all like of our special events and things like that. We do have the ability to have the National Weather Service in the EOC with us, just a phone call away, a request away. But it's something that our Joint Information Center that deals with all the public information is looking at as well as we progress into our summer season, our storm season per se. We're gonna start messaging, obviously, coronavirus, COVID-19, but also our severe weather messages as well. Before the coronavirus hit, we did participate in the nationwide tornado drill day at fire headquarters and everything like that. So we're still trying to do our normal stuff as well as focus on COVID.
Let's bring in Brad Panovich, who is a broadcast man at WCNC in Charlotte. Brad, if you were to go to air tomorrow for a tornadic situation, do you have something in mind that you would tell people in the event they either needed to leave a manufactured home to go to a sturdy shelter, or even afterwards if their homes were damaged?
I found it was interesting. I read the press release that I think the governor of Kansas sent out. I think it was yesterday or today, basically saying, you got to prioritize the threat. So if a tornado is coming, that's your most immediate threat. So you need to seek shelter. But if you are going to seek shelter in a community setting, try to do the social distancing the best you can. But it's one of those things. If there's a train coming at you, you get out of the way of the train first, okay? And then you worry about all these other things secondary. So I think that what I would tell people is, do the best you can, but please avoid the tornado, because that's the most immediate threat and most likely going to cause you your life. But I was glad to see Ryan's work, which was spectacular, because it kind of gave me a little relief that, hey, we could do this remotely from a broadcast standpoint as well. But just like Ryan, I think if we knew a couple days ahead of time that we might have a moderate threat day, that we probably are going to send one of us into the studio, likely me, and we'll keep everybody else out of there. But the fact that we can do this remotely with somebody in studio is great. The whole reason I had this monitor behind me was I was thinking ahead, like if I have to track storms at home, I wanted some kind of graphic behind me where I could be in front of it. So I think that potential is there as well. But this is the first time in a long time, as a meteorologist, I'm like, I hope we have a super quiet spring. I'm just like, I do not want to have the added worries of severe weather. And I've already been thinking about hurricane season as well. I don't want to have to deal with any hurricanes. I just want it to be quiet, because I think it's the last thing people need to worry about right now. But we know, it's April. For us, April's the peak of severe weather season. Hurricane season's around the corner. So at some point in the next couple months, we're going to be dealing with severe weather and coronavirus at the same time. And hopefully we'll be a little more prepared by then.
The else to think about, guys, through all this is I wonder what the viewership numbers are, and I wonder what the connected people numbers are. Are people using Netflix more? Are people watching these streaming services more and maybe not watching actual television? My cable box will override with the EAS if something happens, but Netflix and things like that won't. So it'll be interesting to see if more people pay attention, less people pay attention. You're not at work, so maybe you're more connected.
Well, it's a good point, Ricky. But I think one of the things, what happened in Jonesboro is a good example. I think the fact that everybody's in a home already is a good start. At least they're there. One of the things that I love what Ryan did during this event was, tell people to call people. The thing is, as a broadcast meteorologist, you can never assume everyone's watching you. They're not. So, but you can connect other people to the people that are watching you by telling them to call people, DM them, text them, do whatever, amplify your message, and that will wake people up and get them, away from Netflix and maybe flip on the broadcast network. But this is where digital and social media is really important to us as broadcast meds. It's a way for us to reach people when they're not watching us. And so hopefully they'll flip us around. The thing I worry about, Ricky, honestly, is that, and we've already seen this, our internet and digital systems overwhelmed with so many people at home. Are the WIAs going to be bogged down? Are the cell networks going to be clogged up? Are we going to be able to push out this information because there's so many people using all this bandwidth right now?
Yep, good point. James, I think you had something.
Yeah, I had a question for Ryan. And, so often in interviews, we end the interview by saying, what else did you want to share? What did we not ask you? And while that's exactly what I want to pose to you now, because we are trying to think of everything, but inevitably we're not. And unfortunately, you had a situation where you've now experienced one of these scenarios that we're still fearing. So let me ask you, what did you learn that we're not even thinking of?
Well, two things. This wasn't my first time to have a tornado in front of us on live television, but it was the most populated. And you just have to remind yourself to keep your emotions in check. It's tough, and you can say it a million times. Oh, I would, but you really have to keep, stay calm, because it's going to continue moving forward. And so that's one thing that, for every broadcaster, as Brad said, telling people to call people. And that was huge. There was a lot of people I didn't run into anyone that said they didn't know it was coming. It was either I was watching you guys, your app went off, or my mother or sister or whoever called me and said it was coming. So nobody knew it wasn't coming, but you got to spread out the tentacles and get everybody working for you, more or less. But from the side of this whole new thing with social distancing and everything, is in the cleanup process. Even though we're all wanting to hug each other for all being alive and making it through it, we just got to be smart through this whole thing.
Corbin, what about you guys from an emergency response paramedic scenario in your experience? Do you think if we got into a weather situation, the response might look slightly different, or the advice coming out from officials to the public might look slightly different?
It may look slightly different, but obviously we're going to prioritize life and safety first before everything. So everything we do is to save life. And if that means, that we have to put people at risk of getting COVID-19, then it's probably something we're going to do in that situation. Whereas if it's a sheltering situation, it's a little different. We can, open more shelters per se for less people. Instead of a shelter we put 300 people in, we may just put 100 people in and then open 2 additional shelters, something to that effect. So it's something that, it's taken into consideration, but ultimately that life safety is the priority of every first response agency out there.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot to weigh. Brad mentioned a minute ago an analogy with a train, and Ryan, you mentioned it as well too, in that, in some sort of silver lining, not having people out at the restaurants and the malls and the supermarkets may have done you guys some good.
It was. That is a huge lifesaver. Not having the people on the road. We still had people on the roads, but not having large numbers of people out there was it saved lives.
What other agencies? We're talking a lot about weather and medical and first response, but the hospital systems as well too, I think, could be a concern. Brad, what's on your mind, I guess, when you think of this strain on the entire system?
Well, when you have so many people in the healthcare, emergency management, everybody working on this COVID-19 pandemic, if we have a mass casualty event or some kind of huge, you worry about how the resources are stretched so thin already. And I even think about it from a health standpoint. It's like, this is not the time to have a broken arm or leg, because you are not a priority at the hospital when you go in there. And in fact, going to the hospital puts you at more risk than, treating yourself maybe outside of the hospital. So that's what I worry about. If we have a big event in a populated area, and I'm sure that's what Ryan was worried about on Saturday, is like, this thing's plowing through his main metro. It's like, man, how are we going to handle this with all this other stuff going on? So I think that's a big concern. And that's why I think just people in general have to be very cautious over the next couple of months. We don't need to have unneeded visits to the ER for things that, we could prevent. Like, I've even talked to my kids like, hey, let's not jump out of the tree, okay, for the next month or so. Let's not try to jump the bike over the rock, because we're probably not going to be able to get into the ER. So from a weather safety standpoint, don't take that added risk. If there's lightning outside, let's just go inside. We don't need someone to get hit. If there's severe weather, let's be overly precautious and safe in this situation, because we don't want to have to go to the hospital or the ER in this situation when they have a whole mess of another concern to worry about right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the trick there is going to be getting people to maintain that attitude for a prolonged period of time. Scotty read an interesting article today, and I'm going to go to him in a second to summarize talking about weather data and observation. And I feel like now is a good time to bring it in because we're talking about the strain on the response system, but also the strain on that data system. Going back to what Brad was talking about could the systems be overwhelmed, the emergency alert systems, or even the data observations? Scotty, that was something that you were reading about today, right?
Yeah, so the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, came out with an article today talking about COVID-19 and how it could affect some of our weather modeling, weather forecasting. I can maybe toss this to Brad here in a little bit, and Ryan, maybe they can tell you a little bit more than I can. But basically, there's all kinds of observations. You know, we run satellite radars. If you're familiar with the Carolinas, it seems like one of our radars is always down, and so it takes people to go out and fix those. And with the strain and the social distancing, the folks may not be there to get that. There's also another concern with the airplanes that are taking off, just everyday flights. A lot of these airplane companies have weather observations on them. They send temperature, humidity levels, wind speed, wind direction, and all that's kind of fed into our systems and kind of help us with our weather modeling and our weather forecasting. So with the less flights that are going out right now, with people not traveling from COVID-19, and just the strain on the staff to get out and fix these instruments that we use every day in the weather community, we could start to see some concerns with that as we get longer and longer into this COVID-19. Brad, I know you love to talk about weather models and how we get all that data in. I know you've actually done some weather school talks about that, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But can you kind of tell the public a little bit about how we could start to see more inaccurate weather data as we get through this process?
Yeah, so I actually posted some graphs the other day. This is called what we refer to as AMDARB data. It's basically aircraft data. And I'm going to try to share my screen here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try to do this. You guys can see my screen. Oh, maybe it's not going to share. I'm going to share it here, hopefully.
Not yet. Otherwise, is it something you tweeted? Like a double box?
No, it's let me see if I can bring it up. It won't let me share it. But what it was is a chart basically showing the lack of upper air obs from aircraft. People don't realize that every commercial aircraft that takes off and lands collects, data for us. And so what has happened is that we have actually, let me see if I can share it. There we go. You guys see it?
Yeah, we got it.
So what you're looking at here is, I made it a little bigger. This is the GFS model, and that red line is the drop in observations from aircraft going into the GFS model. You can see pre-COVID, which is earlier in the month, we were getting about 15 to 18,000 observations into the 12Z GFS. As of this morning's GFS, that is down to like 2,000. I mean, that is just a tremendous drop. And the best way I can explain this to people that have seen hurricane coverage, you may have seen me talk about how we often like to get the plane out in the system so that we can get better data for the models. Well, this is what these planes are doing. When we have that lack of upper air data, some of the accuracy and the guidance can drop by 20% or so. And it's just not the US. That's just US data. That doesn't include European data, Asian data. I mean, in that article you're referring to, Scotty, all those aircraft, I was amazed how much some of the European airlines added to this. It was crazy, the drop in upper air observation. So this is going to be a real task that we're going to have to watch and see how much this impacts severe weather. Day-to-day weather, it might not have an immediate impact on us, but I think for high impact events like severe weather outbreaks, tornadoes, flooding, this might have a pretty significant impact, because the difference between something being 20% more intense or less intense is pretty significant in the weather world.
Brad, do you think it would impact high-res models more, or models like the global forecast system?
It seems like it'd be more the global forecast, because the upper air data is really key for, big long wave troughs and ridges. You're looking at long wave pattern. I think the CAMS models are going to do fine. Thank goodness we have the GOES 16 and 17 sounder data, and now we have the polar orbiting data. The only problem is you need clear skies for good sounding data from the polar orbiters. But that sounding data, back after 9/11, we saw a similar drop in this aircraft data, but we didn't have the satellite data that we have now. So I think the satellite data is actually offsetting some of the issues, but this is going to be a much longer period of time that we'll start missing this data. It's only been, about 2 weeks now. I think we start getting 3-4 weeks, and now the long wave pattern across the whole globe will be totally impacted by this lack of upper air data.
Well, you've been teaching us some stuff now, and I think, James, part 3 of our episode tonight was about teaching folks about weather. Do we want to transition over to that?
Sure thing. Real fast, let me ask Ryan one last question, and then we'll certainly go to that, and I appreciate the transition. Did you guys, Ryan, have any issue with observations during or in the aftermath of your storms with everything going on coronavirus related?
You talking about from weather observations? Yeah, Jonesboro Airport took a direct hit, and there's going to be some interesting things come out of that because KJBR did take a direct hit. You can go back and look at the data and see the winds backing as it was coming in. And the interesting thing is, it looks like power was knocked out. It looks like the altimeter was knocked out, but was in kind of a separate area from the actual ASOS. So we probably, like you said, with the weather service being stretched thin and social distancing and stuff, we probably won't have observations from Jonesboro for quite a while.
That's interesting, and I think that's going to play into this bigger picture as we're just trying to use whatever we've got available, and everyone's trying to do their best and safely to restore all of this. As Ricky mentioned, I know Brad Panovich here at WCNC has started to do some at-home weather classes. Brad, how did this come about? Why is it an important thing with so many kids at home that you guys saw a void to fill?
Well, yeah, Ryan could speak to this as well. We do a ton of school talks throughout the year. I think last year I added up, and I thought I did a lot last year. I did 76 last year. I know some folks, like our good friend Ed Piotrowski down in Myrtle Beach, I think he does like 200 a year. I mean, it's a crazy amount. And so initially when this happened and all the kids were stuck at home, I thought, man, I had to cancel a bunch of my school talks. I do a 1-hour presentation where I go out, and I had a ton scheduled in the spring for 2nd and 5th graders here in North Carolina, which is weather is part of the curriculum in those courses. And so what I did the first couple days we were out, I decided, you know what, I'm just going to do my 1-hour presentation at home, and I'm going to stream it. And I did it with my kids, and it did pretty well. And then my general manager in the station said, hey, let's do this every day at 1 o'clock. I'm like, every day? I was like, an hour? Like, no, we're going to do small, one topic at a time. Let's break that hour thing down to one topic, and we'll do it every single day. And so I got the rest of my weather team involved. And it's put another thing on my plate, but I enjoy it. I mean, I produce the thing from home completely. I do it all out of this computer right now that's in front of me. And we send it out every day at 1 and on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, Facebook, our app, and our website. And the cool thing is our YouTube page, we have a playlist built that James put together that archives all these. So if kids miss them or teachers miss them, they can go back and watch them again. And it's been a lot of fun. I think we created a monster, though. I have a bad feeling. When sales starts asking questions about it, I'm like, uh-oh. What did we do here? So we've already had that inquiry.
I know nothing about this.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, what did we do? Now it's going to have a sponsor, and we're going to have to do this every day for the rest of our lives. But I think it's really important because the cool thing about weather, I'm a weather geek. We're all weather geeks, right? We love it. But to me, it's one of the few sciences for a kid. It's just not something in a textbook. You can teach it to them, and they can immediately go outside and apply the principles of atmospheric science to what they actually see every day. So for a lot of kids, this is their first real science that they see, because a lot of times, physics and chemistry just looks like something in a book, but atmospheric science is actually something they can see, touch, and feel. So I think it has a real big impact on them. And in these tough times, it's actually been kind of a nice thing to be able to do and have the kids tweet pictures at me of them in front of their TV watching it on YouTube or watching it. The funny thing I'll say, the Twitch stuff has been great. I've had so many kids on Twitch reach out to me who, don't normally watch the weather, like, hey, this is pretty cool. What games do you play? So it's like, everyone wants to wants me to game with them online, and maybe me and my son will team up and we'll get in there and get a server going, and we'll start playing some games with some people online. But
last week, fun. Last week we played one of the virtual storm chasing games on our Twitch.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm really. I think that'd be fun. I would like to play like NBA 2K with like some other anchors at the other stations. I think that'd be cool to have a little like tournament in the market.
Broadcast Met iRacing.
What's that?
Broadcast Met iRacing.
Yeah, or something. I think that would be cool. I think viewers would eat that up. We could stream it online. It would be great.
You're giving those sales folks some more ideas.
We'll get our sports guys to do commentary. It would be awesome.
Corbett, I have one question for you before we kind of wrap up. As Brad was talking about, he does a lot of hands-on things with students. You guys in emergency management, you guys do the same thing. So has this kind of affected you all with your outreach to the public?
Yes, it's affected our outreach substantially. We're not really doing much face-to-face right now. You'll notice if you go to like the Charmec EM, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter account, you start seeing some videos pop up from the Emergency Operations Center in areas like that, where we're trying to do some education, but just obviously not face-to-face like we normally do. I think last year we did anywhere between 30 and 50 face-to-face talks with everywhere from school-age kids to older adults to talk about emergency preparedness. So it's definitely affected that, and we're seeing that effect, I think, just across about every industry at this point.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that in terms of fire prevention and first aid trainings, and that would be school-age kids. But you guys also, would you normally be doing office visits? Is that something that is done too, for like professionals in office parks?
So we have a public information officer, and she goes out and does a lot of talks. One of the most recent age groups has been like older folks in not retirement communities, but maybe apartment complexes over the age of 50 to talk about emergency preparedness and what they can do just in a general emergency, a weather event, having 72 hours worth of supplies on hand, just general things like that.
Let's not even talk about supplies because we know those are scarce right now. But James, one thing I want to do before we close out, I do want to bring on Dan Whitaker. You guys may have seen him pop up from time to time on our show tonight. Dan is our newest panelist here for the Carolina Weather Group. So Dan, for those who are watching tonight, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone?
Hey, thanks, Scotty. So I have been involved with weather as a kind of weather geek and weather follower since 2008, and have really I'm strong on the storm observation, visual storm aspects, storm spotting, storm chasing. I'm kind of in the field, in the storm type of guy. So nice to be able to kind of join everybody and represent that angle when I can. And it's definitely great listening to all the different kind of pieces to the conversation tonight. Honestly, I have kind of one thought, that kind of reaches out to a lot of the different things that were being talked about from tonight, which is, as a person who enjoys the spectacle of nature and following everything from nice day cumulus clouds to supercells in the Midwest. For those who want to experience more outdoor weather during this time when we want to travel less and we want to do more staying at home, short of tuning into Brad Panovich's weather lessons to get some real world observation, is there a way that anyone wants to kind of speak to that would be a good way for people to do that right now?
Definitely so, Dan. And we are happy to have you on the team and can't wait. Maybe we can't wait till hurricane season, but we can't wait to see your footage out there. Evan, I wanted to bring you, I know you had something you want to mention, but you also did a little chasing of yourself today, but not storm chasing.
Yeah, I do my little cheesy snow chasing. It's really not nearly as complex as the stuff that Dan does. But as long as you drive high high enough up on a mountain, you'll eventually run into snow. So I went up to Craggy Gardens today. Parkway was closed at about 4,900 feet, but I ended up running the rest of the way up to Craggy Pinnacle at 5,900. And it was beautiful. About 3 inches of snow up there, real windy. I'll share a picture since I can see James yearning and trying to share a webcam.
I was trying.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Like up on Craggy, right near the Craggy Pinnacle Tunnel. It was real pretty. But you're right, Scotty. The one other thing I wanted to mention tonight before we close is that we've talked about a lot of the challenges that have been presented to us over the last couple of weeks as we suddenly get thrown into this new coronavirus situation. But there are some opportunities and some good things. If Melissa Griffin were here from the South Carolina Climate Office, she would be talking about Cocoa Ross. I know we just finished up March Madness, but this is an excellent opportunity for people to be joining Cocoa Ross and submitting precipitation reports every day because everyone's got to stay at home, right? So why not get up at 8 a.m. for work or school and check the rain gauge? So she would want us to mention that. And just because it's not March doesn't mean we can't do it. But go join Cocoa Ross. We'll tweet out a link later tonight.
That sounds good. That's a great point, Evan. We definitely, I think I read a tweet, North Carolina's second in Cocoa Ross reporters. So that's pretty cool. And I know South Carolina's up there as well. So the Carolinas representing really well. So anybody have anything else before we kind of close up shop tonight? All right. So I appreciate you guys watching tonight. We hope that you stay safe out there. Continue to practice those best practices of social distancing and kind of just staying inside. Eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll get back to normalcy and be able to enjoy what we've not been able to enjoy for the last 3 weeks. So we're thinking about everyone. We hope that you stay safe out there. We appreciate you watching the Carolina Weather Group tonight. Be sure to follow Ryan and his folks if you're ever out in the Arkansas area. Ryan, once again, great coverage
Thank you.
this weekend for you and your team out there. Spectacular. And we hope that everyone in your community get back to normalcy with the cleanup from the tornado. And we extend our thoughts and prayers to your folks out there as well. So we hope you all have a great week, and we'll see you back here next week for another episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we want to bring in Alex Forbes, meteorologist student at Mississippi State University. And Alex has got a really cool project that he's been working on and was able to present over the last few months, and we're happy to have him on tonight. We're going to be talking about the SPC and the different risk levels. Sometimes you hear us talk about marginal, slight, moderate, all that good stuff. Well, Alex was able to interview you all with some assistance from some meteorologists and kind of get a better understanding of when we mention these things, what do you actually learn from it? So tonight we're going to be talking about that and some of his findings. We'll let Alex promote his social media towards the end of the show. So if you do have any questions that you'd like to tweet towards him, you can send them his way, and he can maybe help you out a little bit more with some of his research. So Evan, I know you and I, we're excited to talk about this. We saw this project a couple of weeks ago presented, and we're ecstatic to have Alex on with us tonight. So, Alex, before we kind of get into the meat of the subject, first-time guest with us, so we want to thank you for that. And we always ask the first-time guest question: how did you decide this is what you want to do? How did you catch the weather bug?
So for me, it was first grade. It was March. There was a line of severe storms that came through Metro Atlanta, and I still don't know to this day whether or not it was a tornado or straight line winds. We were never surveyed, so I don't know. But a tree fell on the corner of my house, right over there, and it fell on the house and it fell on the ground. Woke me up at 4 a.m. And that was what planted the seed. But I didn't really start to get into weather meteorology until about 4th or 5th grade. And it just evolved over time. It started off with, or it continued with me doing the weather for the elementary news, and then in middle school and high school and so forth, it just kept building and building and building. And lo and behold, I'm a senior now at Mississippi State, so something worked out.
So in Georgia, I know Georgia has the meteorology program. What made you decide to go to Mississippi State?
Yeah, so I want to do TV. Georgia has a fantastic geography program of which meteorology is a part of. They just recently added the meteorology degree, but Mississippi State is known for broadcasting, and that makes a difference. Plus, it's not exactly far from me. Mississippi State's, or Starkville, is about 4.5 hours. It's close enough, and their scholarships they offer for out-of-state students is fantastic. So it really became a no-brainer.
As a Florida Gator fan, I'd much rather cheer for Mississippi State than the Georgia Bulldogs. I know James won't be happy about that. But.
Well, it's a matter of fact. So
that's right. That's right. Well, let's before we get in trouble, let's talk about what you've done some research on. The Storm Prediction Center, Alex. We see these outlooks posted, especially in the spring and summertime, thunderstorm outlooks with severe weather. So you decided to kind of dig into it and kind of ask the public what they think of these words that we tossed out. But before we kind of get into your research, let's briefly go into each category. I know you had to do some research about those categories and basically kind of what kind of weather we see with those. Can you talk to us a little bit about those categories and what they mean, and maybe then we can lead into some of your research?
Yeah, so the Storm Prediction Center issues convective outlooks. You might know them as the avocado maps. Typically it's a green region with a yellow region inside of that, with an orange region inside of that. Sometimes you get the moderate, which is the red, and the high, which is the pinkish purple color. So what I did was a belief that has existed among broadcast meteorologists for a long time is that the names don't work. So marginal is you might see a storm. If you do, it could be severe. There's a certain percentage assigned to each of these that's arbitrary, and it doesn't mean a lot to the public, so I'm not even going to get into them because they're meant for meteorologists. Slight is a step up from marginal. You'll probably see storms. A couple of them might be severe. Enhanced is, okay, there's going to be storms. Probably half of them, give or take, might be severe. Moderate's like, okay, this is serious. There's going to be storms. They're probably going to be severe. And high is, there's storms. They're going to be severe. There's going to be, in most cases, tornadoes. Loss of life is a concern, so forth. But the other thing I would point out about them is that when these categories were updated in 2015, they're not equally weighted. Right? So the marginal was the old C text. It wasn't a category before this. It's not like an old slight is now a marginal. It's new category. Slight was split into two. They kept slight for the lower end of the threat, and they added enhanced for the upper end. And then moderate is still moderate, and high is still high. So if you jump from a slight to enhanced, that's not the same from jumping from an enhanced to a moderate. And that's part of what confuses a lot of people, is that meteorologists understand that an enhanced to a moderate is a much bigger jump from a slight to enhanced. People see, the lower category to the next category, and they say, okay, just another notch higher. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. The other thing I will add is, in recent years, the Storm Prediction Center has begun to acknowledge a number system in association with the words. You'll see that on a few of their graphics, but it's not widespread use yet.
So you reached out to the public to kind of do a survey to see how people were handling the threats and interpreting all of the different lingo that's associated with them. What led you to choosing the Southeast as your kind of study group area?
Yeah, so there's been studies in the past that show the Southeast United States is emerging as the new tornado hotspot within the United States. A lot of severe weather studies are based out of the traditional tornado alley: Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas. Also, I live in the Southeast. I want to know what people around me think. I want to work in the Southeast. I want to know what my potential viewers one day think right now. I think there's a tremendous value added about knowing that the data is from a specific region. So such that, I am not conflating people's understanding of the outlook terminology in Georgia versus New York, because we get convective outlooks almost every day in the spring and summer. In New York, they get them 5-10 times a year, maybe. That's, an estimate. I don't know for sure. So I think there's tremendous value added in having a specific area and understanding that and what those people think in that spot.
So what'd you find? I know that's kind of a big question with a big answer, but tell us about it.
4,000 responses culminated into this. And the headline is that what meteorologists, the hierarchy of the words that the Storm Prediction Center uses, that the meteorologists understand, is not understood by the public. Now, I will throw this caveat in there in that the convective outlooks technically are not designed for the public. They never were. They still aren't. They are designed for meteorologists to take and then interpret and relate to the public. But that does not negate the fact that they are used on TV channels, social media, everything that the public sees almost in terms of weather on a regular basis. So what the biggest thing is that the current hierarchy, the marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, is what the SPC uses, and what the public perceives as the hierarchy of those words with no context is slight as the first level, marginal, which is the second, moderate, the third, enhanced, which is the fourth, and the fifth being high. So the high is the only category that translates from one to the other. So it's a problem. The results even surprised me to an extent. I expected the moderate and enhanced flip, but I did not expect the slight and marginal flip. It's something that needs to be taken into account, because whether we like it or not, the public has become the primary consumers of the convective outlooks. And if there's a disparity in what people believe, especially when it's conveying life-threatening information, perhaps days in advance, it matters. So that's the SPC part in a nutshell. There were some other pieces of the puzzle that was good news. Over 95% of people correctly identified alerts like a tornado watch, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm watch, severe thunderstorm warning. 82% either agreed or strongly agreed that a severe thunderstorm, the term severe thunderstorm, means that the storm is capable of causing as much damage as a tornado. So, something's getting through to these people with those terms. So that just brings up another conclusion that I had, that people should use the term severe thunderstorm, warning watch, as opposed to thunderstorm warning or watch, which I see on occasion. It's not widespread use, but I just thought I'd throw that in there. And how people receive alerts was also measured in this. Close to 70% of people received an alert through their mobile weather app. So, that is more than 2/3 of the respondents to this survey who, keep in mind, are weather savvy, because they most likely found this on a social media channel through a meteorologist. But still, we are at 70% of people now. Now, I will include that I did not specify the wireless emergency alerts as a different option, because I don't think people know the difference. But still, 70% of people are dependent on their phones for an alert, and that's where they receive it first. And when an alert is issued, 61.8% of people say they turn to local television, which is a meaningful number. So if somebody's getting a tornado warning on their phone, they're turning on the TV to whatever meteorologist they follow and trust for information.
That's an interesting point, because social media, especially weather Twitter, we're all involved in weather Twitter. We're like, we get our weather information from Twitter a lot of the times. Yeah. But the vast majority of the general people out there in the Southeast aren't on weather Twitter. They're not like us. They aren't going to see your tornado warning post, or whatever post you're doing. So it's interesting that TV really still is the primary mode for those people to get those warnings.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about TV is that even among 18 to 24-year-olds, 51% of the respondents of that age group said they still turn to local television, which is huge.
Wow.
Because, I honestly expected that number to be low, but not for the same reason I think that a lot of other people think. It's that, people have this mantra of people our age aren't going to watch TV. And I don't know that to be the case, because I think even now with millennials, it's not that we are never going to watch TV. It's that we aren't going to watch local news until it matters to us. And in most cases, that's not until you're in a established routine with a family, living in the suburbs, something along those lines. And I think the groundwork is there for local TV to prosper, actually, within, as our age group becomes older, if 51% of people now are already turning to local television whenever they receive an alert like this.
Off of that, Alex, with local television, most of the time they are breaking in, but they're also simulcasting per se on a Facebook Live or on a Periscope or something like that. So, I mean, if you got to put the TVs in that aspect of the social media together, that's a pretty big percentage.
Yes, absolutely.
I found it interesting. I've got some of your stats up, and 12.3% of folks receive their warning first by NOAA Weather Radio. That's something that I guess I'm a little shocked by that, because I wouldn't think 12% of the people would even have a NOAA Weather Radio.
Yeah, so keep in mind the people who took the survey are weather savvy, because they probably found it through a meteorologist on social media. I would point out, though, is I don't remember exactly who did the study, what year it was. I just remember it was 10 plus years ago, that the NOAA Weather Radio number was at like 60%, and it's down to 12. And I do not see a path forward for NOAA Weather Radio being the predominant way of people receiving information, simply because it's a cost barrier. Why am I going to go buy a $29 weather radio when this thing right here is going to give me the same information? So I think we're asking the wrong questions when it comes to NOAA Weather Radio. Not why aren't people buying NOAA Weather radios, but rather why is the Federal Communications Commission not just sending you alerts and you can't turn them off like they do on TV? If you are in a tornado warning and you are watching a broadcast channel, you are going to get an EAS alert. You can't turn them off. So there's precedent to do it. And I seriously think, close to 70% of people are already relying on these. Why not just make it mandatory? And have that be the de facto NOAA Weather Radio. Now, I don't think they're ever going to go away. I think there's still a use for them. What happens when your phone dies? What happens when there's a hurricane and you run out of power, your generator's out of gas, and you can crank a weather radio? That's the most extreme case, but I don't think they're going to be the main. In fact, they're already not the mainstream way of receiving alerts, and I don't think they're ever going to be again.
I know you're doing some of these questions also about when they hear these warnings issued, about taking shelter or alerting friends and stuff. Can you kind of go in some of those details, what you found out?
Yeah. So I asked about 4 alert types in particular: the severe thunderstorm watch, the tornado watch, severe thunderstorm warning, and tornado warning. And I asked when a blank is issued, I blank. So the other part of the blank is take shelter, alert friends and neighbors, monitor weather conditions, check social media, watch local television, and watch national television. Of those 4 questions, there's nothing I really found surprising. For each one, social media was between 80 and 90% with combined degree. For the troubling, I guess a troubling aspect is for a severe thunderstorm watch. 22% of people said that they take shelter. But keep in mind, these are the same people who accurately picked out a severe thunderstorm watch definition. 97.2% of these respondents correctly identified a severe thunderstorm watch. So, it comes down to people's interpretation of what take shelter means. Does that mean you just stay inside all day? Does it mean you go to the lowest level, most interior room? I don't know. But I mean, there wasn't anything that, is a red flag in the results specifically for those 4 questions.
You were talking about wanting to go, broadcast TV in the Southeast. So keeping that in mind, there's a lot of different styles of severe weather coverage. I think you have some folks who just kind of say, present the radar. And then you have folks like James Spann who really gets down into the specifics, like it's going to affect the Dollar General in town X or town Y. I know you may have not surveyed the folks on that, but what is your opinion on that? What do you think is most useful for those folks who are turned into TV watching this coverage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The most precise you can be, the better. One of the reasons why James Spann has the following he does is because people see him as one of them. The fact that he knows where the Dollar Tree is in Gordo, Alabama, which I happen to know where it is too because I drive past there to get to Mississippi State, and he uses that example all the time, so I feel good about it. It matters because, like I said, people feel like he's one of them, but also he knows the area. It adds validity to his call to action of, okay, I know where this is and I know where it's going. And if he can tell somebody, I know where it's going and I'm telling you now in, Coleman, Alabama, if you are on Main Street, people trust him. And that's what it comes down to is who do you trust? And one of the reasons why people trust him is because they know he knows what he's doing. And the more information you can provide, the better it is.
What does the future look like? Is this something that you can be able to advise the SPC on? And they're going to look at your findings. They're going to be able to maybe make some adjustments, hopefully, in the future?
Yeah, so an interesting thing about my findings is that there is a similar study that is working on being completed now. I don't think it's published just yet. They're working on it out of University of Oklahoma, Sean Ernst. He found the exact same hierarchy issue with respondents out there. So the Storm Prediction Center knows about it. They can't just flip a switch and change it. Nor would I say I'm calling on them to do that, because at the end of the day, even though we all use the convective outlook, we have to remind ourselves that it is not designed for the public. It is distributed to the public because it has to be under federal law because they're a federal agency. But at the end of the day, my main goal in publishing this was providing the groundwork to broadcasters and using a 1 through 5 scale to describe those terms, because a number scale is a universally identified language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 means the same thing in English as it does in Spanish, as in French, as in German, and it's already used for things like the Saffir-Simpson scale, the enhanced Fujita scale. People understand that the higher the number is, the worse the threat is. And just eliminating the words off the screen provides much more clarity for the general public, and I would encourage that to this day.
Some folks are trying to go down the color line and trying to make colors represent the different severity. What's your thoughts on that?
So I might get in trouble for this. A lot of meteorologists don't like the color scale, and I do. I think the green, yellow, orange, red, pink works. So within that, you have the built-in green, yellow, red, good, moderate, bad. And people are smart enough to drive that, okay, the orange between the yellow and the red is the intermediary. And if there's something after the red, it means it's probably worse. It doesn't matter what color it is, it's probably going to be that. And 2 other things I will add is no matter what colors you use, I still think people are going to translate the color to a number. If you show them 2 areas and you have, if you show them a green and a yellow area, and the yellow area is inside, and you've got a legend up top, and there's the 5 colors, they're going to translate with that. Okay, so it's the first 2 colors, and the yellow is the second worst. So, and there's the whole principle of a region within a region, right? You're not going to get a moderate area that is surrounded by a marginal area directly. You're always going to have a leveled marginal, slight, enhanced, moderate, high, as it stands now, with that area. And I think people are smart enough to be able to derive that if there's a region within another region, the higher threat is in that smaller region that is entirely contained. And I'm not sure if y'all have had Castle.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
He's from University of Georgia. He did his dissertation on something similar to this, but he focused on some of the colors and the overall communication of it. And the recommendations that ended up coming out of his project is that meteorologists should always use the same region, so you're not adjusting the SPC map, and the same colors as the SPC. You can change the wording, you can make it your own, you can give it a different feel, but as long as you keep that consistency, people are going to understand it. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents on it. Again, I'm a senior meteorology student at Mississippi State. I am in no position to be making that type of decision whether or not to change something, but I think it works. And I think a lot of the confusion comes from the words and not the colors.
So, Alex, was there anything in the research that we kind of haven't covered or that surprised you that you still want to go over before we kind of start to wind the show down?
Yeah, so there's an interesting idea that was, or everybody's gut reaction to my findings was, okay, we need to change the word order. And I don't think you can do that because there is already an existing order. And if you change it, you're just going to confuse more people. Because what happens when, Sally down the road doesn't know that it changed, and all of a sudden a moderate is now at level 3 and she's freaking out because it used to be a level 4, and that's a noticeable difference. The other piece of data I would put to back that up is that, sure, even though 50.4% of people, a majority of people saw slight as number 1, 49.6% of people did not. The biggest disparity was that was the biggest disparity. That 61.9% of people saw moderate as a level 3. 38.1% of people did not see moderate as a level 3. So even if you reconfigure the words, you're still going to have a problem. And I think those numbers would go up because you would just cause more confusion with the change. So that's why I advocate for an entirely number-based scale. I think it works. Just dump the words completely. You will confuse far less people.
I think it's a very interesting topic because, as you were saying, I think it's hard to change the names. But I love the idea of the numbers, and I hope, I know SPC is looking at some stuff, and hopefully, with your research and the research that's going on out of Oklahoma, hopefully we can start to incorporate these number skills, because I do believe people relate well, or maybe even more better with numbers than compared to these words, because, in my mind, enhanced and moderate automatically should be switched. That doesn't make sense to me. But I really do hope we can latch onto the number aspect, because I do think it conveys a more simple message. And when you're talking to people who are not weather savvy, they just want to know the information. Mm-hmm. And I think that helps get them the information they need to know.
Yeah, and it helps them understand the threats better.
Mm-hmm.
You probably noticed in the beginning I had a little trouble describing the words, and I think everybody does, because the definition of them is percentage based. It's not based off of a certain type of storm that is expected, or a certain setup, or something along those lines. It's entirely arbitrary that people aren't going to understand. I mean, think about this. People don't understand chance of rain. All they do is formulate 50% is the halfway mark, and if it's below 50%, it's not going to rain. If it's above 50%, it's going to rain. That's literally what they do. I have asked people who are not meteorologists this question, and I have gotten that answer more often than not. So that's part of the issue, in that the groundwork for this is percentage based. But I would just circle back to one other thing, is that while the SPC cannot change their outlook with the flip of a switch, a chief meteorologist at a station can, as long as their news director is on board. I will use Atlanta as an example. Even though I was an intern at Fox 5, what they do is they show the numbers and the words, which is most common for now. We're working on that. Channel 2 WSB here in Atlanta has dropped words completely. All they do is show the colors. They use a slightly different color scale. Not going to get into that, but on the screen they literally type out level 3 risk, and then they list the threats. At NBC, the NBC station here, they do the same thing. They show the words and the numbers, and the CBS station has dropped the words. They show the colors with the 1 through 5, and they bookend it with low and high, which could also work. But it just goes to show that there should be a consistent message. I think the consistent message should be the colors, and I think everybody's or the numbers, not the colors. Well, I mean, yes, the colors, but for my perspective, the numbers. I think everybody's on board with it. They were just afraid to drop the names. And I am saying drop the names.
Well, Alex, we definitely appreciate your time and this research that you've put in. I know it's getting some attention, and we're happy to have you on the show tonight. We want to wish you well there at Mississippi State. And for those who may want to learn more about this project or just kind of follow you throughout your career, how can they follow you?
Yeah, so on Twitter, it's at @AForbesWX. On Facebook, if you just search my name, Alex Forbes, my page will pop up. And on Instagram, same as Twitter, at @AForbesWX. I have a drone. I love to fly drones. Half of my tweets and Instagram videos are drone videos. So yeah, go follow me.
Yeah. And you also help out with the severe weather conference that you guys do at Mississippi State every year as well.
Yes, except for this year.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. We've had some fantastic people. We had the National Weather Service director come out to Starkville last year. We were going to have the National Hurricane Center director this year, but our conference was scheduled for March 22nd and 23rd, I think, or 21st and 22nd, one of the two. So obviously that got whacked. And we did not have it because it was in that awkward period of time where nobody really knew what was going on. And we didn't have the time to move it online. So we just, skipped it this year. It will be back next year, Corona, as long as that's gone. Fingers crossed for that. But, it's a lot of fun. If you can make it to Starkville, I certainly encourage everybody to come, especially, Mississippi State's alumni network is huge, and it's the perfect opportunity to get somebody else to pay for you to come back to Starkville.
That's right. We'll leave it there. Alex, again, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the Best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we have joining us tonight Jim Cantore, our good friend Jim Cantore from the Weather Channel, Mr. Storm Tracker, who has been busier than ever, I believe, this year, Jim. It's been a busy year for you. Tonight, we're going to be talking about reviewing 2020 and just all the crazy things that's happened in the weather community with storms and hurricanes and how we battled it with COVID as well. So a really interesting conversation tonight that we're looking forward to. So, Jim, we were just talking a little bit before we started tonight. How are you doing? It's been a busy year. Are you getting any rest here recently?
Yeah, I mean it's been good. Obviously it was quite a run in September, and then November, where we're usually just not doing much at all, was cranking up. And obviously it wasn't so much being in the field, but being in the studio, talking about the threats to Central America. But, then there was Ada, where I went and the system was far enough offshore where it didn't really affect us in Marco. And I said, guys, you sure you don't want me to stay? Because there's a chance this could be coming back toward Florida. No, I'll just come home. So Thursday morning, here we go with the hurricane watches out for Tampa. And it's like, they had to fill in that one spot, right? Because it's the only spot that didn't get filled in for the whole Gulf and the whole East Coast. So yeah, with advisories this year, and so I went back out and got into Tampa, and that was the last landfall I did.
There's certainly no rest for the weary in 2020. Jim, we've started a new Patreon since we last talked to you last December, and we've allowed some of our Patreon supporters to send in questions. So tonight, we would love to go ahead and start with a few, I think 3 odds and ends questions. They won't fit in anywhere, so we figured it's best to throw them here at the beginning where they don't match at all. So first and foremost, I'm an anonymous Patreon supporter. If you could point to a single piece of technology that has changed our field over the past 20 years, what would it be?
I mean, it's got to be numerical weather prediction. I mean, as much as they're not perfect, and trust me, I just did a snowstorm in Pennsylvania that I wish I was in Binghamton, New York for. Okay. Anyway, as much as they're not perfect, I do think that they've helped us, and they've gotten us a much better idea of what we can do with, but the list is close. I mean, you look at the upgrade to NexRad and having radars available to us, and unless they get blown out like Lake Charles did during Laura, they're obviously very, very valuable. I mean, we can see tornado signatures, and we can see the winds. I came in for the Mississippi tornadoes, the twin EF4s there. And I mean, just to see the width, here's the width of this thing. You're like scratching your head. It's like, is that right? Is that really like 1.5 miles wide or whatever? So the radar is certainly a close second. The new GOES and what we can do with GOES. There's just so many things that are available to us. And honestly, guys, social media wise, I think a lot of us are communicating with each other. A lot of us are getting to know each other better on Twitter and Facebook, especially Twitter. I really like Twitter for us because it's quick, it's to the point, and you kind of know now, if you follow certain people, where they stand and where they're going to go with what they're thinking. And I will say, for me, certainly being a veteran, to learn from you guys, from the younger generation, of stuff that I didn't go to school for, but yet I'm going to school through you. I mean, I never even heard of PV streamers before Philip Pepin talked about them many, many moons ago. So it's like, wow, that's pretty cool, and it makes sense to me. So those would be my top 4 without question.
All right, 2 more. Both of these coming from Wes Grimes, and the first one's kind of an interesting one. So, is it possible? And he said he's heard this before as maybe a wives' tale. Is it possible to forecast low temperatures overnight using the dew point in the evening if it's relatively tranquil weather?
Yeah, that's what I did in college. That's what I did at Linden, because I would get look at the dew point and what it was going to be like the night before, and I'd be like, okay, well we're going to kind of settle back down toward that, all things being equal, and it was usually within about 10 degrees of what that dew point was. So It's part of the equation. It's not all of it, but I thought it was part of the equation.
It's a neat little forecasting tip.
Yeah.
And last but not least, on a favorite topic of yours, when you go out and you go storm chasing, how do you end up in the right place at the right time?
Well, dude, sometimes it takes a lot of work. Like Sally. Oh God. So I'm like, you want me in New Orleans, but the models are trending east. I'm like, we're flying into Gulfport. We could really stay right there. So we went all the way to New Orleans because that's where they wanted me. I'm like, all right, whatever. I just do what I'm told, And then we made our way back to Gulfport the next day, and I'm like, okay, well, you realize though we'll go back to Gulfport, but it's probably going to go even farther east than that. That's what the models are trying to do. So the next day after Gulfport, we went over to Pensacola and finally kind of found a home there on the eastern side of that thing with the storm surge. But it's not easy because there's a lot of people making up their minds of where we should go and where we shouldn't go. And, I appreciate the fact that they let me chime in with my opinion. It doesn't always get me far, but the most exhausting part about travel is not necessarily broadcasting for the hurricane. It's doing the morning show and then having to pack everything up and move to another location. Because once you get to that location, it's not just, okay, we're here, let's do our live shots. It's, okay, where are we logistically going to be? What's going to make the best shot? Is there going to be storm surge here? Are we safe here? Is my cameraman going to be protected throughout the live shot? So there's all these logistical things that come into play. So by this point now, it's 6 o'clock at night, and you're exhausted because you've been up since 3, and now you got to get ready to do the whole thing again the next morning. So every time we move on a day we do live shots, it just exponentially wears you out. But I appreciate the fact that they do give me a say in my locations, but it is up to me to get my team in a good spot. Like where we at the Golden Nugget for, oh God, what was it? Beta? I don't even remember the damn name of the storm. What was the Mississippi one that crushed them? You guys jump in.
Delta.
Okay, Delta. I knew it was a Greek name. I just can't remember which one. So Delta. I'm like, this is going to be a great shot because the water's going to come right in here, and this is just going to be a great shot. That allows us to get there and really set that up and make sure we had higher ground and get our cars up there and things like that. So it takes a lot of work. What you don't see behind the scenes, I think is just as important, if not more, than what you see on camera.
And Jim, this one's coming from me, man. I'll tell you what, this year has been interesting with the tropics. I mean, we've cleared over a third of the Greek alphabet, and it's just been an unreal season. I mean, when we talk about, will we ever see something like this again? Is this going to be the norm going forward? What ingredients come into it? Tell us what your take is on. Do you think the strong signal on La Nina was a triggering factor? Do you think our warm pool in the Atlantic has a lot to do with it? I mean, kind of give us some ideas of why you think we had such a hyperactive season. I mean, it was off the charts.
If somebody would have told me we were going to have 30 storms this year, I would have been like, no. I mean, we're going to have an above average season, but that's a pretty bold forecast. I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, La Nina, certainly coming in and when it did, getting into the mid to strong range. So what that tends to do is just, cut the shear, and the whole basin was warm. There was plenty of warm water. But the weirdest thing was all these rapid developers. I mean, we had all these storms that had developed either late before landfall or developed at some point over like Paulette and whatnot, kind of a rapid developer over the ocean and things like that. So a lot of, we just had so many rapid developers this year, and that's kind of the oddity to me, because you can get certainly strong number of storms if you get a warm basin and light shear, but all of a sudden, what's kicking these things into overdrive? And in some cases, at the last minute, when normally the continental shelf will weaken them, we already had a bona fide cold front come through the Gulf of Mexico and South Florida, and here's Ada. Now, granted, I think that did weaken it as it made its approach toward the west coast of Florida, but still, to even get something, I mean, that John Hope was our tropical expert, way back when, and one of his rules was, once you get that cold front through, that's it. That shuts down the Gulf. And we had a couple of storm threats after that. So, I guess in 2020, the 2020 factor kind of applies here.
Yeah,
but I think it's really interesting how many rapid developers we had, and so many of them close to land. I mean, even look at Iota and Zeta down in Nicaragua. I mean, we had to wait till the last storm of the season to get the Cat 5. I mean, goodness gracious, that's crazy.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of RI this year, and what I felt was interesting is that you didn't see a lot of rapid dissipation over land. I mean, these things stayed strong over land for some time, whether it could be attributed to brown ocean effect or whatnot. But you brought up a good point. When it got wrapped up along cold front, usually when hurricanes enter into a baroclinic environment, they fall apart pretty quickly, or they get pulled up along it and stretched out. And these storms defied odds this year. Some of these just
they did. They never got like dry air intrusion. It was like they were like protected from this cocoon. And that's the other thing too. If you get a rapid developing system that comes ashore and is accelerating onshore or moving onshore, it's going to take a lot longer to wind down. I mean, you should see the mess that Zeta did in northern Georgia. I mean, there's a lot of trees down up here. A lot of trees down. And it reminded me of Opal back, I think was it 95? Was that Opal?
That's right.
But it kind of did, it was like one of these storms that actually was a 5, went down to a 3, but it was holding its own, and then it accelerated up in North Georgia. So it takes a while for these things to wind down, but they just cause a whole bunch of tree damage, man. It's a mess.
I think I remember seeing the power outages. It was more in Georgia than Florida, than Louisiana per se. It was over 1 million without power in northern Georgia. So that was.
Yeah. And it kept going too. I mean, we had a lot of trees down in western North Carolina and up into Virginia too.
That's true. That's true. Once we get off hurricane duty, it's kind of hard to lose track sometimes, or it's actually easy to lose track of what actually happens after that. But it's just been amazing to me, these things as they come ashore, especially this year. Like you said, their damage path has been incredible. And even if it's a TS or a depression, I mean, it's like they just don't want to die. They don't want to go away. And that's the year it's been.
One more for me. I'm going to pass the baton off to Dan. And the question is, you've been to a lot of places this year. I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to remember off your memory, but give us some of the more significant places you went to experience storm chasing, whether it be hurricane or winter storm, even earlier in the year.
Well, yeah, actually, Milwaukee was the only winter storm that I did last year, which was kind of mind-boggling because they're so fixated on the Northeast coast. It's like, well, guys, what if Kansas City gets 2 inches at rush hour on a Tuesday morning? That's a big deal. Plus, they were concerned about the COVID thing and everything toward the latter part of the season. I thought that was awesome being in Milwaukee. Great city, seeing the Lake Michigan just go crazy in Milwaukee was pretty awesome. That's kind of started the year. Then we went through all the hurricanes. I went to New Orleans 4 times. And interestingly enough, New Orleans really never got a big threat. Okay. They had the one storm toward the end there that hit them pretty good, but they never really got a big threat that flooded them. And that's really the biggest issue for New Orleans. But flying there 4 times, I thought I never done that before. I think they were in the cone like 8 times or something, 7 or 8 times this year. It's just crazy. And then the snowstorm, I just went Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I knew Philly would change over. I knew they would mix. I knew we'd actually mix with sleet in Bethlehem. I just didn't know we'd get dry. The dry slotted thing is what really killed us. And then to see 4 states with 40 inches plus, I'm like, this is just absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. From a low pressure system that I don't even think broke under the 990s when it was doing its work. I mean, really? That's crazy.
I know, non-lake effect too. I mean, that was all just the low.
All-time snow in Binghamton. All-time single day. So they broke their all-time single day by almost twice as much snow. So 18 to like 31 or something. I mean, that's crazy stats, man. Crazy stats.
Speaking of some of the hurricanes this year, we want to, of course, mention Hurricane Isaias is the Carolinas' kind of biggest hurricane of the year. I was there in Wilmington myself for the storm, and we know you were over in Wrightsville beach there, Jim.
Yep.
So we have a video that we want to play, and kind of, the best way to describe, what happened there with you. Video, says 1,000 words. So we're going to play the video and kind of just, if you could kind of tell us what happened over there in Wrightsville and kind of what you experienced.
Well, I should remind everybody of kind of the new norm in broadcasting as we're doing this. So we used to come out at the tops and bottoms of the hour, even in a hurricane, and give everybody an update on what's changed. But the new norm is like, okay, well, look, since we've got a great signal, we've got HD audio and video now, why don't you just stay out during the entire storm and take us through the whole thing? And that's kind of a recent change, in the past 3, 4, 5 years, that's kind of what's evolved. But that's a lot harder because you're literally standing in the eye wall. And granted, you're talking about something that was on the high end of Cat 1 and borderline Cat 2 strength here. It's just hard to stand out in winds that strong. And you see me struggling there. And the only other time I had to take a knee was Isaac in New Orleans, because I know we had a weather group out there. They were measuring winds like 90, 94 miles an hour through those two buildings. And this was very similar to that. And it's just hard to stand there. You're literally, guys, you go to the gym, you do squats or you do leg presses and things like that. It's hard to hold a press for that length of time. And so I just had to drop down for a second. The audio wasn't that great. You've got raindrops splatting on the hood of your jacket, so that's making it difficult to hear back at the Weather Channel. So you're just trying to put a couple of words together, a sentence together or two, to kind of get you to the next thing. And I'm just trying to remember all the facts that I know, about the storm itself. And of course, you're trying to say the name. Isa, yes. Goodness gracious. It took me about 3 days into that just to learn how to say it right. So that was a tough storm. It was, those winds were up there, 80, 90 miles per hour coming around the side of that building. And it was just tough to stand through. But again, it's like, take us through the eye wall. That's my job. That's what they're asking me to do. I'm going to do it to the best of my ability. The good news that, I didn't get hit by anything. The good news, the wind was essentially coming off the water, and whatever was being blown off the top of the building was being blown inland and not down at me at ground level. I probably should have had a helmet on, frankly. I definitely should have had a helmet on for that storm.
Well, Jim, we've all faced the coronavirus pandemic. Yeah, I know, 2020. So how has this pandemic affect your job?
Well, first of all, you got to wear a mask everywhere you go. And, people still come out and want to meet you and take pictures with you and things like that. And, my producers Steve Pederak has had to police that the entire summer. It's where people get so excited about taking a picture for whatever reason. I don't know why, but they do. And then they're like, well, you got to stay 6 feet apart. We got to stay 6 feet apart. And I got to put my mask up and things like that. Sometimes somebody will come around the corner. You don't have your mask on. You're just taking a breath, looking at weather data, and they'll just grab a picture without saying anything to you. And then management gets upset with you. So that a lot of that to tell people to kind of like, well, take a picture with me, but you got to move away. You got to stay 6 feet away. But I get it. I totally get it. And we played by the rules as best as we could the entire summer and even into this first winter storm that we've dealt with. But that certainly made it more difficult. You got to get more rations because restaurants and things aren't opening. They're closing down a lot earlier. Some of them never even are open. So we got to make sure we can eat for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. We know we're going to lose power, so it's going to be hot in the rooms and things like that. You just got to the pre-planning was a lot different. We had to make sure everything was buttoned up in terms of being able to eat, being able to follow the COVID guidelines. Remind people that, look, at the shelter that you went to last time may not be the one that you go to this time because they're only taking half the people. All right. You may have to go and be bused farther north. And people that were in the surge zone, it was probably like, how do you convince people? Oh gosh, okay, look, it's one thing asking me to evacuate. I know this shelter. I've been there before. It's okay. But now I really don't really feel like going on a bus and being shipped to northern Mississippi or northern Louisiana to get out of harm's way. So that took some convincing for folks. But I think the fact that if there was one good thing, if you can call this good, the fact that Louisiana and Mississippi were kind of in the bullseye and were dealing with this so many times, they kind of had the system down. So they just put it back in motion every time we got a new storm. So we didn't have to test so many different areas. That area dealt with some of the worst storms, but they really had it down.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
Wow, nice.
That's the one silver line.
Well, Jim, we're talking about COVID, and I think pre-COVID, this has lost, in my opinion, a lot of attention. And I guess, with as crazy as the years has been, but we had a pretty active early spring severe weather season. March 3rd, 4th, as COVID was starting to happen, we had an EF4 tornado that just went right through downtown Nashville.
Yep.
I mean, it was one of the eeriest video. I mean, it was, I think, one of the most captured videos on Twitter. With that, we also had severe weather here in the Carolinas, where downtown Charlotte, EF2, I believe, that went through just south of town. So, copied with a month later, the Easter outbreak, where we had an EF4 and, of all places, South Carolina. I mean, it was a pretty crazy severe weather season. And then I guess you kind of cap that off with the derecho in Iowa. I mean, what was your thoughts on any of those events that kind of stood out to you?
I mean, the record for billion-dollar disasters stands at 16, but that's going to be broken this year. Okay, we are going to have more than 20 billion-dollar disasters. I don't know if it's going to be 21, 22, 23. I'm not sure, but that's just. I mean, this was just an off-the-charts year for big weather. And you're right; it was everything. It was the severe, with the tornado outbreaks, especially in metropolitan areas. It was the number of hurricanes that we had. It just the fires. We haven't even touched on the fires out west. I mean, goodness gracious, just again, and there was no stopping it. It literally started at the beginning of the year and just kept on going. And La Nina, as you guys know, especially in the Southwest, does not favor big rainfall. So, you wonder what next year brings once we get into spring and spring bloom, and that starts to dry out, right? So yeah, it's crazy. And I mean, look at the drought growing right now. If you take a look at the drought monitor, it's almost kind of scary seeing it kind of creep out of the Southwest into the central United States and the northern, Omaha. You're not really thinking about Omaha being dry, but they're starting to dry out a little bit. So drought's going to come into play big time as we get into 2021. That's going to be a big player, I think, for a lot of people. But yeah, it was just nonstop, man. I mean, and it would be easy to just say, okay, well, because of COVID, everything was exacerbated. No, no, we had 30 hurricanes. Okay, we had tornadoes hitting big cities, and I mean, it just literally lined up right with each other, and we just had an epic nor'easter. Like I said, that dumped 40 plus inches of snow over 4 states, which wasn't one of these things. We saw it early. We knew there was going to be something, but in terms of nailing it down as to just how big this was going to be over the interior of New York and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and Vermont, we didn't know that until it was really day of.
And I guess it's a sore topic for some, but it's something that really needs to be addressed. I think we can contribute the climate change, global warming, to some of these bigger events that's taken place. I mean, they're only getting worse, and the climate the climate continues to warm. So I mean, it seems like they're going hand in hand. I mean, what's your?
Yeah, I mean, it's time to accept it. It's time to accept we have a warmer planet. We have warmer water as a result of that, which helped us obviously crank out 30 hurricanes, 30 named storms this year. And honestly, I just like we like to operate at 98.6, the planet likes to operate at a comfy temperature. And when you
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
something that's uncomfortable to it into it, then it's going to react. Extremes breed extremes, and I think we're seeing that. So, I mean, here it is. I mean, now that saying that we're not going to have 30 hurricanes every year, we're not going to burn 5 million acres in California every year, but I think these are the kind of things that we can expect, and you kind of wonder what's next, right? I mean, when we come out of this drought that we may get into here, do we flood everywhere? I mean, you wonder if you're just going to flood everywhere to get out of it, because it's always like yin and yang. But it's happening like one right after the other. It's almost like you go from drought to deluge, or deluge to drought. It's just crazy.
Another thing to tie onto that, as of this taping, December 22nd, the Carolinas, Greensboro, North Carolina, is 1.2 inches, I believe, from being the wettest season on record. So the opposite of the dryness, the drought. And quite frankly, we've not really had a major tropical system that's moved through the area that's dumped 6, 8, 10 inches of rain that we can see from landfalling tropical systems.
So think about that. As dry as it is over a huge chunk of the West, and now building into the central U.S., the Southeast and Florida has been absolutely soaked. And, the Northeast is probably going to come out of drought before we end 2020. When you count the snow and the rain they're about to have with this next system on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I mean, they're probably going to come out of drought. And that was getting to exceptional. You start depleting reservoirs in the Northeast with that population concentration, and that's a really big deal. Okay, they've always kind of come out of it recently, but there's a lot of people up there that depend on reservoirs and water. So you dry it out up there in an extreme level, and it's bad. So they got lucky, but they just literally, once we got into fall, boom, all of a sudden we just started erasing these droughts and starting getting some nice, tropical moisture into some of these systems that came north. So they lucked out, in my opinion.
It is actually good to see that there's been some rain and snow up there through the fall. I can tell you firsthand, it was a long,
and it was also
dry
summer
fall at State College.
Right, and actually it was a beautiful fall, too. So they got the best of all worlds.
Right.
Jim, we're going to transition over, speaking of wildfires, to the West. So, again, another crazy year with the 2020 wildfire season. What are your thoughts on the wildfires going along the northwest Pacific coast, like Oregon and Northern California?
Yeah, I'm glad you actually asked that question, because a lot of times it's easy to just focus on California because they had so many acres burned, right? But it was Oregon. Was it Oregon, Washington, and Colorado had like their biggest fires in each of their states?
Yeah, I think you're right.
This year, in addition to what happened in California. So yeah, really, really, really severe season. Really dry, really hot. There was, again, monsoon didn't seem to show up in the Southwest at all. So that was certainly a player in that. But yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, not only do you get dry and hot, but these normal seasonal rains like that, like the monsoon flow that comes in, just didn't even show up again this year. And that's just crazy. A lot of us haven't experienced that. Has it happened before? I don't know. They say that California used to have, really, really long droughts. And you can see that in the tree rings and things like that. But, the fact is a lot of people have moved into the wildland interface. And there's a lot of structures in there, people's livelihoods and things like that. But but here's the deal. Knowing that we know that, we have to build to our natural disaster. We have to do a much better job of building to our natural disaster. And frankly, in some places like Barrier Islands and maybe the deep woods of the West, we don't need to move there. Let's just leave that alone. Let's leave that to nature's preserve. There's plenty of other spots to live in.
And we've also seen just phenomenal weather with dealing with fires. Like I think there was a fire NATO out in California this season, and it's just
Yeah,
It's
another
crazy.
one.
Yeah,
Another
right.
one. Wasn't it
Yeah.
the campfire that they had the EF3? Do you remember that? I can't remember which fire it was, but they literally had an EF3 tornado. It's the strongest tornado in California history, and they had what would have rated probably EF2, right?
Yeah.
With this one, yeah. So the strongest, isn't that amazing? The strongest tornadoes in California history had actually come from fire natives.
Wow.
Yeah. Using the term pyro tornado at a conference I attended. Alex Hoon, one of the incident meteorologists out there, coined that.
Are they acknowledging that as the strongest tornado, or are they kind of putting an asterisk by that and just saying?
I'm not sure if they're calling that the strongest tornado or whether they're had the asterisk like you said, but it certainly has been recognized as a fire generated tornado.
Right. I mean, well, there's video of it. You can see it on the radar signature. I mean, the damage.
Right.
Signified EF3 damage. I mean, I don't know what else you need, really.
I think that was the Loyalton one, right? Is that the Loyalton NATO? Fire NATO?
It was the one with the campfire, I'm pretty sure.
Yes,
Yeah.
the camp one was the big one. That was the big one.
Right.
That was really wild. I'll say one other thing about the fires was seeing the difference in smoke. When you have your Diablo winds, your Santa Anas in California, the sagebrush, right? You have the white smoke that goes up. But further north you went, it was more peaty. So there, just the fact that fires could burn in these wet environments was a feat of itself. But you could see the different, like the greenish colored smoke and the real dark gray. It was really gnarly on satellite. It was wrapping out over the Pacific Ocean, and boy, that was intense to see.
Yeah, you're right. Some of those satellite pictures and the type of pollution that they had in San Francisco for days and days and days. I got a nephew out there. He's just like, you can't even breathe. You don't even want to go outside. It was really bad. Even inside your home, you could smell the smoke. That's how bad it was. So, yeah, man, we need a break.
Yeah, that's how I'll remember it. Is just day after day of smoke covering almost the entire western half of the country.
Yeah, you remember those pictures?
There. Yeah,
remember those pictures of San Francisco, like orange?
Right.
I literally orange. That's all you can see is
an orange glow. You didn't really see sunlight. It was just an orange glow.
No, exactly. It's felt like you're on another planet.
Everyone, thank you for watching this episode of the Carolina Weather Group. Stay tuned for part 2 with Jim Cantore coming soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you, and we're going to continue our fun interview segment that we do with local meteorologists throughout the Carolinas. And today we have on Jason Boyer and Ryan Coulter from WLOS in Asheville, North Carolina. They are the ABC affiliate. So if you live in Western North Carolina, I'm sure you've tuned to Channel 13, and we're happy to have Jason and Ryan with us today. One of the main questions that we always ask everybody is how did you know you wanted to be a meteorologist? Everybody has that story. So Jason, I'll let you start. What's your story?
Well, my story goes back to, like most, to when I was very young. Always was inquisitive about the earth sciences and always wanted to understand how things worked around me. And I spent a lot of time outdoors as a child back in the 80s when I was growing up. And that was kind of the way to go growing up in the 80s. Most people just let their kids kind of run around in their backyards. I grew up in a small town, so that was where I grew up and explored. But I think it was around third grade, and this is the most stunning and life-changing moment that I remember. I was walking home from school. It was November, and I lived in Illinois then, so we weren't in Tornado Alley per se, but I remember coming home from school, and I could walk home. That's how close I lived. And it was an unusually warm day. In fact, it was record warm that day. I think it got into the 80s. And the sun was out, the wind was blowing. And I was just thinking like a kid, like a third grader, I can't wait to get outside and play ball, ride my bike. I got home, the sky went pitch black in about a matter of 30 minutes. The wind started picking up. My older sisters, thankfully, wiser and certainly more proactive, they knew something bad was going to happen, and we all rushed downstairs, and in a matter of moments, the tornado sirens in the neighborhood went off, and we had a weak tornado go through my backyard and hit my neighbor's house, and it happened in a matter of a couple of minutes, and that was it. And it was a life-changing moment when I walked outside. The birds were no longer chirping, and you could see the destruction of my neighbor's house in the backyard across the street. His entire roof was peeled off. You could see into the house, and the insulation was gutted out, and that was amazing. I mean, frightening, but also to me, an amazing display of what Mother Nature could do. And I think from there, I was really hooked. I knew I always liked science, and then from there on, I kind of just built on that, and had a great teacher in 5th grade, Mr. Morris, that set me on the right path too, and inspired me to continue to study science. So that's how it started for me, and I just pursued it.
What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys for having me, first of all. Yeah, I mean, my story is really not unique from anyone else who does this either. I mean, grew up, my grandparents lived with us growing up, and, you know, they were avid news watchers, as a lot of older people are. And so anytime the weather came on, I was always, you know, super interested in watching that. They always let me watch that with them. I grew up in Colorado, so as growing up, you know, we had a little bit of everything. Wintertime snow, severe weather in the springtime, and the summertime heat, wildfires. So kind of a mixed bag of everything. You get it all there. And so I grew up around that. And I was in about 5th grade. We had a science fair project, and I actually wanted to make a homemade barometer. And so I figured out how to do that. And I actually wrote into one of the chiefs in Denver. She's still there. And she actually responded to my email. So, you know, as a 5th grader, that was pretty exciting. But I knew, you know, kind of like a lot of other people who do this, you know, I knew that from the time that I was a little kid that, you know, this is what I want to do. It's a fun job, and get to study science, the weather, all of the above. And it's a great, it's ended up being exactly what I wanted it.
Those are great and very classic weather stories, I feel like. Super interesting. So keeping on kind of the same track of weather before we deviate off to some more unique conversations. Did you guys ever have a meteorologist that you looked up to as a kid or as you were coming up through school? Ryan, I guess we can start with you.
Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, there was a meteorologist in Denver, and he was really cool. He ended up being on both the stations. I grew up watching him on TV. And when I got to school, he ended up actually being my advisor at school when I got into the university. So I learned so much from him, and it was really cool. You know, of course, I always told him, you know, I grew up watching you, and that doesn't go over very well when you say that to him. But no, it's true. He truly helped me along the way a lot, and you know, then I got to learn from him, so even better.
I did have a role model as well, and growing up, I would watch Channel 4, the CBS affiliate in my market, St. Louis, and yeah, I grew up watching a particular meteorologist there, and he was the chief, and kind of wanted to mirror him and grow up to be like him as well. So it was a unique situation, but I got to meet him actually in person. We had a old-time power show in my rural town, and he flew in a helicopter, and I mean, it was the biggest thing that ever happened in my small town, seemingly, at that point in my life, and got to get an autograph, talk to him briefly, and so that was a moving situation for me too.
So Jason, I'll pose this question to you first, and then Ryan, I'll let you to finish up. So, Jason, you've been in Western North Carolina a while. We have all types of weather. So this question is: would you rather forecast for severe weather or the dreaded winter weather that we face here?
Yeah, you know, they have their unique qualities, obviously, and they're very different when you're trying to forecast those two situations. And the most challenging, I think, would be winter weather, because it usually is much more of a large-scale system, so it affects many more people than just, say, localized severe thunderstorms. So you're dealing with everybody's topography too, and it's very topographically driven by elevation and location in relation to the mountains. So that is the challenging forecast. I look forward to that. It's the most stressful one, but it's part of the job. You know, you come into this situation here in Western North Carolina, and you quickly realize how big of a deal winter weather is. You know, most would categorize our severe weather as flash flooding, a big risk. I think flash flooding is certainly one of the bigger risks here, living in the mountains. But when it comes to winter weather, that is usually the memorable severe weather for most when they think back to when they were younger, or maybe even the older folks. They'll say, look, I remember the big snow of certain years, certain month, and it sticks in their mind. So that would be the bigger challenge, and also the more exciting, I guess, forecasting that.
Ryan, I think your career was in Texas for a while, so you had to deal with forecasting winter weather and severe weather there. So tell us, which one do you prefer?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a similar answer. I mean, there's definitely a lot more challenges with winter weather than there is severe weather. Where I was at in Texas, we would get severe weather. We would be, wall-to-wall coverage for, sometimes 6 hours at a time, or even longer than that. I don't even remember what our longest stretch was on air. I would say, though, there is more challenges in winter weather, and I would say there's more that can go wrong when we're forecasting for winter weather as well. So, we can say we think we might get 2 to 4 inches for Asheville, for example. The temperature comes in a degree or two warmer. We're not getting that. And people get a lot more upset when you miss winter weather forecasts versus severe weather forecasts. So I would say, I would rather, I guess from that standpoint, I would rather be forecasting for severe weather. It's usually, I want to say easier, but usually you can have a better idea of exactly the elements that could be coming at you. There's people are, again, they're more mad when you tell them 2 to 4 inches of snow and we only get an inch of snow, or you get, on the other end, you get 3 to 6 inches of snow, and then they don't like that either. So, definitely severe weather would, I guess, be my preferred.
Well, Jason, you mentioned topography a minute ago, and with this conversation of severe and snow, I feel like this kind of rolls into a question that we had on social media about lower precipitation totals in kind of the French Broad Valley. I know you have a map and some resources to talk about, so I'll kind of let you take over from there.
Yeah, I think when people talk about Western North Carolina weather, the first thing that comes to mind is snow, but then rain is actually a very diverse topographical feature here as well. So I brought this 3D relief map just to give you an idea. It's kind of one of my more favorite maps to look at. I could study this. I've looked at this 100 times already, and I could still just look at it almost every given day. So here's the French Broad River Valley right here. This is I-26 running through, and it's a valley. So it's the Broad River Valley. So it's pretty wide considering the other features here. The French Broad starts down in Transylvania County near Rosman and goes north through Asheville and all the way up into the Holston River into eastern Tennessee. But what you have around the valley are higher elevations. So Asheville sits kind of in the middle here, Hendersonville down here, Brevard right there. And the prevailing winds during the spring and summer months are south and southeasterly winds. That will draw moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf, bring it into the mountains. And because of the features we have from lower elevations in the upstate and Piedmont to highest elevations here, the air has to rise. And so the air will rise and cool and condense into clouds and form a significant rain event down here into the southern mountains, whereas Asheville is in that rain shadow. And the rain will fall mostly to the west and south or to the north and east because we have the Black Mountains and the Craggies up here. So that prevailing wind will certainly help rain form more over this area of the county, Buncombe County, eastern side, and into Yancey. So there's a rain shadow here. There are other rain shadows like in Waynesville. They're surrounded with the Balsam Mountains to the south and west. They don't see nearly as much rain in the valley as they do just west and south of Waynesville as well. So that's kind of how it works in the summer months. In the winter months, the prevailing wind is much, much different. It's from the northwest. So the wind is blowing into the Smoky Mountains and the higher elevations along the Tennessee border. And that's where most of the precipitation is going to fall, near and along the border, whereas there's another shadow effect down here in the valley. So this is why Asheville usually averages a foot of snow a year, and places up in Madison and Yancey County can get up to 50 inches of snow, like Mount Mitchell averages in a particular year. So big difference with the prevailing winds during the different seasons. But that's pretty much how the shadow affects us here in the French Broad River Valley. In fact, south of Virginia, east of the Mississippi River, I believe Marshall is the driest point in that eastern U.S. So pretty neat.
Cool. Do you guys have any, what was your most embarrassing moment while on TV?
I'll take this one. It happened pretty early in my career. I was working in Tennessee. I started out in the Tri-Cities, Johnson City at WJHL. And I filled in for the morning guy who went on vacation. And I was working one morning, and the newsroom was downstairs. The studio was upstairs. So there was always this climbing the flights of stairs. And one morning I was filling in, and I remember being down in the newsroom, and I looked up and I saw the national weather cut in. And I knew that there was going to be a local cut in shortly after. And I remember it was Tony Perkins. He was the meteorologist at the time. I believe he's in DC right now. But he was on CBS This Morning at the time. And then I had to run upstairs, end a quick conversation I was having with my news director. I ran upstairs, 2 flights, ran into the studio, ran over to the computer to make sure it was set up, ran over to the chroma key, the green wall, and I had about 10 seconds to situate myself. I was out of breath. I was trying to calm myself down, and I remember I just started talking, and almost instantly I was exhausted. So I started talking about the 7-day forecast, and I got about 5 words out, and you could just tell that I was losing steam, and I started getting real hot. I felt like my temperature went up, and I was getting flushed, and I was kind of panicking in my head, like, how am I going to get through this? You know, you're talking to yourself in your head while you're doing the delivery of the forecast. And I tried to push through it, and I should have just kind of ended early and said, all right, just take a look, here you go, enjoy. But I thought I was still, I'm going to make it through, and it was brutal. I could see the studio guy on the headset kind of laughing, chuckling behind the camera, and I just thought, this is I'm bombing here. And I went off, and we had a good laugh after that, but that was really embarrassing, especially when you're trying to make a good impression. I was maybe 6 or 7 months into starting a job, so that was mine.
Yeah, I got to think back here on this. So far, luckily, since I've been here, I don't think I've had anything crazy happen here. I will say, though, in my last job, my first job, first day on the air, we have a system. It's called Max. I don't know if you guys are probably familiar with it, WSI. And the way we have it formatted, you have your first weather hits, you have your main weather hits, you have your final weather hits. And unknowingly, I had the wrong weather hit loaded for my first full weather ever on, and I didn't know what to do in the moment. I had my final weather loaded for my main weather, and kind of like what in TV you always have a time limit that you're set for, and you have to fill that time. And so here I am. I have my current temperature graphic, and I think I had a camera graphic, and then it went right to the 7-day. And so I'm standing there for 2:30 is what we were allotted for. This was the weekend evening show. And I looked back towards the anchor, who's also the producer at that station, and she's just cueing me to keep going. So I think I talked for a solid 2:15, 2 minutes 15 seconds on the 7-day forecast. And I may have even gone back. I don't remember. I may have even gone back and talked more about the current temps. I don't know. It was bad though. Luckily, I haven't made that mistake since, or if I have, I just will run over and correct it pretty easy now.
You learn quickly how to get around things.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Both of you guys have experienced this, and tell us what it's like, and then we'll maybe go into some more non-weather questions. A lot of folks may tune in when the weather's at its worst, and you guys are doing wall-to-wall coverage. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, that's pretty intense for you guys. Jason, you're talking about, you were out of breath, with that little run, but, being on the wall for 2, 3, 4 hours straight, that's got to be mentally, exhausting as well as physically exhausting. Talk to us about that.
It certainly is. Most recently, I think this year we had so many of those early season tornadoes, especially for the upstate, and we had wall-to-wall coverage almost every time, obviously, when those were occurring, because our protocol is to stay on when the warning comes out until it ends. And what do you do when you have a tornado warning that goes for 30 minutes and then another one comes out in between and another one comes out in that? So we were going on and on and on. And a couple of times during this early spring season, I was there waiting for, backup to come in and help out as well. Like Ingrid would come in or Ryan, and you have to go. And if you're solo, you are just essentially
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the Best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
to get new information at the same time you're giving the current information. So that's a challenge. You're literally on a computer talking, looking at data that's now happening and trying to analyze that data on the fly, as we say, and also looking at other pages of weather information on the internet, trying to get information from the National Weather Service sites and observers, and then you're on social media pages looking for information from people that are sending you pictures or updated information from what they're experiencing. So yeah, it's a lot of information. And you know, nowadays we're able to get social media information, and years ago when I started out, there was none of that. You had to wait for somebody to call or email you a weather observation, and that would have made it even more challenging, I think, looking back, because what other information are you going to get? The more information you get, the better it is to kind of have things to talk about. And that is, it's unique, and it doesn't happen that often here in this market. We don't get widespread severe outbreaks like they do in the West or the central U.S. And a snow event, a winter weather event, you see for days coming, typically, and you can just, you know, lead up to it and get into it and talk about it. You don't really have to be breaking news and breaking into programming for a weather event like, say, snow. But the severe weather events are certainly challenging, and you just you learn from each one. You know, even somebody like me in the business for 22 years, you still learn from these experiences.
Ryan, you dealt with that in Texas. I mean, that's you know, these are what we face, or could be more rain-wrapped tornadoes. But you guys out there see these massive tornadoes, or you saw could see these massive tornadoes. So is there a little any different perspective of that, where you guys have storm chasers out in the field and you can kind of relate to those folks out in the field?
Yeah. So when I was in Texas, you know, that's a station that really drove the market for severe weather coverage, and so it was more built for that kind of thing. So yeah, we had storm chasers out in the field, but you still need to have, you know, two people at the station during these kinds of events, because you have one person off camera that can help to look at and analyze that data, look at radar, see what's going on. We also had in that market, we had a crazy amount of cameras. I think there was like 50 or something like that. We could move those around during severe weather events. That's what we used them for. And so, you know, you have the other person off camera that can see that. But yeah, I mean, you're going for hours at a time, and I think, well, you know, Jason already mentioned it, but the biggest challenge is trying not to be repetitive. In some cases, you have to be repetitive when there's, you know, potentially life-threatening storms out there. I mean, we're talking about tornadoes that could be affecting communities. There could be communities in the path. And I think one of the hardest things with these kinds of storms is people don't like it when we cut in, and they don't like it when we interrupt their show. And especially being an ABC affiliate, that's what I was at in Texas too. You know, we have a lot of basketball. We have you know, big shows. I mean, the Bachelor. I mean, heaven forbid we ever have to interrupt any of those kinds of shows. But you know, we don't want to interrupt them. But at the same time, we have a job to do, and you know, we have to. It's important that we get that information out, because you know, you never know when that information could be helping someone who is in the path of that storm. And so I think when you're in the midst of all of that coverage, you don't realize all the time that's actually going by, especially when you get into that rhythm. I think that, you know, especially in some of those more long duration events, you get off the air and you're like, oh, you know, we were just on for, you know, 2 hours or whatever the case may be. So yeah, definitely one of those things though, that it can be stressful for sure.
Well, we promised that we would stop talking about the weather at some point, so we can go ahead and do that now. You guys can take a little breath and a break from everyday work. So do you guys have a favorite genre, a favorite type of music that you like to listen to in your everyday life? Ryan, I'll go to you first.
I'm not too picky. I'll listen to anything. I will say I grew up listening to country, so I mean, that's still my go-to. 2000s country, Garth, anything like that, I'll go for.
I'm with you on that. What about you, Jason?
I went through that country phase many years ago, and I got to get out of that. But I listen to a lot of different genres as well. You know, I grew up in my high school days were in the 90s, so alternative music was big then. So people probably remember Stone Temple Pilots and all that, Pearl Jam. But I don't really listen to that music as much anymore. I've gotten older and a little more subdued with my music choices. But I'll listen to a lot of modern music, pop or rock, and I just don't spend as much time listening to the radio or actually picking out songs anymore. So more of my time is spent just maybe even popping in some classical music just to chill out and get my mind cleared of certain things during the day. So that's what I do. I play music too, so I have a guitar and I love playing music. So that's my escape. Anytime I want to, I can just pick up the guitar and play some songs or whatever.
That's something we've found with a lot of these that we're doing is a lot of meteorologists play music on the side. I don't have that ability. Evan, I know you play guitar as well, so you got that.
I play a few instruments. Brian, do you play anything?
No, I can't play anything. I can't sing either. I no one for that. So yeah, no music ability here.
Glad we're there on the save link there. Yeah. Right. All right. Assuming pizza's got cheese on it, so it can't be that. But if you only had one topping to put on pizza, what would it be, Jason?
One topping. I think pepperoni would be mine. It's an easy choice. I know. I mean, I love Hawaiian pizza, but if I get one choice, then I'm going to just do pepperoni.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the choice would be pepperoni, but not to steal Jason's answer. So I'll go with a more controversial pick. I like Hawaiian pizza. I'm gonna go the pineapple on the pizza. I know I'm probably gonna get some flack for it.
You are good.
That was actually one of our other questions. Does pineapple deserve to be on pizza? So if both of you guys like Hawaiian, I guess that's a yes.
Yes, it does.
Well, since we're on the topic of food, what's your favorite kind of food?
All right, I'll go first. Any food, really. My son and wife are usually finding me in the pantry digging through snacks, and I wish, sometimes I need to quell my cravings, but favorite type of food, if I had to pick one type, I would probably go, tacos. I love Mexican food. I love Italian food, but I love Mexican food. So
man, this one's hard. I like all kinds of food also. Really not too picky. The things I don't like, the one thing I am picky on, I don't like a lot of seafood. But I have a major sweet tooth, and it doesn't matter the time of day. I can go for, you put candy in front of me, I will eat it. It doesn't matter what it is. I'm not.
Amen to that.
Either. So in order to try to keep myself out of trouble on that stuff, I do like, I like Mexican food too. I hate to go with the same answer again, but
we see why Jason hired you now. Just a lot
of similarities here. I would say, though, I do like Mexican food as well. Enchiladas, definitely probably one of my top choices. Ice cream would be number one, but besides that, we'll go for a healthier option there.
Here's a controversial question. Is a hot dog a sandwich?
I've never thought of hot dogs as being sandwiches. I mean, I wouldn't, but again, it's bread, it's meat. I mean, that's what a sandwich is. I don't know. But I don't know why we have to categorize it as a sandwich. I think they're kind of by themselves hot dogs. I don't know.
By the way, there's I guess I lied a second ago. I said I'm not that picky. There's one more food.
You don't.
I will pass on the hot dogs. I don't know. I mean, I've never considered it to be a sandwich. It's kind of in its own category. I feel like it's a hot dog. Bread. I mean, yeah, it is tricky though, because I mean, again, you have your bread, you have your meat. Mustard on a hot dog, I guess, whatever people like. Have the top. I mean, I don't know. That's a good one. I'm gonna go with no, though. It's not a sandwich.
I agree.
We're gonna have to start keeping track of these answers. We have gotten yeses on this.
Yeah.
So we have to keep track and see what the Carolina meteorologists actually think of hot dogs. So coming back to the Asheville area and away from food, you guys have a favorite location to go visit or hike, something like that, in Western North Carolina?
Gosh, so many. Convenience-wise, we love the Arboretum. It's close to our house, and we could just jump on there with the bikes and ride. It's pretty easy trails for Hudson, my son, and that's a good go-to. Just hopping on the Blue Ridge Parkway, that's also very convenient. We love going to Grandfather Mountain. It's a little more out of the way, but we love going up there. I love the uniqueness of the rockscapes and the swinging bridge, and seeing off to the east, you have this completely drop off in the elevation, and then you have your mountains around. So those are my two big places, but I could go almost anywhere, and really be happy as long as there's a trail or hiking or biking trail and some vistas, I'm good to go.
Yeah, and I'm still new to the area here. I haven't had a lot of time to explore a whole lot, but I will say the close place for me that I could go to any afternoon would be DuPont State Forest. It's kind of crowded this time of year, I've found, but a little bit of everything there. You can get some elevation. You got the waterfalls, so a lot to do there. I've actually spent a little bit of time in South Carolina here more recently. I found some cool places, cool pockets down there. So there's short drive down there as well.
Ryan, you're from Denver. Evan and I, we went storm chasing. We was based out of Denver. We flew in and kind of went from there. So we took our last day. We took our trip into the Rockies, and it was June the 3rd, and it started snowing on us, Evan, I believe. Yeah. So, what's your favorite place to go in the Rockies?
Oh man, it depends on the time of the year. Rocky Mountain National Park is such a stereotypical answer. That's a great place to go in the summertime. In the wintertime, I'll take any of the ski resorts. Love skiing, so I'll take any of them any day in the wintertime. Probably not Loveland. I would say more of the Copper Mountains, maybe Keystones of the state. Steamboat Springs is another great place, but even Denver. Man, I know I'm not narrowing this down very well, but Denver's great. Love Denver as well. So I don't know. But,
Amen.
Well, guys, I know we're nearing our kind of end time, so I'm going to ask one more quick question, and Scotty will close this. So the last one for me is going to be, do you have a favorite weather disaster movie? It can be super cheesy.
Well, Twister immediately comes to mind. My wife loves Twister. My son loves Twister. I love Twister. That would be the number one, but The Day After Tomorrow's good. My son loves weather disaster movies, of all things. Can you imagine? He's a perfect child. So he loves any kind of disaster movie related to weather. So I've seen all of them. But yeah, I still think Twister ranks at the top.
Oh, that's a tough one. I don't watch a lot of movies. Immediately, A Day After Tomorrow came to mind for me. Great movie. That's one that, you can stay involved in the entire movie.
Yep.
No chance of losing focus on that one. But yeah, I'm a short attention span, so not a lot of movies. Twister, of course, is great. It's the all-time classic answer, but yeah, I'll go with Day After Tomorrow for sure.
I think those have been our most popular answers when we've asked this question. Well, gentlemen, final question here. For those folks maybe who are getting ready to leave high school or are in college and thinking about maybe changing their degree and they're interested in weather, what would be your advice to these folks? Why should they choose meteorology if it really interests them? And Jason, I'll let you go first.
Well, that's a diverse question, but here it is in a nutshell. Meteorology offers so many opportunities. Besides what Ryan and I do every day, broadcast meteorology is a small sample of overall the meteorological profession and the meteorology field. You could go into research. You could work for NOAA. You could work for the private sector. You could start your own company. There are many climate-driven sectors to go into as well. That's becoming more and more important, and certainly more and more are leaning towards the environmental/climate side of things too. It's just such a diverse area of study. It's great for somebody that loves science, and you got to stick with it. It's challenging. Many people don't understand how much math and physics goes into meteorology unless you've taken those courses. It is a very challenging profession and study, but I think it's wonderful. So yeah, just stick with it. If you love science, meteorology is one of the best fields to get into.
I obviously haven't been at it for very long. I'm still pretty young myself, but I would say the biggest thing is there is a lot more work involved than I think that people realize. It's something that is fascinating. It's interesting. There's a lot to look at, and again, TV is not the only thing. In fact, I would say if someone wants to go into meteorology just to be on TV, that's maybe a bad idea because there's so much more to it than that. A lot of math, a lot of science, but it is fun, and every day for us looks different. And I'll disagree and agree with the statement to a certain degree. Everyone always says you can be wrong and you still get paid. We're right most of the time. But you know what? Even if we miss a forecast, it is true. We still get paid. So that part's kind of cool too.
It would be challenging if they did pay by the accuracy of the forecast. Some people, you never know, right?
Goodness, great. I can imagine now dealing with the Carolina wedge and at least the temperature forecast. That would be horrible if that was true.
It's challenging.
minus $100 every degree you're out.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that would be brutal some days. Well, guys, we're going to let you do your social info so folks can follow you if they're not already. Ryan, how can our followers follow you on social media?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook and then Twitter. I should know what my handle is, but I don't. You can find me on there as well. And I'm on Instagram, and same thing. I gotta figure this out. But I don't know what my handle is on there either. Not much help.
Well, I'm
Ryan,
sure if you just
your handle on Twitter, it's Ryan_WLOS. So if y'all want to follow him, you can find it there.
I think it's the same on Instagram. So there we go.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Jason, how can our folks follow you if they're not already?
I believe, well, I'm on all three too, Insta, Twitter, and Facebook. I won't get into the uniqueness of each, demographic and socioeconomic thing, but the idea is that I'm pretty simple. I think it's just at Jason Boyer WLOS.
We appreciate you guys joining us, and for you guys who are watching, thank you for watching. Until next time, we hope you have a great evening.
In Charlotte, a state of emergency has been declared in Allegheny County, North Carolina, after a historic 5.1 magnitude earthquake earlier this morning here on Sunday, August the 9th. It was the 5th strongest earthquake in Carolina history and the strongest in the Carolinas since 1916. Luckily, no one was injured, but minor damage has been reported at over 100 buildings across the area and near the epicenter in Sparta. That's where our Scotty Powell was earlier today.
I'm Scotty Powell here reporting just outside of Sparta, North Carolina, where you've seen a lot of the earthquake damage. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake rocked Sparta, North Carolina earlier this morning, just after 8 a.m. A lot of damage to some roads, to some structures. In fact, some folks have been displaced from their home. I've never witnessed earthquake damage, but it definitely was something that I wasn't surprised to see. These big, deep craters crossing the road. Thankfully, not a lot of those craters, but some of them on the roadways that will definitely have to be filled up. Also, some structural damage to homes, a lot of rocks and things like that have fallen off. So that's what it looks like here from Sparta. Again, a 5.1 magnitude earthquake. Again, the USGS already in town doing some surveys. Emergency officials say that homes have been affected, but thankfully no injuries related to these earthquakes. From Sparta, North Carolina, I'm Scotty Powell for the Carolina Weather Group.
The mayor of Sparta has declared a state of emergency, and Allegheny County Sheriff Brian Mills says he's spoken to White House officials about what has happened in their community. Sheriff Maines also spoke with our Scotty Powell earlier today.
I actually woke up with the crashing of picture frames hitting the floor at my house. I live just over the hill here. And so it was pretty chaotic at my house. All the neighbors experienced a lot of chaos. And we've been going around today looking for injured folks. We've not found any major injuries. And so we're just so thankful that we've not had any reported major injuries right now on folks. And we're so thankful that there's no one been reported stuck in their home, things of that nature. There's been some folks that have had to leave their homes now because it's not safe to stay there. So
there were smaller earthquakes ahead of the 5.1 magnitude earthquake, and USGS geologist Dr. Arthur Machat says the cause of Sunday morning's earthquake is still under investigation.
First bit I got out of here,
this officer took me here to see the just the cracks in the road. Just looking for any other to document any of the surface rupture or any of the other breaking of the structures or damage from the earthquake.
So Western North Carolina, known for smaller earthquakes, 5.1 right now. Pretty big event for North Carolina standards, correct?
Yes.
We normally see smaller earthquakes. Kind of tell us, is this a fault area? What may have triggered this?
It's simply, we don't know. Most of the eastern earthquakes are intraplate seismicity, so they're not tied with the direct fault. There are lots of zones, as you mentioned, there are zones that are known for more seismicity in the east. East Tennessee seismic zone, Charleston, South Carolina, Giles County have all known, and Central Virginia are known for seismicity in the area. Nothing here, so we don't know any recent faults or anything to tie it with.
Reports of shaking and tremors could be felt upwards of 150 miles away from Allegheny County, North Carolina on Sunday morning. We have 3 reports for you coming up, one from Greensboro, one from Charlotte, and one from Bristol. And we start in Greensboro, where WFMY Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley spoke with our own Evan Fisher to recount his early morning wake-up call.
So bizarre. You don't expect anything like that in North Carolina. We get earthquakes from time to time. Sometimes they happen, and most of the times we don't even know about it because they're so weak. Usually on the order of a 1 magnitude or a 2, or maybe closer to a 3 if you're rounding. But a 5.1 earthquake is pretty unprecedented. I mean, it's happened before, but by our records, it looks like this is the strongest one to have an epicenter in the state since back in 1916. That was actually near Asheville in Skyland, North Carolina. So anyway, it happened this morning about 8:07. Everyone probably has a little bit of a different story. For me, I was sleeping soundly, and then it happened, and I really woke up. And bizarre, I've never felt an earthquake before, so for me, that was a first. I've missed the other ones. This one definitely was strong enough to wake me up. And checked my phone right away. Tons of messages on Facebook, on Twitter, emails. Everyone immediately, this was within like 5 minutes, wanted to know what was going on. And it took a little bit for that report to come in from the USGS, where we get our earthquake info. But once it did, it was pretty clear. Yeah, that was a strong earthquake, and it wasn't that far away. Starting to see some trickles in of damage reports here and there, mainly in that Sparta Blue Ridge area. But even a little removed from that, I have a weather spotter up in Stokes County, which is just 2 counties away from Allegheny, where the earthquake was, and he has a cracked, a little crack in his roof, the ceiling, I guess, on the inside of his garage. So more than I've ever seen since I've lived in North Carolina over the last 10 years. And, even if you lived here 100 years, I think it counts for that too.
Chris Mulcahy is a meteorologist with WCNC Charlotte. He was working Sunday morning when the earthquake first occurred and recounts some of the reports of those tremors that his newsroom received.
And I didn't feel anything here. So I live in Northwest Charlotte. But one thing that was really miraculous when I was out here, that time in the morning, early part of 8 o'clock, a bunch of messages were coming in saying, hey, did you feel that earthquake from Denver, North Carolina? Did you feel that earthquake from TKK? Did you feel that earthquake in the southern parts of Lancaster County? This was a big deal. No matter what, even though I didn't feel anything, I gotta admit I'm a little bit disappointed, but seeing this unfold live time as we were doing our cut-ins for the Today Show, this is a historic event. Over 100 years ago is the last time that we had anything close to this, and even though there was one back in 1926 that was just a little bit stronger or similar strength, that's still a long, long time. So this is a big historic event, and one thing that I love that I learned today is that every year worldwide there are 500,000 roughly earthquakes that are detected. Of those, only 100,000 earthquakes are actually felt. The big fact, only 100 of those 500,000 produce damage. So that means the chances of this happening worldwide is a 0.0002% chance of happening.
Our own Ricky Matthews works in Bristol, Tennessee, and here's what they saw in their community.
Here in the Tri-Cities, where we felt the quake over the mountain chain, even though we're about 80 miles or so from where the epicenter was. If you kind of go from Kingsport, Tennessee, or kind of Johnson City, Tennessee, A lot of people in our area still reported feeling the shaking this morning. Right after 8 o'clock, started to get reports of people saying they felt something, and my Twitter feed lit up of all the reports from...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
We felt an earthquake, or we think we felt an earthquake, and suddenly we were we were kind of trying to gather information. But a lot of reports of people experiencing shaking for a few seconds in our area. No reports of any type of damage in our area, but certainly something that kind of caught a lot of people by surprise early Sunday morning when they were just trying to sit down and enjoy their coffee.
And there you have it. It seems 2020 had another trick up its sleeve, but we're happy to report once again no injuries following that 5.1 magnitude earthquake near Sparta, North Carolina, on Sunday morning. Before we go, a quick tropical update for you. There is a tropical wave located a few hundred miles off the African coast. It continues to show signs of organization. A tropical depression could form in the next few days as the wave moves west at about 15 miles an hour. The next storm, if it were to be named, would be Josephine. On behalf of everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, including Evan Fisher and Scotty Powell, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte. Thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group, and we'll see you back here again real soon. Good evening from Charlotte. We are live with you on this Wednesday night. What a very busy day in the science and weather community here on May the 27th, 2020. We have a great show for you. It wasn't exactly the celebration that we were hoping for, as you probably know by now. SpaceX Demo 2's launch from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida scrubbed today due to weather, so we were going to talk a lot about the weather. We also had a surprise appearance by a tropical storm named Bertha, who suddenly came together off the coast of South Carolina, came ashore, and then brought flooding rains here to Charlotte. So we'll have Chief Meteorologist from WCNC, Brad Panovich, on to talk about that, also geek out with us about space. And we're also joined by Tony Rice, our go-to friend of the show and space expert, and we're so happy that you all are here. Let's get right on into it. If you're joining us live tonight on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, or Periscope, you can comment along with our show. If you're listening to the audio podcast, or you're happy to catch this replay on the new looping Carolina WeatherNet, hello to you as well, too. Tony, let's just start with the elephant in the room. Not the day we were necessarily hoping for.
But not the day that came unexpectedly either. If you ever had the opportunity to go down and see a launch, if you haven't, do. Once all this current situation is over with and we're back to whatever normal looks like, you get the opportunity to go down to Florida and see a launch, do it. It's just an incredible situation. We were talking about that a little bit before we started here, and it doesn't capture what it's like if you're watching it on TV or on YouTube or whatever, what the experience is like down there. So that out of the way. If you have ever been down there, you know that Florida weather is Florida weather, and we kind of expect these things to happen. I think there's one or two other places on the planet where there is more lightning activity. So we scrubbed today because of weather, but we scrubbed today mostly because of the potential of lightning. And that's something that we learned back during Apollo 12 even, when the Saturn V was hit by lightning on ascent and basically rebooted the rocket several hundred feet above the pad. We learned more about that through subsequent launches. So there's some very specific weather launch criteria. We can get into that, but basically what happened today is we violated one, maybe more, and definitely know of one of those launch weather criteria that has to be met before we're going to go fly.
I just pulled a Scotty. I forgot to unmute myself. We're certainly going to get into some of that weather criteria, and we're going to break it all down because we got some really interesting information. I don't want to get too far into the program for anyone who doesn't know, Tony. Let me have you explain it. What is the significance of this mission?
So this is the first time in basically 9 years that we attempted to launch astronauts from U.S. soil. So at the end of basically construction of the International Space Station, we retired the space shuttle. Space shuttle, the best way to compare it, and the reason that we didn't continue flying the space shuttle to take astronauts back and forth, astronauts stay about 6 months on board station before they come on back home. So we're continually rotating people through there. The best way to compare it is you wouldn't take a tractor trailer to go get groceries. And that's about the volume of space that was in the back of the shuttle's payload bay. If you're just taking supplies, well, we can send an uncrewed mission up there. SpaceX has been doing that for a while. We've got some other ways of getting cargo up there. But to take people back and forth, we've been buying seats on the Soyuz, launching them from Baikonur Cosmodrome out in Russia, actually in Kazakhstan. But we really wanted to get that capability back onto U.S. soil. So several years ago, NASA, as a part of the commercial program that includes cargo as well, we want to hand over basically low Earth orbit to commercial agencies. SpaceX is one of them. Boeing's also working on getting some capability there. So it was really important to get this capability back on U.S. soil. And Administrator Bredenstein talked about it today. One of the main reasons we want to do that is we have one American up there right now. We want to have more. The more Americans we have up there, the more they can focus on specifically U.S. science. So the Dragon capsule that we attempted to launch today, we're going to give it another shot on Saturday, weather willing. Has the capability of taking 4 up at once. That's even a better option than using the Soyuz, because the Soyuz can only take up 3, and those are at most going to be 2 Americans, and it's generally only 1.
The Soyuz as well, and I don't know if others feel this way, but when I watch it, I feel like it's something straight out of a James Bond Soviet Union era technology. And that is like the complete opposite of what SpaceX has developed here, because they not only did hopefully a very efficient rocket based on what we've seen with the uncrewed missions, but also, and Brad, you were touching on this before the show, there's a little bit of style that they incorporated into not only the spacecraft, but also the suits we're seeing here.
Yeah, they're very interesting. I love the helmets. The rest of it, I don't know. It almost looks like some kind of weird like leisure suit, and then they got like shrimping boots on or something.
Those are actually designed by a Hollywood costume designer. Elon Musk went out and specifically got one of the costume designers that was working on Marvel films and said, you go sketch us up something. You tell us what these are supposed to look like. Then they handed it over to the geeks who actually made it work and made it functional so it can protect the astronauts when it needs to protect them. But yeah,
the helmets are cool. Those cool helmets, I love.
They do look pretty cool, don't they? I will say one thing about the Soyuz, though. If you've ever seen pictures of the outside of the space station, you can pick those Russian elements out really, really easy. They're bulbous. And the reason they're bulbous is because a sphere is a very strong thing and can hold pressure really well. But the thing about Soyuz and the thing about those older rockets and those older capsules is the thing that you really want to have underneath of you and around you when you're in space is something that is well tested. And those rockets have been around a long, long time and are very well worn and have had the bugs worked out of them. We had an incident a couple of years ago where one of the solid rocket motors that come off during ascent bumped into the capsule, and they ended up having to going into abort mode that they hadn't done in I don't know for how long. But previous to that, we really hadn't had any incidents with the Soyuz. The Soyuz is old-fashioned, and it doesn't look that great. It certainly isn't as sexy as what SpaceX is doing out there with their nice, clean cockpit and reverse lighting. Much like you have over your shoulder there, Brad. You've got some style there as well. But it's very functional and it's very reliable.
Can you talk to us? We know you've been following this SpaceX progress probably a lot closer than most. Can you talk to us about what SpaceX has had to overcome to get to be the first commercial operator to take astronauts back, and what are some of the challenges that they may still face as somebody who's not as well seasoned?
Yeah, well, they're still going to have to face some challenges there, simply because you got to have the first flight sometime. And it's kind of a first flight, and it kind of isn't. It's on a well-proven rocket. The Falcon 9 has a pretty good safety record. We've really only lost a couple of them. But what they really have going for them is iterations. They've flown these things over and over and over. So they had an opportunity to perfect it. Does that mean that it's perfect? Certainly not. But it is sufficient to the point where not only SpaceX is comfortable with it, but if you listen to the NASA administrator and the folks that are involved in these kind of decisions, particularly during flight readiness reviews that have been going on for the last couple of weeks, they're confident. They have enough confidence to put those two astronauts on top of them. So what they have ahead of them is they'll learn something on this flight. Hopefully it'll go off without a hitch on Saturday. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. But they're going to learn some things. There's going to be something that didn't go quite right. There'll be something that can be improved upon. When you listen to the call during the launch, one of the last people you hear from is a flight test director. And that may seem a little odd that, we got two people on top of this rocket and we're about to send it off into orbit and we're still testing. But this is absolutely a test. The name of this mission is Demo 2. It's a follow-on Demo 1. Demo 1 was pretty much what you're going to see on Saturday, but without the astronauts. Every one of these things is a test, and it's a way to gather more data and to improve on things. The setback that SpaceX had, I don't even remember how long ago, it was sometime last year or maybe even the year before that, where they lost one of the Crew Dragon capsules on the pad because of some of the hypergolic fuels that are used on orbit. They're fuels that basically, if you put part A and part B together, you create an explosion. You point that explosion in the right direction, you got thrust. There was, I believe it was a leak that they basically lost that capsule. That capsule was all but pulverized. So that was a bit of a setback to them because they didn't get as much data as they would have hoped from something like that. You learn more from your failures than you do from your successes. So this is some of the most instrumented spacecraft ever. They're gathering tons and tons of data from it. So once we do get this launch off, they're going to be gathering lots of information and improving things.
So Tony, what's the relationship between NASA and SpaceX? Who's kind of responsible for what?
NASA is the customer. They put out the requirements, and SpaceX is the contractor fulfilling those requirements. It's kind of a similar relationship as the DoD would have with any of their contractors, if you're familiar with that world at all. That being said, though, there's a fair amount of oversight that NASA still has in this, particularly because of the human spaceflight aspect here. There are people on board this thing. There are former astronauts that are involved in all of those reviews. And somebody asked during one of the press conferences this week, who in NASA, if anybody, can raise their hand and say, no, something's not right, something's not safe. And the answer that was given by the administrator was anybody involved in the review panels. And SpaceX reiterated that they have a culture that they're trying to promote there, where anybody that's involved in building something can and should raise concerns as well. How much that actually happens, that remains to be seen. Don't know of any specific reports of it, but that's at least the story that they're telling.
Tony, in a moment, we're going to listen to some of that audio communication today as they came to the realization that the weather was going to be a no-go. Set this up for us. Who's doing the talking here? Is it NASA or is it SpaceX?
If it's the clip I think you're talking about, you're actually hearing an Air Force officer. So there is a wing of a part of the 45th Space Wing down at the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station that is responsible for forecasting weather all along the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, where there's additional launch pads. SpaceX is using one of the launch pads there in addition to the one that was in use today, the historic 39A launch pad. That's actually on the Kennedy Space Center side of things. They're responsible for forecasting weather involved in launches. They also provide weather forecast for the station itself whenever they're moving around equipment and want to know about things like winds and rain and that sort of thing. the person you were hearing there was called the launch weather officer, and they are on equal footing with anybody else that is giving the go no go call during that final pull before they decide to actually light it or scrub and wait until the next opportunity. But they are someone who is speaking for a larger team of experts, and many of those experts are very focused on looking at things like lightning, and that's kind of how things shook out today. There was a lightning concern that we can get into.
Yeah, let's listen to the audio here, and then we'll talk about that exact lightning concern.
Unless you can give us another 10 minutes, I don't think we're going to get there with any of the rules today.
I'm going to give you 10 minutes.
I mean, another 10 minutes past T0.
Oh,
16:45 local. I think we'll probably be clear on all the rules, but not quite going to make it for this.
Okay. We're going to check back in with you in about 2 minutes, and then I'll call it up at about T-minus 17 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's some of them are starting to count down, but we still have one above 2,000. So if that gets below.
So Tony was talking there a little bit as we came back about some of the liquid oxygen. You can explain that to us as well too. But Tony, what we were hearing there was about 20 minutes left in countdown, and they were so close, we think, to getting the weather rules all in agreement, and it just didn't come together.
Yeah, it just didn't line up quite right. They were keeping an eye on some cells out towards Orlando, and very excitedly noticing that the cells were starting to break up. I was watching them, live there as well. There's a rule that says several of the rules mention 10 nautical miles, which if you've ever been down in that area, runs out not quite to Titusville and I-95. So you're watching any of that weather between the Space Coast and Orlando to see if those cells are going to continue moving forward, going to continue building intensity, or are going to break up. And the positives were that it looked like they were breaking up, and they certainly were, but that's not the only consideration that they're making there. What they were mentioning was field mill generators, and they dot all around not just Air Force property and NASA property. As you're driving out along the beeline heading back towards Orlando, you might notice some very tall towers out in what look like swamps or farmers' field or something like that. These are more weather towers that exist further out towards Orlando, because as you can see, all the weather moves from the west to the east. So they're monitoring that as that goes along. These field mills, they're about the size of a large coffee can, and they have a spinning disc inside of them. And what they're doing is measuring the electric potential of the atmosphere, and they're measured in volts per meter. So there's everything has some level, some acceptable level, and it's about 1,000 to 1,500 volts per meter. There's that, and you can see all those circles with the plus sign through them. Those are all field mills. I don't know which ones particularly were violating, but there was enough of them violating where they were running up over 2,000 volts per meter. I heard on the weather loop that wasn't sufficient to clear in time. They did see that voltage potential going down, and they did say about, like they said, about 10 minutes after launch, conditions were right where they could have launched. So it's worth pointing out here too that this was an instantaneous launch. If that was a shuttle sitting on the pad and it had sufficient fuel, we might have been able to launch today, because the shuttle had a wide enough window. It carried extra fuel. It had some additional steering capability that was not designed into the Falcon 9. The Falcon 9 was designed more for efficiency. We know that we can come back the next day and try to launch again, but the shuttle was designed in such a way that we could launch as far as up to 10 minutes after the planned launch time and still steer back into that plane. But the Falcon 9, you launch the second that you planned on launching, or you don't launch. It's not a matter of throttling up and catching back up to where you planned on being. Once you're in the wrong orbital plane, you never catch up with station. So that's why it was set up that way.
So we've read through your tweet from earlier today, and it was kind of interesting seeing the different types of criteria needed to launch or to stop a launch. Mm-hmm. Do you want to kind of speak to more of some of these these different conditions that can get in the way of a launch occurring, or what it takes to
if you
actually
don't mind,
do it?
bring that graphic up, and you guys are the weather weenies here, so feel free to jump in on anything you see here that catches your eye. There's basically we'll call it three things that they're looking at. Precipitation is one of them. We don't want to launch through precipitation. That's just a no-go. The other thing is clouds, and the clouds kind of go two ways. There's a thick cloud rule that's in place. We have launched other missions through clouds, uncrewed missions, and you see a really brightening of the cloud as the plume goes through it. But for a crewed mission where we want to keep eyes on the vehicle, particularly during a test like this, where the high definition video, they're basically shooting through telescopes that are on these. They look like old World War II guns that can elevate and follow the track of the vehicle as it goes up. We want to keep eyes on that. So that thick cloud rule is another one. But the rest of the cloud rules, when you really look at them in depth, they are all about lightning. Anvil clouds. Once a cumulus cloud has matured and a storm has matured to the point where you start seeing those overshooting tops as it's touching the bottom of the stratosphere, that's the kind of thing that really worries a launch weather officer because it's got the potential to generate a lot of lightning. Lightning's very bad for rockets. I mentioned that earlier, how Apollo 12 was struck by lightning. Smoke in the area can trigger lightning. The rockets themselves can trigger lightning. That plume that is coming off the rocket can act as a bit of a grounding rod, and the lightning is drawn to the vehicle itself because it's trying to find that path to the ground, and the plume itself can create a path to the ground. So any potential for lightning in the area we want to avoid. A good percentage of those launch weather criteria that you see there is about avoiding lightning.
Yeah, Tony, I was going to say the lightning is concerned, but I could see two or three other ones, especially the convective debris one and the within 10 nautical miles of an anvil. Those were all met as well. So it wasn't, and I think it wasn't just one storm. They had storms exiting and also storms coming in. They were kind of surrounded. It was just a bad situation. As soon as I was looking at the radar and saw the lightning, I was like, this did not look good.
Yeah, the times when I'm down there, I definitely have radar on my phone out watching it, and you can watch the storms boil up. Little tiny cells boil up halfway between Orlando and the Space Coast. And it's that convective action as the sea breezes come on that really can create some of that. Didn't see a whole ton of that this afternoon. Really did this morning. Saw those boil up, move across, dissipate. We're mostly seeing more organized storms move across, or cells, I should say, move across Central Florida.
Hey, Tony, I have a question. What was the precise flight path? Was it to the northeast, southeast? What direction was it going to go?
All these flights are going to go to the northeast, and they're following the same inclination that the International Space Station has. So when you're looking at an orbit, everything's relative to the equator, and you measure that angle between the equator and wherever your flight path is, and it's I have the exact number. It's 50-some degrees, so it kind of runs up the East Coast, almost parallel to it. So anybody out in Eastern North Carolina, the next time we have a good launch, especially one at night, it's easier to see these at night because you got that plume to look for. But we should be able to see them definitely out from the easternmost part of North Carolina. But I think you've actually seen them a time or two in Charlotte.
Yeah, we got lucky with that sunrise launch because the sun was coming up and it illuminated the plume on the horizon, and it was spectacular. It freaked people out, but as soon as I saw it, I knew right away. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. It was just the perfect setup of lighting and angle and everything.
Brad, Venus freaks people out, so.
Well, Tony, I have a question. Where we're talking about the weather and it kind of scrubbed this launch. So what happens now? I mean, what do you think the mindset of these astronauts are? I mean, now you get pumped up for this, and now it's kind of wait a few more days.
I think this is a bit of muscle memory for them. It is not built up in their mind, maybe to the point where we think it might be, because they've done this so many times. There's a comment made on the broadcast today. Well, we got another good dry run. And in their minds, that's probably what this was, a more organized dry run with more cameras and more attention. They saw this as a positive thing. This was another chance to check out the suits. This was another chance to check out, make sure those Teslas would make it to the launch pad without any problems there. I didn't see any superchargers on the launch pad, so I guess those things were fully charged.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now, here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
The astronauts in there. It was another chance to see their families. They've been in quarantine for a good amount of time. That's normal. We always quarantine our astronauts before they go, something we learned back in the Apollo days. So they've done this so many times in simulations and dry runs and things like that, that this is kind of business as usual. This is their office. I'm sure they wanted to fly today, and they would have rather gone today than have to wait a couple more days. But it's another chance to do a little more study. It's another chance to work through some of these things in their heads. So in the end, it's a positive thing.
Tony, actually playing on the screen right now is some emotional video of them saying goodbye to their family, and it's most notable in these coronavirus times that they are 6 feet apart and social distancing. But I think you just hit upon it too, in that space is a very sterile environment, and there typically are some separation and some quarantine. Can you talk at all about, did coronavirus amplify that?
Not really. The main thing that the main impact that it had on this launch was in the support personnel. The folks that are working directly with the astronauts there, and this is the operations checkout building. It's existed since I believe the Gemini days, or definitely during the Apollo days. This is where there's some small apartments the astronauts stay in. There's some dining facilities. There's, of course, a kitchen there. And there's folks that support that. So there's fewer people involved with that. And the people involved with that were in their own quarantine as well. But this, that distancing you saw there, there used to be when the astronauts would arrive from Houston into the Kennedy Space Center, near that landing strip where their aircraft would come in, there was this drainage ditch, that the families would be on one side and the astronauts would be on the other. And that was where they said their goodbyes. So it's very common for the families to be separated from the astronauts just for their safety. One thing that's worth noting in that great video where you saw the two boys, the similarities with these two astronauts are kind of fun. They both have two boys about the same age. Both the astronauts are about the same age. They joined NASA. They were accepted into the astronaut class of 2000. There's a similarity there. They're both test pilots. One was in the Air Force, one was in the Marine Corps. They both married astronauts as well. And both of their wives have PhDs. One's an oceanographer, and the other is a mechanical engineer. But they're kind of similar in that regard. So it's really cool that they got to see their families here. And the one thing I really like about the Tesla is once those doors are shut and those guys are sealed in, the boys got to go up and wave goodbye to their fathers a little bit closer. You didn't get that in the Astra van. They just hopped on board and headed out there.
Kind of brings us right back around to that whole stylistic difference we're seeing now with SpaceX in 2020.
Did we think Elon Musk was going to put them on a motorhome and send them out there? No, he's going to send them out there like this. I did like the addition of the worm logo too, the old worm logo type.
I was going to ask you that. That was going to be my end question. But is that your preference over what I learned today is otherwise called the meatball?
The meatball, NASA has 3 logos. The meatball is what you see on the door there, and each one of those little items on there, the red swoosh represents aeronautics. You see some stars back there. Obviously, that's representing the space aspect of NASA. NASA's covering both aeronautics and space exploration. But the NASA logo, the stylized logo type, the worm logo we call it, I remember that from when I was growing up. So it's kind of nice to see it back. I don't have a preference personally. I think it's great to see them both.
Tony, is there anything maybe we didn't ask you about that was on your mind today that you think would be important to include in tonight's conversation?
Something to look for in the future. Well, obviously, we will keep an eye on the weather on Saturday and Sunday. The next launch opportunities, Saturday at 3:22 p.m. NASA's TV is going to start about 12:15 with coverage. So there'll be plenty of things to see there. There's a backup opportunity on Sunday at 3 o'clock, so hopefully we'll be able to get this thing off this weekend. But once that's finished, the next set of astronauts that go up on this Crew Dragon, I believe they're going to use all 4 seats. So we'll see this really starting to meet the demands that it was set out there for. And keep in mind that this isn't the only commercial human spaceflight effort that is out there that NASA is partnering with a commercial entity. Next, we're going to see Boeing. And we don't have dates on when that's going to be, but Boeing has a Starliner, is what they call their capsule. And it's going to be on top of an Atlas rocket, which is put out by United Launch Alliance. SpaceX builds both their capsule and their vehicle, and the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9. But there's an additional partnership with United Launch Alliance, which NASA has a long, long history with. Just about every uncrewed mission, all the robotic missions through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory that are out there studying the sun, studying Mars. We're going to have a launch of the Curiosity rover's twin, Perseverance, here in July. That's going to be on a United Launch Alliance rocket as well. That's a very well-proven rocket, too. It's actually the rocket I've seen launch the most. The times I've gone down there, mostly to see uncrewed launches. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Is the plan here to get some commercialized versions of the International Space Station up there orbiting?
That's one of the things that's being discussed, and it's certainly not going to be the last station up there. It is the most expensive, most complicated things humans have ever built. So I don't think SpaceX is going to be putting up their own version of this anytime soon. Are there commercial benefits to having an ability to do science and do manufacturing in low Earth orbit and taking advantage of the microgravity? Absolutely. We're doing things like we're even 3D printing human organs on station, something that you just can't do in the normal gravitational environment of Earth. You have to be up there in microgravity to do it. So there's applications. That's something that's going to happen. Is it going to happen in short order? Probably not. But there's definitely applications in space, and that's the direction things are going.
Tony, we appreciate your time. Our fingers are crossed that we can get this off the ground this weekend and return United States astronauts to the space station from U.S. soil. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And I think you've got some TV obligations coming up there in the Raleigh area. And so we'll let folks in that area know they can catch you here in a little bit on TV. And we appreciate you squeezing us into your very busy day.
Does anybody want to go on record and make weather predictions for Saturday? Or are we gonna launch on Saturday?
It's Florida, like you said, Tony. Someone asked me, "What's it look like?" Hey, if you, especially that time of day, mid-afternoon in Florida, basically at the end of May, early June, it's a 30-40% chance you can pretty much write it down. I think it'll be a lot like today. I think they just got to get lucky that they'll be in between storms right at that time.
And the weather's very different in Florida than it is here in the Carolinas, in that stuff will spin up and it'll move through. Florida's not a very wide state, so it can move through in just 2 hours time from coast to coast, and it'll be a bright sunny day.
Yeah, it's the same reason I always cringe when people have trips to Florida and they look at their app and go, "Oh, looks like it's going to rain every day," and I'm like, "That's every single day during the summer." And like you said, Tony, it'll pop up. Yeah, it'll pop up and be gone. You just got a 30-minute shower.
Our challenge again with these instantaneous launches is the weather's got to be right at that time. So what I tell folks, there's going to be another launch weather forecast that comes out here. The 45th Weather Squadron will put another one out probably on Friday. We'll definitely see one on Saturday. And when you see that go, no go percentage, follow me at RTP Hokie on Twitter. I always tweet these things out because they're a great source of information about what to look for. Don't get too wound up if the no-go percentage is too high. I've seen things be canceled for weather, again, because of what you described with Florida weather, in the high 90s for go. And I've seen things be canceled for exactly have the ability to launch with absolutely horrid looking conditions a day before or even the morning before. There's truly a 50-50 chance that we will launch on any given day, and it's either we go or we don't, and it's based on what the conditions are right then and there.
Tony mentioned during our broadcast tonight the Air Force 45th Weather Squadron, who was watching the weather very carefully down there and providing not only real-time conditions but forecasts for this and many other launches. We had the opportunity to have them on this show in January of 2018. There's a whole episode where we talked to them about all sorts of things, but we pulled the soundbite about lightning, and Tony showed it earlier, all those different lightning detectors. Let's just roll a little bit of that clip so we can hear straight from some members of the 45th, at least at the time here when this was recorded, about how they go about tracking some of those weather conditions.
And with the lightning, tell us about the threats that lightning would pose to a vehicle being struck on the pad, and then this may be something more for the active duty members, but tell us about the new lightning defense systems that are on the pads now.
So one of the major threats, again, for the range is lightning. And the reason why this is a threat is it poses a risk to the electrical system of the rocket. And it can actually cause a threat to the steering system. And so we want to make sure, and every time there's a lightning strike close to a pad where there's a rocket exposed, they have to kind of take it back into the hangar and run several tests to make sure that none of the circuits of the rocket got closed circuit or there was any damage to the steering system. Because again, and we have a sensor of 10 or a network of 10 sensors, very, very strategically positioned, and they are using the radio frequencies to be able to localize the different lightning step leaders. And so each step leader is sending out a signal, and via triangulation, we are locating that step leader. So with those sensors, we can start pinpointing cloud to cloud or cloud to ground lightning strikes. Right now, the resolution that we have is 50 meters. So we can localize, or we can pinpoint a lightning strike within 50 meters of the actual location where it's struck.
Some very interesting stuff. You can find that show in the Carolina Weather Group archive. We also have it looping this week if you're checking out our new nonstop Carolina Weather Net channel on YouTube and on Twitch. We want to switch gears now and talk a little bit about the surprise that was Tropical Storm Bertha today. We'll bring in Brad in a minute to talk about some of the lingering flooding concerns. It looks like we still have one of the two flash flood warnings right now at this 9 o'clock hour here in Charlotte, but I know Jared Smith in Charleston is on a tight time crunch as well, too. And Jared, you guys woke up in the, bullseye of this thing this morning.
Yeah, it started as we knew that something was going to happen. So I think that's the most important thing to note, is that the surprise was the naming. It wasn't necessarily the fact that we were going to have heavy rain, that we were going to have gusty winds, that we were going to have a marginal tornado threat. All of those things, we went into this knowing that that was a possibility. And we went into this knowing that there was a 20 to 30% chance that this thing could turn tropical. The Gulf Stream, much like you two, moves in mysterious ways. And so it was again this time. It just absolutely took off like a rocket. It started as a very strong velocity cup with the Weather Service in Charleston. It actually put out a special marine warning that ended up acting like a cone of uncertainty. Because during the time of that special marine warning, the National Hurricane Center bumped the probability up to 70%, and then by 8:30 they had classified it as Tropical Storm Bertha, just 30 miles offshore. And so we're like, oh, okay. So this is happening, and yeah, it came ashore. It was had some pretty good wind gusts. The buoy at the Edisto buoy went to 59 miles an hour, which was pretty good. 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts, some scattered power outages, especially as you got into Myrtle Beach. Wasn't that bad. We've had way worse. We had tornadoes last week, right? And we had even heavier rain. Of course, we had flooding downtown, as we often do, but we had that even worse last week. So, again, we kind of knew that there was going to be something here. The fact that it got named when it did, it was kind of like, okay. But you could see it. I mean, you could see it coming together on the radar. And And that guy, it started developing a little eyes. Like, wait a second. You start to see that it's expanding out from being this water spout producing supercell to something a little bit more, a little bit broader. So, it was caught us by surprise a little bit as far as that development. But again, we knew that this was going to kind of be how it went. There was nothing really surprising about that part. No major problems here in Charleston aside from the flooding that we're used to. But now it's just going to go up the gut and send a bunch of rain up there. We did set a rainfall record at the airport today, 2.08 inches, new record. Breaks a record set in 1977 of 2 inches straight on the dot. So we got another pretty good deluge of rain after the bone dry start to May. So yeah, it was an interesting day. I'm still getting comments tonight on Twitter and Facebook saying, "Oh wait, there was a tropical storm." What? It's like I was too busy. My favorite one right here is I was too busy disinfecting everything to know that there was a tropical storm. So to give you a general idea of what kind of event Bertha was here, really wasn't that big. But
did you say that we're up the gut? Because that's what I took away from what you just said.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's running. You do a little football analogy here. We're just going right up. It's doing the old Hugo. God, the track parallels to Hugo were kind of fascinating, actually. And fortunately, there were no parallels as far as intensity, so that was good. So that got some locals, buzzing a little bit as far as like, ooh, that looks familiar. We've seen that before. But yeah, at landfall, the Hurricane Center said it had 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, Shay Gibson, our panelist, he helps maintain a pretty dense mesonet of weather stations here, and really along the southeast and with weather flow, and they didn't see anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see kind of what the postmortem looks like on this. I'm going to be very interested to see how this goes. I know that, and I'll tell you what, it's like the local weather service had everything, nailed down and ready to go. And so to switch to tropical mode just on the fly like that, usually they have some time to prepare for that. Today, they had to just flip-flop into tropical operations, and kudos to the weather service in Charleston for making that just so seamless. They did such a wonderful job keeping everything flowing, keeping everybody informed. So not an easy day for anybody in weather, to put it mildly.
Well, Brad, your colleague to the south, Chief Meteorologist Efron Afante at WLTX, had a graphic. I was just looking to see if he tweeted it. I saw it on the air earlier that kind of just did a timeline, and I'm going to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but it was essentially 5:30 advisory, 20% chance, 7:30 advisory, 70% chance, and then somewhere at like 9:30 it was like landfall. Jared mentioned the tornadoes.
I think when that 70% came out, it was probably already a tropical system.
Probably. They needed to get a little bit closer for all those sensors, I guess.
Yeah. It brings up a good point. I think Jared was exactly spot on. It's funny how this just getting a name makes a big deal of it, but literally the forecast and impact, nothing changed. It's like I joked all day. It's like, hey, our rain now has a name. It's like pretty much, we were forecasting the flood threat. The timing was exact. I was calling it a tropical low for the last 3 days. I really wasn't referring to it as a tropical wave because it looked like it was going to have some spin to it. All those short range guidance had some rotation. But it is interesting that it gets a name, and it's, the B storm. It's weird. It's the third time in the last 10 years we've had the B storm before June 1st. So that is rare, but it's happened a lot more frequently in the last 10 years. And I looked it up today, and I'm pretty sure, I think it tied for the third or fourth earliest B storm on record, at least formation-wise. But it's probably going to set a record for the shortest duration tropical system because I think it was last year we had the A storm. Was it Andrea? Only like 3/4 of a day did it maintain tropical characteristics. So this will be interesting to see what kind of longevity stats it's going to come up with. But the thing to remember about these is, I think as a communicator with the public, is the name really isn't important. It's the impacts. And I think if people focus on the impacts more, the name is not that big of a deal. For instance, everybody was freaking out about this today, but it honestly did less damage and issues to us than a cutoff no-name low last week, which plagued us with flooding for 4 days, tornadoes, straight line winds. So it's a really good wake-up call about how we communicate weather impacts. I know for insurance purposes, especially on the coast, that the naming is a big deal for deductibles and stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, the overall impacts did not change at all just because we gave it a name today.
Can you talk about how last week's weather, and I don't mean to make any assumptions in the question, set us up for the flooding risk today, how it all kind of came together?
Oh, I've been fascinated by watching the flooding. We had a lot of flooding in Charlotte, a lot of creeks, and I saw a couple creeks come up with only 1.25 inches of rain. That's almost, I never seen that happen. The problem was everything's saturated. That 1.25 inches of rain went right into the creek. Nothing soaked in. So we had several creeks flood almost instantaneously because of the 4 to 6 inches of rain we had last week. There's just, it's like a wet sponge, trying to clean up a wet table with a wet sponge. You just spreading the water around. You're not really soaking anything up. And so today we actually set a rainfall record as well. I'm glad Jared brought that up because I had to check. In Charlotte, we did set a rainfall record for today as well. 1.55 broke, or 1.64 broke the old record of 1.55 in 1981. So I think that's the 9th or 10th 1 inch or more rainfall in a day this year. I think that's a record for this early in the year as well. So yeah, last week's rain really set the table for the flooding issues today. And we're going to see a lot of the creeks and streams continue to rise in the next 24 hours because this is all running off back into the Catawba, the Rocky River. It's flowing into the PD. I bet you're going to see some pretty substantial and surprising crest on some of these rivers because people don't expect the little bit of rain we got today to cause a quick jump in water levels. And just watch any of the storms that pop up the next 2 days. They'll be more scattered, but any one of those is probably going to produce flash flooding pretty quickly.
I've been doing a lot of talking in this episode. I want to just pause for a moment and see if anyone else wants to hop in so I don't steal all the questions.
I'll just say, normally with these tropical systems, the foothills really, we really wring out the moisture, but it's not been too bad up this way. It's more like Brad said, along the 77 corridor onto the east where most of the flooding has been. Last week, it was a lot of rain as well, but we didn't see as much flooding because of the breaks and things that happened. We didn't see a lot of flash flooding. So we've got lucky, but like Brad said, I think it's time to dry out for a few days. It's been awful saturated.
The good news too is this thing was moving. If it was 6 miles per hour slower, I think we would have major issues in the Charlotte area because we started seeing the water come up real quickly right at the tail end of that last rain band. If it stuck over us a little bit longer, I think we would have a lot of water rescues and a lot of issues in Charlotte. So I think we got pretty lucky with that forward speed, almost moving 25, 30 miles an hour by the time it got up our way. I think what's interesting is one of the comments I've been getting a lot today, and I think this is always one that's kind of the public sees these early storms and they go, uh-oh, looks like a bad season. And then honestly, it doesn't really mean a whole lot for the season. I mean, we might go 2 months now without seeing another tropical system, though. I don't know. Next week in the Gulf looks kind of interesting. But I think it's one of those things, these homegrown systems early in the season, stalled fronts, MCVs that are over water. This is kind of par for the course. This isn't really all that crazy. The only thing that would have me concerned, and Jared brought this up, is how warm the water is in the Gulf Stream and in the Gulf of Mexico. I think the sea surface temperatures are something I'll be watching a lot this hurricane season. But, if we have a busy season and they're all fish storms, nobody's going to say anything about these later on in the season.
And we'll remind folks that last week the Hurricane Center came out with their outlook for the season, and it was kind of at or above normal range.
Yeah, it looked a lot like last season. Honestly, when you look at the numbers, it's almost like a regurgitation of last season's exact numbers we got. So, those above the seasonal forecasts get a lot of publicity, and there is some skill in them. Some of the forecasters do an amazing job, but the thing I always caution the public is the number of storms does not mean anything to you. One storm hitting you is a bad season. So I always bring up 1992, Hurricane Andrew, first storm of the season, one of the worst storms in U.S. history, the A storm. I think we ended up with 7 total named storms the entire season. but everyone will remember that season for Andrew. They won't. No one's going to go, 1992 was a great hurricane season. We only had 7 storms, So the number isn't always important. It's the 2 or 3 that end up affecting you that really defines the season, in my opinion.
Brad, let me ask you a non-hurricane question, a lifestyle question for Charlotte and I think beyond. It's been raining so much lately, I haven't been able to get out and cut my lawn, tend to the garden.
Oh.
When am I going to be able to do that?
I think this weekend, this cold front, I think this, if we didn't have all this rain.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, Will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
A lot about this cold front in early June. I mean, it's going to, Monday and Tuesday, we're going to be in the low to mid 70s in Charlotte, with morning lows in the 50s. That's the first 2 days of June. And dew points in the 40s, that's like heaven. So it is interesting to see that after this rainy pattern, we're going to get this great treat of weather to kick off the meteorological summer. So people will get the chance to mow their lawn and let their yard dry out. I've been pretty happy because my lawn looks amazing this year.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, we got so warm so early. I was able to get the fescue like in shape, and then getting rain. I haven't turned my irrigation on once. It's been amazing. The problem is just getting out in the yard to work on it. It's just been so wet. And if you're trying to do a garden, it's been tough. Your plants are getting drowned out. So this weekend things dry out, and next week looks a lot better, and we get back to typical summer weather. It looks like by the end of next week. I think pools will start opening, and now that we're getting to phase 2 of the reopening as well, I think people kind of want it to warm up and dry out so they can enjoy some of those summer activities.
Scotty, we had a big NASCAR race kick off this past weekend in Charlotte. They got in the Coca-Cola 600. It went to overtime after a long weather delay, but there's still some more races they're trying to get in, right? Can you give us a weather sports update?
Can you see the bags under my eyes? I mean, it's been a long couple of days. We had rain for the Coca-Cola 600, made it the longest race, 607 miles. I think it was almost a 6-hour race with that hour and about 15-minute rain delay. Tuesday and Wednesday, we got off without a hitch. Tonight, tonight we had rain ending around the 8 o'clock start time, but the problem was it's going to take about 2.5, 3 hours to dry the track with all the humidity around. So that would be a start time of about 11:30, and that's just not the best for folks who are wanting to watch on TV. So we're going to try again tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. out at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Weather looks good unless we get one of those pop-up thunderstorms around the area. So I'll be watching for some storms in the vicinity. Hopefully they all stay away from the track and we can get this race in, because they turn around in their shops on Friday and they head to Bristol, Tennessee on Sunday and Monday for this very condensed every other day, it seems like, racing right now for NASCAR to get called back up from all the missed races.
It's like the baseball schedule, but for NASCAR.
It is. I mean, and I was on a chat with the team out at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and they were all just dragging because it's long days. Teams come in early in the morning. They have to go through all the COVID screenings, and just makes for a very long day out the track, and then you have to deal with the rain. So I know they are ready for it to clear out and get the racing back underway. So yeah, we'll try again tomorrow night.
Scotty, I think I was cracking up. We do a lot with NASCAR, and it's just so funny. We're going to cram all these races in the Carolinas in a 2-week period, and the 2 weeks we have it's like the wettest 2 weeks of the entire spring.
It's funny. One of the folks we work with at the track, Brad, they said, maybe this is God telling us we shouldn't have started this early.
I mean, it all made sense to have all these races regionally, but it's like, what a horrible time. It's like we've been just getting soaked and washed out. I did want to tell you one thing about Bertha, guys. I was just looking something up real quickly because I was thinking about it. The accumulated cyclone energy for Bertha. Look at this chart. The named storm day for Bertha was only half a day. I believe that is going to be a record for the shortest duration name, and 0.4 accumulated cyclone energy. So if you look at the chart here, it shows observed versus climatology. Even though we've had 2 early season storms, it's barely above climatology. So I've always liked looking at this metric, because if you're not familiar with this metric, it basically shows intensity of storm and duration of storm. It comes up with a calculation called accumulated cyclone, or ACE. And I think it's a really good metric for trying to see how active a hurricane season is. So even though we've had 2 storms, you can see it's kind of accumulated cyclone energy of almost nothing.
I was just looking because I had lost track of it, and I was like, is it still a depression? It is still a depression right now, because I was like, I wonder how long it's going to actually hold on to this Bertha name. But
Yeah, one of the naming regimes for the Hurricane Center, once a storm is downgraded to a depression, it keeps the name even as a depression until it becomes a remnant low. So it will be Tropical Depression Bertha, and probably till at 2 a.m. I bet the 2 a.m. advisory tonight it'll get dumped, if not earlier, maybe 11.
It's still in there. Let's see. Yeah, 2 a.m. Thursday, it's still a tropical cyclone as a depression, and then 2 p.m. Thursday, if we're just looking at the cone mile markers, it's post-tropical depression Bertha somewhere over Pennsylvania, just to keep us on our toes. So we'll see. Brad, thank you for your time. I know your day's been very busy. Your week's been very busy. One last plug for Weather School. You got a couple more days of that left, right?
Yeah, 2 more days of Weather School. We will have, I believe if my numbers are correct, without our glitches, I think exactly 60 episodes of Weather School
DVD
since
box
the beginning of March. That's pretty impressive that we've been able to do that every single day at 1 o'clock. We've done a weather segment online live and on YouTube. So 2 more days of the school year. I will be happy. I love doing them, but I'll be honest with you, it's made for some long days. Especially when you have to get up and start at 11 o'clock producing this thing and get your day rolling, and then try to teach 2 kids in your house their homeschooling as well. So it's been an interesting. I love it, but I love the fact that it's all online, James. That's the great thing about it, is that archive is there now, and people can go back and use these. They're evergreen. They're going to be able to go back, and that playlist is on the WCNC's YouTube channel, and you can go watch them and use them for lessons in the fall, next spring, whenever. They're always going to be there. So that's the cool thing about it.
Absolutely. Do want to acknowledge you guys have been working real hard on those. You've been doing some long days because you've still got television due until 11:35 at night. But yeah, WCNC.com/weather school will take you over to that playlist, and they'll live there forever. And so a lot of hard work, and now you've got this great archive that folks can utilize at any point. We'll let folks know that, as always, you can check out the Carolina Weather Group podcast, the audio version of the podcast on Spotify or on Apple Podcasts. If you're on Apple Podcasts, we'd love for you to leave us a rating and a review. It certainly does help. You can always watch the show live when we do these roundtable discussions by joining into the conversation on YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, Twitch. And as I mentioned earlier, we're experimenting with a new nonstop channel called the Carolina Weather Net on YouTube. So you may see episodes just like this one repeating at a future time in a wheel. We will be back on all of our streaming platforms this weekend for the launch of SpaceX Demo 2. And we leave you tonight with some sound from astronaut Christina Cook. She spent almost a year aboard that International Space Station starting in 2019, and she is a graduate of NC State, and she had this to say about the mission, and she spoke earlier today with NASA TV.
Thank you, Marina. I now have the distinct pleasure of being joined by one of NASA's record-setting astronauts and a recent resident aboard the International Space Station, Christina Cook. Christina, thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dan.
Christina, we're coming up on 20 years of continuous human presence on the space station, and you were one of those humans. What's it like to see a new milestone like this launch unfold after so much history already?
So much history indeed. It is really just such a testament to NASA. Not only are we pushing the boundaries of knowledge and discovery and exploration, but we're pushing the boundaries on how we accomplish that mission. We're bringing in commercial partners. We're fostering a space economy. So we're making sure that we're always pushing forward, always taking that next step. I think it's such a privilege to be part of an organization that recognizes if we're not actually making steps and innovating every single time we do this, then we're not truly answering humanity's call to explore and to push those boundaries.
Christina, I know Bob and Doug are veterans themselves, but what advice do you have for Bob and Doug, given your experience as a long-duration station crew member?
Well, being able to live on board the International Space Station and work there is just such a privilege. You know, you're a steward of this amazing laboratory that's bringing so many benefits down to Earth and also learning how we can push farther into the universe. So it is quite an honor, and I think that's the main thing about how it feels to be up there for a long duration. You know, in terms of advice, Bob and Doug have been great mentors for me. They've given me advice for so many years. It's strange to be the one who could be in a position to offer them anything. But I would say that as, you know, shuttle flyers, they used to participate in missions that were really, really intense, go, go, go all the time. Long-duration spaceflight is more of a marathon than a sprint. So I would tell them to take that moment, enjoy it, and, you know, really welcome the opportunity to have part of your mission be taking it all in and sharing that with the people that got you there.
Thanks again, Christina. Always a pleasure to hear from you and fantastic words. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We welcome you to our latest edition of our little podcast, Weather Live Stream. And we're going to be talking about an interesting project tonight, the Snow Impact Project. You may have heard about this project just recently released out on social media. NOAA and NASA and a lot of different entities working on better forecasting winter storms, and especially along the East Coast here where we live. That will be helpful because we know a variation in just a few miles can mean all the difference in snowfall forecasting. Tonight we have with us Lynn McMurdy. She's kind of leading up this research project. She is a associate professor at the Department of Atmospheric Science from the University of Washington. So, you know, last year on our 300 show, we were talking about the states that we've not had guests from. So we can mark Washington off that list. So now we're down to, I think, 6 states that we've not had any guests from. So, Lynn, welcome to the show tonight. Definitely happy to have you. And I know it's a busy time as we're in the midst of this research project. So tell us a little bit about the project and maybe how it got us started and how you guys came together to get this idea and get the ball rolling.
Sure, happy to do that. I'm excited to be able to tell you all about it. So as you know, being a NASA project, our name of our project is an acronym because everything is acronyms with NASA. And the name is called IMPACTS, and it stands for the Investigation of Microphysics and Precipitation for Atlantic Coast Threatening Snowstorms. So in its name, it tells you a little bit about what we're doing. So I'm leading this project with I don't even know how many people I'm working with, probably hundreds. It's funded by NASA. It's a very large program that's a 5-year project. In the middle 3 years, we'll be doing gathering data and gathering cases to study. And it's part of their Earth Venture Suborbital call for projects. And this means instead of NASA funding somebody's idea about satellites, this is using aircraft. So suborbital means below the orbit of the Earth. So the main way that we are performing our investigation is through aircraft observations. So what we're trying to do is, as you well know, snowstorms, which occur all winter in this part of the country, are pretty difficult to forecast. They're fairly complex systems. They consist of large cloud shields that can be as far as Florida, way up into Canada. And within those big complex cloud parts of the storm, there's narrow bands of more intense snowfall. We call them snow bands. And it's that those smaller scale features, usually near the low center of the storm itself, that we are specifically trying to investigate. We're trying to understand the processes that form the snow bands, that make how they change as a storm evolves, and why some storms have a lot of snow bands and others have like absolutely none, yet they both are producing snow. So that's kind of the science focus of it. And our observational strategy involves primarily 2 aircraft. One of them will fly high above the clouds. It's NASA's ER-2. It can fly at 20 kilometers elevation, which is 68,000 feet, or twice as high as a commercial aircraft. And it has equipped with remote sensing instrumentation. So everybody's probably familiar with weather radars. This airplane has 4 different radars, all different wavelengths. So they're sensitive to different portions of the storm. There's one that's a cloud radar, so it can see the small cloud size drops, and others are more rain and snow radars. They see the bigger drops. It also has microwave radiometers, and those are types of instruments that we often fly on satellites to measure precipitation from space. So that ER2 flies above the clouds way up high and looking at the storm remotely. And underneath, in coordination, observing the same portion of the storm is the NASA's P3 Orion, and it flies inside the clouds, and it has a multitude of instrumentation, and the major ones are these cloud and precipitation probes, which actually essentially take pictures and count the sizes and the pictures of the snowflakes as they form. We fly it at different levels, so you see where the beautiful dendrites form, where the needles form, and then fly underneath, and they aggregate into large, big blobs of snow that eventually falls on the ground. We also have some ground instrumentation specifically for this project, and that includes a whole array of different radars and other snow measuring equipment, mostly on Long Island with my colleagues at Stony Brook. So one of the things you asked me to mention is like who's involved. So obviously I have a large crew of people involved with NASA, but the National Weather Service is also involved. They are sending up extra rainwind sondes, so we measure the profile of the atmosphere more frequently during these snowstorms. We just request them to, can you please put up some more at Albany and at their usual places. They'll add more rainwind sonde launches when we're flying, at the time periods that we're interested in. So they've been really helpful, and they're also been extremely helpful with helping my student and grad student and postdoc forecasters, trying to give them some local expertise.
Flying in a winter type of storm, does it present any additional challenges versus like the hurricane hunters who fly in warm core systems?
Well, that's a good question. The two different systems are pretty different. The hurricane hunters typically fly fairly high, and what they're doing is trying to get different profiles of the environment of the hurricane and try to get a good estimate of what the central pressure is. So they're kind of after a different kind of problem, and they fly fairly high, so they're well away from any kind of icing problems. So for us flying in snowstorms in the winter, this last case, we actually flew, it was rain on the surface, but the structure of the storm was the same. So we flew in it, but icing was an issue that we had to watch out for. I think our main challenge is getting airspace to do the maneuvers that we want to do to sample these storm systems. But so far, the air traffic controls have been extremely helpful and very accommodating. On our first flight, we were kind of messing around in upstate New York and Vermont, but then we wanted to go across Long Island. And when you looked at, there's these, apps called like FlightAware, you can watch where all the airplanes are. They kind of cleared out a corridor and let our plane go through. It was like, oh man, that is very, that was really great of them to do that for us. So even though it's challenging but we're trying to do our best to not demand too much and we do whatever they tell us to do.
Is your aircraft on FlightAware? Is it something people can track when you're on these?
Yeah, it is something people can track. Yeah, definitely.
According to the website I found, which is a NASA website, it's November 806 NA and November 809 NA. So
I just couldn't remember where the N and the NA were. So
we like to make it difficult in aviation.
Yeah. So these airplanes, especially NASA flies a lot. So does NOAA, and my colleagues who get National Science Foundation funds can also request the NOAA or NASA flights. And so they're very experienced crew in field campaigns like this. And each one has its unique way of doing operations. I think we're not doing anything really clever, fancy, different, and never been done before. And a lot of our instrumentation has been used in many other projects. And in some ways that's good. It's kind of less risky. And we'll get good data right away. And So it's banking on the experience from other campaigns.
So I know specifically the focus of this project is for snow bands, but does some of this data also feed into freezing rain and sleet forecasts as well?
It might, yes. I think what we're doing at this stage is we're first looking for any storm we can find. The banded structures can result in different things at the surface. The bands form aloft, so at those levels, that's always below freezing. And then the structure at the very lowest levels, the airplanes can't observe because you're going to crash them because you're flying so close to the surface. So if it happens to be a situation where there's pre-existing cold air down at the surface, and that happens to turn into freezing rain instead of snow because it's warmer aloft, then yes, we will inform that. So I've told others that snow bands are our wish list, are the main thing we want to get for. But if the storm happens to be warmer than your usual winter storm, the structures are similar and we can still learn the science of what makes those structures. Why does it organize in these narrow bands that are maybe related to the low pressure center deepening or maybe not. There's different hypotheses that we're testing, and we can test them with a variety of storms, including ones that have freezing rain and things like that.
Lynn, just off the cusp thinking, this may, correct me if I'm wrong, may be able to help predict or maybe forecast where we could actually see those intense bands set up where we see thunder snow. Is that?
Oh, that would be, thanks for mentioning the thunder snow, because for this year on the ER2, we do have an instrument that measures the electric field, which then relates to lightning. So if thunder snow happens to occur, we will actually learn some really fascinating stuff. They've never flown this instrument in situations where in winter storms. So you're correct that one of the applications of the data that we're collecting should help us improve forecasting in a variety of ways. The first way is we will understand the processes much better. So the science will elevate our knowledge base. But then the direct measurements of those snow crystals and the environment they're forming in, and what the liquid water content, the temperature, all these other parameters, these are things that our numerical models are also predicting, but we have to do that what we call using microphysical schemes. It's kind of like an algorithm that figures out how to do this, and they're invariably wrong, so that we don't have that portion of our numerical model very well constrained. And by having these direct measurements, we can see which one of these variety of microphysical schemes that you have a choice to use when you run a forecast model, which one is the most correct for these kinds of storms. They make assumptions like how much is made into snowflakes, how much is made into solid ice, how much remains in cloud liquid water. There's those things are assumed in the numerical models, but we will measure those so we can tell the models, no, you're wrong. I don't care how much snowfall comes out of that model, you're still not getting it right for the right reason. So that's one of our key applications, is hopefully down the road making improvements in our numerical models.
What's it like? I mean, this has got to be probably the most difficult part of the research.
Yes, it is. Where it takes us all week to figure out, like, how would we fly this forecast that's 85 hours out. So far, everything's gone great. We've been lucky, but we haven't flown a lot of cases yet. As you know, it's been kind of a quiet winter, but maybe that's a good thing. So we will be back again next year, and we hope for a really active year, and we really know how to go about this. So this is, even if we don't fly a lot this year, we'll have learned a lot. We will have gotten pretty good data, and we're ready for a better year in the next two.
Some of these ideal winter storms can be quite massive and stretch all the way from the southeast to the northeast. Right. Mm-hmm. Is it possible for the planes to cover the southeast on day one and then get to the northeast in time for the deepening low pressure?
We would love to do that. The trouble is that these storms kind of move a little too fast. The way when you work with aircraft, there's a certain amount of time that they can fly because of how much fuel they can take, and also for crew duty. So they're very, very strict with how long a pilot can be operating the plane. The ER2, the one that flies really up here, high, is there's only one person on the plane, and that's the pilot. So, and he wears a spacesuit. He's almost beyond the atmosphere. He's so high up. So he has to, we have to be sure that that person is within the safe range. So total crew duty is 12 hours. That includes the
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And then landing in the post-flight routine. And then we are required to give them 12 hours off before we require them to show up again. So if my storm would move really slowly, I could probably do that.
Well, and I know you mentioned that next year, the project's still going to be going on. How long is it set for at the moment?
We're here now, and we're here to the end of February. And then next year, approximately the same, another 6-week window, we'll be out here in the following year. So 3 winters.
Emergency management. Maybe if they, we get this research about where these heavier snow bands, like forecasting, maybe emergency management, that's where they put their assets at. I was just wondering if, who all you can see the benefits from this research.
Yes, I can see like the public at large, and of course the emergency management is part of that because they are the communicators from the forecasters to the public, and they kind of make decisions about how to respond to any kind of threat like a snowstorm. So I could see the public being, benefiting a lot in the long run. It's always hard to see the direct benefit. I'm going in, geeking out about the great science I'm doing, but understanding these snowstorms better and then using that understanding to improve our forecasting. And when our forecasting is done better, and especially in terms of the distribution of snow and where those bands occur, and do they set up, and if it's one kind of storm, do we expect to get a lot more of these banded structures and therefore more localized regions of heavy snowfall, or do we see that a different kind of storm would not have that, and so there maybe be less of a worry? So yes, indeed, that'll eventually benefit the public, our understanding, and then applying that understanding to better forecasting, and better forecasting will help the managers be able to react in a timely manner to inform the public.
I know it's kind of early into the project. What's the feedback been like so far?
Thumbs up. It's great. We love it. We have, when the type of instruments we fly on the P3 are kind of finicky and difficult instruments, so some of them have not been operating at the top as they could be, so that's some of the feedback. We're trying to correct some problems or fix an instrument or two. The data that I've been looking at looks really good, I think. What you kind of is exciting is you look at it and go, I don't know what's going on. When you have that kind of reaction, that's actually a good thing because it means you're going to learn something new. So I'm excited about that. So far, I think everything we've collected really high quality data. We haven't lost anything. Like sometimes, your biggest worry is like somebody forgot to flip the switch and it didn't record. Like, oh no, don't do that. So far, everybody knows what to do. They got all the switches turned on. Everything's good. And so far it looks great. So we just need more storms. That's all I need.
Well, we need some more storms too. We're hoping.
I know. We all need more storms.
We need some more storms too. Well, Lynn, it's been a fantastic discussion. I'm going to go ahead and close out. So everyone, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We hope you've enjoyed this discussion. Lynn, I want to ask you, if you don't mind, if people want to follow along with the project, I know you have some social media platforms they can follow. How can they do that?
Boy, I should have wrote this down. So the one I know for sure is our Twitter account, which is at Snow with a capital S and then Impacts, IMPACTS.
Awesome. We follow here on the Carolina Weather Group, and I personally follow the Snow Impacts on Twitter. So get some great information there. You get some behind the scenes photos and things like that. So Lynn, thanks so much for joining us. We want to thank you for watching the Carolina Weather Group, and we will see you on our next episode.
I'm James Brierton. A special edition of the Carolina Weather Group starts right now. These are pictures out of western North Carolina in the first daybreak after devastating flash flooding from Tropical Depression Fred. Good evening. I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we are live with you on this Wednesday, August the 18th, 2021. Our panel is assembled here again tonight. We have Jared Smith in Charleston, South Carolina, and Evan Fisher in Asheville, North Carolina. So many of our friends and neighbors in Western North Carolina still dealing with the aftermath of Tropical Depression Fred, with ongoing flooding that the word aftermath just doesn't do it justice. This is a situation that is still very much active and ongoing for these folks. And states of emergency remain in effect tonight because of the devastation that is being felt in some of these places, including reports tonight that we're learning out of Haywood County in North Carolina, where some 35 people remain unaccounted for. If you were with us last night during our live coverage, you'll remember that the National Weather Service and Emergency Management had issued a flash flood emergency, the highest and most severe of the flash flood bulletin tier, as the Pigeon River overflowed its banks, cresting at nearly 20 feet. And some incredible imagery that we'll show you in just a moment of what the town of Canton looks tonight. Let's start on that note and bring in Evan Fisher, who is in Asheville, the closest to the epicenter where this devastation, this flooding was seen in countless places across the mountains, Evan.
Yeah, absolutely, James. This damage was widespread. Just about every community in the mountains and into the foothills saw swollen creeks and in many instances flooded roads, washed out bridges, and damage to homes and businesses. It was a very scary day across the region yesterday afternoon. As we got towards the mid to late afternoon hours, we saw the rain rates really pick up and go through the roof, and rivers swole and became unmanageable, and all these roads became suddenly impassable. Like you said, James, Haywood County, Canton, Clyde area, they were the hardest hit. That was truly the epicenter of this event, where nearly 10 inches of rain fell up on the mountain. And here you're looking at a photo from Canton, North Carolina. This is drone footage showing earlier, actually, I believe yesterday evening in Canton.
I think they were taken today in the aftermath. These are some of the first daylight photos, I believe.
Wow, that's incredible. The water was still that high. Yeah, I mean, you can see the water into buildings and businesses there in downtown Canton. Wow, that is an incredible shot right there. I hadn't even seen this one myself. So exactly, like you mentioned, James, the water all came rushing down off of the mountains to the west of Asheville into Canton and Clyde. That's what prompted the flash flood emergency and the evacuations in low-lying areas. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, we have 35 people still unaccounted for. We certainly hope that number plummets down to zero and everyone checks in and is found safe. But it's a concerning look 24 hours after the event wrapped up.
Yeah, the best case scenario is those 35 people sought higher grounds and just have yet to check in with family, friends, or officials. But that number is now up at this 9 o'clock hour from 30 earlier in the day. And so if you happen to leave town and have not yet checked in, they are looking to account for all of the residents here of the town of Canton. And we do thank the photographers at A Shot Above for allowing us to show you these pictures tonight, because pictures are unfortunately worth 1,000 words, and telling you that a river overflows banks is one thing, but to show you what that means for a town like Canton and other communities in Haywood County along the Pigeon River is absolutely breathtaking. And I think we saw that firsthand, Evan, with your viewing of some of these pictures for the first time.
We did, absolutely. There were multiple swiftwater rescues throughout Haywood and Buncombe County and down towards Transylvania as well. We are quite thankful to not have heard of any official fatalities yet, and we do hope that continues and that those 35 people show up safely.
We have been monitoring information from Haywood County, who are, as Evan mentioned, continuing to do the search and the rescue and the securing of their town tonight. And as soon as we get information from them on some verified ways that you at home can help these neighbors and others across Western North Carolina through donations and charities, we're to pass that along. Evan, you're in Asheville, and you traveled out yesterday. We looked at some of these pictures yesterday, but I was hoping for folks who maybe weren't with us last night, you can let people know what else you saw yesterday as some of the rivers, creeks, and streams, the countless of them across Western North Carolina, were overflowing their banks. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so I went out and drove around my hometown of Fairview, North Carolina, which is about 8 to 10 miles southeast of Asheville, down a little bit closer towards Chimney Rock, if you're familiar with the area. And I went out about mid-afternoon when the rainfall rates really went through the roof and drove down towards Bat Cave and Chimney Rock, which is in the Hickory Nut Gorge, a very flood-prone area where water just funnels down through large crevices in the rocks, and it's more of a canyon than anything else. Went down and scoped out the Broad River, and there was widespread flooding on it. The main highway was actually closed halfway down the gorge, and I could not go any further. Water was lapping up into some homes right there along the main highway, Highway 74. Then I did circle back towards Fairview, my hometown, and by the time I got back, it was a totally different scene than when I left an hour and a half prior. When I left my home, I drove down roads that when I returned were fully submerged in 2 to 3 feet of water. The water had come roaring down off of the mountains and higher elevations, and truly Cane Creek, our local main waterway, had swollen up to a degree that I had not seen in my 8 years of living here. There was water where I've never seen water before. 2 of the 3 access points to the valley in which I live were cut off by flooding. It was very scary for a while, watching the round after round of heavy rain come in and knowing that so many neighbors and members of the community were going to be dealing with the cleanup for days and weeks following.
Some additional pictures to share with folks tonight on this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. This video shot by Austin Taylor in the city of Boone in Watauga County, where you can see water spilling into the streets and parking lots. This photo showing what looks to be a single car in a parking lot, now covered by water instead of pavement. Another vehicle with looks to be a pickup, water up to its bed. And you can see some of the rapid movement of a lot of this water and that flash flooding in a nutshell. Quick moving water spilling into places where it's not supposed to be. And now in the hours afterwards, the conversation turns to, well, where did all this water go? Let's bring in Jared Smith. He's looking at river flood gauges at this hour. And Jared, this water is going to be running off through the water basin for the next couple of days.
It sure is. I think one bit of good news that we can take away from this is that we do not have any more gauges in major flood stage. That is some good news. Another bit of good news is that this is not going to go east. This is a lot of this rain fell away from the escarpment, and it is going to drain out west a little bit, maybe a little bit, more capacity for that. We still have some rivers in flood. That's going to be certainly an issue here. The French Broad River at Blantyre, I hope I got that right, it looks like its crest around 20.44 feet. And is continuing to fall here, but still in moderate flood stage for the next little bit. Should fall below flood stage by Friday. So that's some good news there. Again, this is it's going to go and it's going to dissipate down. But the French Broad still is obviously very problematic here. We still have a minor flood stage now at Fletcher. We have a minor flood stage at Asheville, but this is almost, the good news is that this is almost below flood stage at Asheville. So that's some really good news. And then when looking at, some of the other gauges, the French Broad near Marshall. So you can see it's kind of draining down. We'll keep an eye on this as time goes on, but that is a little bit of good news there that we are seeing some of these, more severe instances down. So here's the French Broad River near Hot Springs. It got in a minor flood stage last night, is leveled out here as well. And let me go to, and let me see here. It was much easier to find. Let me grab the Pigeon River real quick, because that's what we're looking for. Let's see here. So here's the Pigeon River near Hepco. You can see that huge jump there. They don't have flood forecasts there, but they do here at Canton. And again, this was the major event here, and you can see it crest just shy of 20 feet and is now back down to normal. I mean, it's remarkable how quickly it got back down to normal. But we saw from the images in the opener just how devastating that this major flood event was.
Absolutely, Jared. And I think you're right. I mean, some of these communities, we won't know for a couple of days what lies beneath some of those floodwaters, and other communities downstream will have to watch for the swelling of local rivers as the water basin works to run off all of this excess. At the height of things yesterday, or I should say at the culmination of things yesterday, this is a look at the day's final tally. Every flash flood warning and advisory, every tornado warning issued, every local storm report. Hats off to the men and women at the National Weather Service who had a relentless day followed by storm surveying today. We'll talk about that more in a moment, but just you can see on your screen right now, every one of these little green beacons is some sort of flood-related event. That's a river, that's a creek, that's a stream, that's a road, that's a mudslide. Those are low-lying areas that are impassable because of the torrential rain that fell upwards of 8 inches in some places. We'll get you some of those storm totals here in just a moment. Matter of fact, what I can show you on the screen is from our own Evan Fisher. Evan, you were graphing and calculating some of these rainfall totals today. What were some of the highest?
Sure, James. Yeah. So the highest 3-day rainfall total that I have seen through the CocoRoss system actually was 17. Let me get the numbers on this. 17.36 inches of rain from Lake Toxaway.
Fallen rain?
Fallen
17
rain.
inches? Over the past 3 days, you said.
3 days.
So that could be yesterday plus severe thunderstorm warning kind of related stuff from days earlier.
Right. So that's going to be a combination of the stalled front that we had. That area was under a flash flood warning the day prior to Fred for another flooding event. And then they also tacked on likely another 7 to 9 inches of rain that day. I have seen widespread reports in the very flood-prone areas, the higher elevations of 7 to 9 inches. So those certainly verified. Those forecasts verified. And you could see on that map, sorry, James, that you just pulled it back down, the highest totals were located right along what we call the Blue Ridge Escarpment, or the Eastern Continental Divide. And that is that area where the mountains first rise up out of the North and South Carolina, Piedmont and foothills. And they rise up, and that water, the low-level moisture, rises up the mountains and gets strained out, and all the rain really falls down onto those first mountains there. And that's why we saw so much flooding in through Canton and Clyde. We saw the water fall in the mountains just above those cities and flow down the Pigeon River. And to use the wording of the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, create a significant and life-threatening flood wave that washed through the town.
Yeah, and now it's cleanup, but it's cleanup that's gonna take a while. It's waiting for this water to go down. It's helping to restore services like water, power, and utilities. It's cleaning off roadways. You're looking at some photos here that the state put out, the Department of Transportation, amongst the first to respond to the impacted communities, trying to get infrastructure back online to help bring in more supplies to communities that might need it. You can just see some of these hardest hit areas in these photos that the state put out earlier today. And as Evan mentioned, a lot of this by itself would have been impressive, but we had that stalled front across the Carolinas for days, which just brought scattered but strong to severe thunderstorms, as many of you will remember, and that took our soil and really saturated it. So then when Fred came in, we were already dealing with soil that was like a wet sponge, and that kind of culminated in the event that you're seeing on the screen here. The other thing that this day will be remembered for, especially depending on where you live, would be the convective severe weather we saw as a result of this storm. And the National Weather Service going out today, putting their eyeballs on damage left from tornadoes, such as this one recorded by Brandon Pope off of Old Mountain Road in Iredale County, eventually crossing into Alexander County. He took this video and posted it to Twitter yesterday. And what you're seeing here, we now know, is a EF1 tornado. You can see the path here that the National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, Tricia Palmer herself took this trip on up here to take a look. And this was an EF1 tornado with peak gusts of 110 miles an hour. Luckily, no injuries to report, very minor damage, but their storm survey does account for trees that were topped off at about 20 feet above the ground, which was helping them to determine the impact of that tornado. That was just one of several tornadoes that the Weather Service confirmed today. The National Weather Service in Greenville, Spartanburg, by the way, issued, if I have this right, 37 tornado warnings yesterday. The most their office has done since the late 1980s.
Wow.
If I recall the statistic correctly from Brad Panovich at WCNC, I think it was.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jared.
I mean, it's worth noting, too, that the methodology in the late 80s is far different from what we have now. Keeping in mind that we switched to storm-based warnings in 2007, 2008. And so where you might have one warning covering a county, if you have two events, boom, you got two birds, one stone. And also keeping in mind that if you have a warning that goes out for multiple counties, that's actually, I was actually talking to somebody about this today. Believe it or not, that was counted as multiple warnings back in the day. So you could issue one warning, but it would go out as three because it was county-based. And there was no such thing as the valid time event code, the VTEC. Not talking about revved up Honda motors. I'm talking about valid time event code. And what that does is it groups each event as one warning. And that just was not a thing. That was invented, that was a mid 2000s invention and rollout. So I'll want to use caution a little bit about that. But again, not to take away from the fact that they issued, they issued
69 tornado warnings across all of the National Weather Services in the Carolinas. Evan Fisher's got a map up here on the screen. So that does include Peachtree City. That does include Virginia, because the National Weather Service boundaries and the state boundaries are not the same. 67 tornado warnings, flash flood warnings, 27 with flood. Is that advisories then? 23?
Flood warnings. I left flood advisories out.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get back over to what the Weather Service was finding today. We did have down here a little bit closer to Greenville, another EF1. Now, this was a low-end EF1 in Malden, South Carolina, with a tornado that touched down near Brooks Road at Highway 276. And you can see that this one was on the ground for about a little over 2 miles or so. And minor damage to roofs and siding noted to several structures. Damage was primarily limited to multiple uprooted large hardwoods and snapped trees, not too dissimilar from the one seen in Alexander and Iredale counties. Another EF1 here to show you on the map near Fountain Inn, South Carolina, where the storm survey team found that a tornado touchdown east of Pennington Road. This tornado tracking north-northeast, crossing intersections such as Highway 418. Damage, again, primarily limited to some hardwoods and snapped trees, which would be expected with an EF1. One of the trees, though, did fall and damage a home on Ritchie Road. The shed there was also damaged and destroyed as a result of a fallen tree. So a direct result of that tornado, which EF0 also striking about 3 miles southeast of Fountain Inn, South Carolina. And I could have sworn, yes, there is. I was going to say, I could have sworn there was another short-lived little guy here, an EF0 that was on the ground for about a 1/10 of a mile. And this one near Sandy Springs, South Carolina. And I almost missed this one as well here near 6 Mile, South Carolina, also on the ground for about a 1/10 of a mile, where multiple trees were uprooted. Some of these shorter paths are not surprising, considering the tropical nature of the setup yesterday. And if you joined us for live coverage, or your local television broadcasters, they were talking a lot about these cells that were training across areas. But the nature of tornadoes associated with a tropical system like this, they spin up very quickly and they spin down very quickly. So it makes...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
You got to move very quickly, and then they don't live very long, which couldn't be good news, but it comes down to pulling that trigger, getting the effective communication, and then on your end at home, making sure you move to safety as quickly as possible, because you're not going to have a lot of lead time that you might have with certain other tornado warnings we get here in the Carolinas. Certainly, you always want to try to move to safety as quickly as possible. Again, you can find information about how to help Western North Carolina forthcoming on our Facebook page. We're looking for the county to tell us exactly where and when they need help. I know they did say earlier, thanks but no thanks to volunteers for search for rescue, leaving that first and foremost to the professional first responders. And they said that they would be issuing some additional information about how the community can get involved and helped as soon as they get to that phase of their recovery. Jared, let's shift gears here now. As folks, we are in mid to late August, and the tropical season is well underway. With Tropical Depression Fred now gone, what's next?
So yeah, that's an interesting question. So and that's a question that is kind of shifting on us a little bit as we've gone through the day. First, Hurricane Grace, second hurricane of the season, is going to make a couple hops in Mexico, dissipate there. Not a concern for the Carolinas, certainly a concern for Mexico with heavy rain and potentially some strong winds. Right now, does not expect to become a major hurricane, thank goodness, but still a very rough go for the Yucatan Peninsula and then getting into mainland Mexico here. So there's your path for Grace. Again, well, very far south from the Carolinas, not a weather concern for us. Where it gets interesting is with Tropical Storm Henri. So last night, you may remember that we've been talking about Henri a little bit and how it was thinking about, it was going to curve out to sea. Guidance picked up on an interesting trend today, and there's a lot of guidance members that are starting to come around to this idea, so much so that the Hurricane Center is starting to come around to this idea that as Henri it's going to get picked up by cutoff low, and it's going to head north and parallel the coast. Again, this is going to be more of a wave and rip current maker for us along the Carolina coast. We'll need to see how far west it ends up. So, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. I'll show you all another graphic in a second, talking about tropical storm force wind probabilities there. But if you notice, the key difference in the track today versus yesterday is that Henri is taking aim on New England. A ridge of high pressure is going to build just to the northeast of Henri, basically cutting off its escape route. And so if you have plans, if you've got plans or business, I know that, Charlotte in particular, a lot of banking business, Charlotte to New York, that's a pretty common commute. You may be dealing with Tropical Storm Henri by this time, by next Monday. We'll see how this turns out. Again, there's a long way to go. There's certainly uncertainty around this. We have some guidance that's really strictly on board with it. We have some guidance that has not yet gotten on board with it. It's going to be an interesting situation for the Hurricane Center forecasters, to put it mildly. So again, and there's that reasonable arrival of tropical storm force winds. I'm going to put the probabilities up. as well. So let me grab the probabilities real quick, and we'll look at this. So the tropical storm force wind speed probabilities here, taking a look at that, you've already got up to 50% along Cape Cod and out there on the coast of Massachusetts here. So certainly increasing confidence in the short term for potential tropical storm force impacts all the way there. But you will notice that there is a slight chance of tropical storm force winds possibly extending out to the Outer Banks as we get into later this weekend. So that'll be something to watch. Again, a lot is going to depend on the track. Still a lot of uncertainty as far as how west it gets. But that is, if you're on the Outer Banks, this is something that you're going to want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, definitely. As we're coming into what is traditionally the peak of hurricane season, early to mid-September, we're going to be keeping a close eye on those outlooks from the National Hurricane Center to let us know what we should be expecting. So Outer Banks, we can't rule out the chance of some gusty winds and some rip currents along the Carolina coast. You're going to want to keep an eye on that. I did just get this number that I wanted to share with folks tonight. If you are in Haywood County and need assistance, the county has set up a hotline. This is for residents, business owners of Haywood County. They're not looking for you to call this number to ask about other people, but if you are in need of assistance from the county following the flooding there in Haywood County, that number, 828-356-2022. That's 828-356-2022. That's a Haywood County hotline for residents and business owners who do need assistance in that area after the flooding that we saw play out. This has been a very tiring last couple days, not just for people who are communicating the weather, but the people who are out there with boots on the ground, the first responders, those coming in afterwards, the National Weather Service. And it really just goes to show that the impact from a storm cannot always be judged by its category. This was a tropical depression, and its impacts are going to be with these folks for a really long time. There are a lot of factors that go into forecasting weather, and purely categorizing them into neat little buckets, well, there's a lot more to it than that. When you factor in things like saturated grounds, stalled fronts, and I think that's a lesson for all of us. Not a critique, but a lesson for all of us to remember. There's no such thing as just a tropical depression. Because all of the pictures and all of the stories and all the damage we told you about tonight are a culmination of factors that get triggered by a tropical depression. And I hope that we remember that in the future. So as people are planning for whatever the future may hold, here in this hurricane season or another, have that go bag. Have it ready. Put it together now and stick it on a closet. There's no harm in just having it. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And I think I'm going to be revisiting mine too, because guys, I'll tell you, I wouldn't be ready if this rolled in here tomorrow. I've got some stuff stocked away, either from being a weather nerd or from pandemic toilet paper hoarding. But I'm going to get really tired of eating canned black beans or whatever it is that's down there. And I think that's my upcoming weekend to-do list.
Yeah. Best time to do it is now. And that's, aside from Henri potentially kicking up some waves, we've got nothing else out there. And there's a bunch of Saharan dust coming off. We may actually catch a little bit of a break. And that is a welcome reprieve
Yeah.
That's a reprieve that we don't usually get in late August. So I will urge everybody, take advantage of this. Check your hurricane kits. Look at your evacuation routes. Get vaccinated. No time like the present. Do not deal with COVID. Don't try not to worry about COVID on top of trying to run away from a storm.
You made up a good point on that yesterday, because the combination of vaccines and masks and everything else instantly, fearfully goes into politics. But if you need to evacuate and go to a shelter, these are going to be factors and considerations on how you plan, where you go, what you can do when you get there. And they were conversations that came up last year and will certainly have to be revisited again if and when we need them. Gentlemen, that's going to do it for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We thank you all at home for tuning in tonight, whether you're watching with us on Facebook or YouTube, or maybe listening to the audio podcast. I don't want to leave you out, our podcast friends. I know you haven't been able to see these visuals that we've been showing you, but the audio podcast is an important mechanism for us because it's a place that during a state of emergency, we will turn to continue to deliver information about the weather. Not live, of course, because a podcast inherently isn't live, but it's a place that we can put forecast updates, weather updates in a means that doesn't require a ton of cellular data, doesn't require a ton of battery power, things that can be scarce during severe storms. So I would encourage you to find Carolina Weather Group wherever it is you get your audio podcasts, so that you'll have yet another means to getting information. And we hope it's a part of a matrix of ways that you get information. And so as you're preparing those go kits, as we always say, please know a weather radio. Very important tool not to be overlooked. On behalf of Jared Smith, Evan Fisher, I'm James Brierton in Charlotte, North Carolina. That does it for this special edition of the Carolina Weather Group. We will see you again real soon.
Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Scotty Powell. We're happy to have you this evening. We have with us Stephen Paff. He is the warning coordinator meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Wilmington, North Carolina. And tonight we're going to be talking about ocean hazards. The Coastal Weather Service offices issue several advisories and hazards and programs like that other weather offices don't. So when you find yourself on vacation or visiting the beach or something like that, you may hear something that's not familiar with you. So tonight, we're going to kind of dive into that and kind of go through all of these unique and different advisories and program and hazard programs that we see along the coast. And Stephen, working in the Wilmington office, is the perfect person to go to that. He does a lot of outreach events. So happy to have Stephen on with us tonight. As always, if you are watching and you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments section. We'll be monitoring those throughout the show, and we'll direct you. If we don't know the answer, we'll direct you in a place that hopefully you can get the answer. So we, again, appreciate you watching tonight. We're going to be focusing on ocean hazards and the different programs that the Coastal Weather Service offices use throughout this vacation season that's coming up. So, Stephen, welcome to the show. It's been a long time since we've seen you, so I hope that you've been doing well. First question I want to ask to you before we kind of get into the meat of the interview tonight is, when I say warning coordinating meteorologist, for those who may not be familiar with the Weather Service terms, what is exactly your job there at the National Weather Service in Wilmington?
Yeah, great question to start off with. We love these long titles, but good evening, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the group, and some of these hazards that we're going to be talking about, mean a lot to me, And you never know with the information that we share who we can impact with our lives. We might be able to save someone's life based on the information we share tonight. So thanks, but thanks for having me. But warning coordination meteorologist. I am like the public liaison. I'll work with civic groups. I'll work with the academic community. I'll work with emergency managers and also internal operations too, making sure our warning program has the resources that we need and the information needed, provide training. So it's absolutely amazing to me because one day I can be working with a group of second graders. The next day I can be giving a stand-up briefing at an annual hurricane exercise, to working with the power squadron, working with the nuclear industry. It's absolutely amazing how many people that are impacted by weather in unique and specific ways and have unique needs that we can learn about and be able to help them as best we can.
And I guess I'll go ahead and start off with our topics tonight. We look at ocean hazards, ocean and coastal hazards for what you do, and so we start breaking down into different categories. Is what is relayed to the public as far as warnings go, as far as safety concerns, and usually one of the things that sticks out the most is rip currents, because that one claims sort of the most lives on the beaches every year with rip currents and drowning. So I guess we'll start out with rip currents. Give us a little bit of explanation about what those are and what to look for.
Yeah, what a great one to start out with, because when you look at the data and look at all the weather-related fatalities in the Carolinas, rip currents lead the way for us. We have a lot of coastline. We have a lot of people that visit our beaches that aren't taught anything about rip currents, and the first day they go to the beach, they might get caught in one. So that's a challenge in itself. And in addition to that public awareness type of thing that we have to do, forecasting them is often a challenge too. So, rip currents, again, more than tornado fatalities, more than lightning fatalities, more than flooding fatalities. That's the number one weather issue for us, not to discount any of the other ones. Another interesting stat too, nationally, people often, when you ask them what is the biggest weather-related hazard, they miss it because you can't see it. You can feel it. It's heat. And now we're heading into summertime too, and the beach season, and we need to be mindful of the heat issues as well. But rip currents, can be quite frightening to people, and they don't understand the process. I guess the analogy would be is, an electrician works with electricity, which is dangerous, but they know what they're dealing with. They've had the training. They know what to do and what pitfalls to look out for. Someone coming to the beach, like a lifeguard, knows where to find the rips, knows how to use the rips and how to keep people away from them. But the average person has no clue, and some of the statistics that we have are quite frightening.
Right. I understand the lifeguards sometimes they have a direct line to NOAA service accounts across the WFOs around the coastal United States. So they call in a lot of times when they see rip current just to verify that it's happened. But that's very sporadic. It depends on where parks are and where some of these swim zones are. So where can the public get this information?
Yeah, the best way to get the information, of course, all of our media partners have access and share that as well. But we have rip current threat graphics on our web pages. All the weather offices up and down the coast have them. But social media has been a great way for us to push information out as well about them. And we saw a case last year though, because we feel there's deficiencies. Last year we had Hurricane Lorenzo. The closest approach to the United States was 2,200 miles. Yet that hurricane led to more hurricane deaths compared to the other storms that year on the East Coast, and it was 2,200 miles away. So we're thinking we need to start treating these big rip current outbreaks, these huge events, maybe like we do with severe weather outbreaks.
Tell us a little bit about the risk levels that are involved with rip current forecasting.
Yeah, when we look at the forecast, and we're looking at wave data, we're looking at the synoptic pattern as well. But anything that can pile water up into the beaches is one of the big keys. So it could be persistent onshore flow, like that southerly flow wrapping around the Bermuda High that goes right into our south-facing beaches, where you have mass moving into the beach. You have to have it stay in balance, so it's going to try and flow back out to stay in a state of equilibrium. So if you have a lot of mass moving in, we typically see that mass being transported out via rip current. So mass in, mass out. So days where we've got decent surf coming on, especially the long period waves from a hurricane swell, that that really are the signals that we look for. And when you think about the longer the wave period, the farther offshore that wave is feeling bottom. So in particular, hurricane swell is very dangerous because now your surf zone, instead of maybe being 20 yards, these longer period waves are feeling the bottom 40, 50 yards out. So if a rip current forms in that surf, it's going to be, it could be as long as a football field, the rip current length. So there's a lot of things that we have to consider when we deal with these events.
What about the stats? What do the stats tell us on, like, say, demographically, where might these occur more around
and again,
the United States?
The Weather Service maintains statistics like you wouldn't believe about tornadoes and the EF rating and microbursts and all sorts of different things, because it's so important what you can learn from them. And with rip currents in the Carolinas, we've kept statistics since 2000. So we've got a pretty healthy database, unfortunately, a healthy database. And we've had, since that time, 143 people drowned from rip currents in the Carolinas. And when we start breaking the data down a little bit more, what's really interesting is that 25% of the drownings are people that are bystander trying to be the good Samaritan. They see someone in trouble with a rip current, have no training whatsoever, go rushing in, and they end up drowning in that. So, a lot of times, classic call to action information that we've given has been about the person in the rip current, and we need to do a better job of messaging that risk to someone who's on the beach watching someone in a rip current. The other interesting statistics that we see are the demographics that are hardest hit are males between 31 and 50 years old. And, I'm in that demographic now, and mentally I might think I'm a little more physically capable than I am, but the reality is that I'm not. And 31 to 50-year-old males have kids, some have grandkids, so there's a better chance they're going to be at the beach with a kid who gets into trouble and has to go and make a rescue too. Females, it's a little bit younger. It's 31 to 40 is the biggest group there. And if I break down the males, it's really 41 to 50, but that big group there. But males are 5 times more likely to drown based on our statistics. And when you look at where people are coming from, about 84% of the drownings are people from inland areas.
That's exactly right. A lot of folks come here, they have no idea that there's several factors in play. In fact, another topic to bring up is longshore currents. We know that we have tidal swings here in the Carolinas up to 6 feet for South Carolina, even 8 feet down into Jekyll Island, Georgia. So that's about the highest tidal swing on the southeast coast. But it makes for some pretty nasty currents along the beaches, along with waves and the potential for the riptides. We talk about currents, right, and how strong these currents are, and how does that factor into what your forecast goes?
That's a great point too, because every year it seems, especially when there's more of a lunar influence, the higher high tides, lower low tides, a lot of our inlets, you can walk across them during low tide during these lunar astronomical ranges. So you got people walk across to an island and they're having a great time, not paying attention. The tide's coming in, it's going to come in quick in that type of situation, and then they can't swim back, or even if they can swim, they get caught up in that tidal current and become a victim that way. I've been at the Wilmington office 20 years, and I'd say there's been at least 20 of them easily 20 of them where it's a function of the tidal current in inlets where water is being forced through narrow areas and catching people off guard.
Couple more topics for me, and I'll pass it on to Dan. And we talk about some of the other factors on beaches, like sneaker waves or even meteor tsunamis from release of energy from storms that would cause some tidal event, right? So start with sneaker waves. That's usually like more northwestern United States specific to the Oregon or Puget Sound area.
We do get them. We have records of them, and even video of some sneaker waves. I think when Hurricane Irene, off Daytona Beach with the pier getting swamped, the phasing of different wave energy the spectral distribution of waves, and when they have constructive interference, if you can get a couple of them where they phase up just right, you might get an anomalously higher wave, the 1 in 1,000 wave, based on wave distribution versus what your average wave that's out there. And if the timing of these sneaker waves is just right, you might, if it happens on 4th of July versus December, the impacts are, it doesn't matter. It's like the F5 tornado going through open field. versus an F-0 going through a city. You have different results, even though it's the same impact but different magnitude. But we've had fatalities from sneaker waves. In Myrtle, I think it was Myrtle Beach several years ago. Guy caught off guard. Wave knocked him down and actually gave him a spinal injury as he was hit by that. It was just very powerful, sudden wave. But yes, I mean they're mainly West Coast. And when you think about the West Coast, just the distribution of waves is phenomenal compared to what we see in the Atlantic Ocean. There's so many different wave swell systems that are out there, and you have a better chance for having that interference come into play. And you hear stories people fishing out like on a ledge on the West Coast on a rocky shoreline, and you look over at them again a little bit later, and they're swept away and they're never found again. So it certainly is more of an issue there. The meteo tsunamis.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Especially mid-Atlantic, northward you hear of some. You hear of the one down in Daytona, I think in 1992, was associated with the collapse of a tropical squall line. But I guess the best analogy I can say with the meteo tsunamis is if you're ever in the pool and you have a raft, you have it out in front of you, and you're pushing up and down on that raft, and how long does it take before you start feeling wave energy throughout the pool? It's no different. These meteo tsunamis, it can be significant atmospheric changes or large scale area macro burst type of thing, and all that air pushing right down on top of that wave, and then as it releases and you start getting a longer period wave. Usually they result in not much in the way of wave run-up or inundation, usually get rough currents. There was, I think at Barnegat Inlet, New Jersey, a few years ago when that big derecho moved off the coast from like Midwest to the Jersey Shore in Delmarva. There was someone snorkeling in Barnegat Inlet, and on the backside of that derecho that went through, there was a meteo tsunami that caused everything to become real turbid and very rough currents. So that's, I don't usually lose sleep over the meteo tsunamis. I lose sleep over the submarine landslide tsunamis that could be lurking right off. I mean, there's a history of them off our coast. But either way, that type of wave is the predictability is we have a long ways to go before we can do that. It's hard enough getting the significant waves right 5 days out, let alone try and forecast a meteo tsunami.
Can you tell us a little bit about gale warnings and kind of what goes into those and how those are used?
And we have weather systems that result in 34 knots to 47 knots of sustained winds, nor'easter or winter storm, maybe a strong gradient between two systems, non-tropical. Then that would be the warning that we issue for that. There's no sea requirement with that. Like small craft advisory is at least 6 foot seas in the Carolinas is the minimum threshold for seas. So that could be a swell that's from a distant storm that generates those waves. But more than likely, we're issuing a small craft advisory because we're seeing winds around 25 to 34 knots. And that's about the level it really starts making navigation dangerous. A 6 foot swell wave in the open ocean versus a 6 foot 4 second wave, a locally generated wind wave, big difference. You can have boats roll over with the higher frequency waves. They're very steep. We call them steep waves. Now that 6 foot swell coming in could be a hazard, especially as it starts shoaling. So around inlet entrances, so picture a boater trying to get out the inlet or come back in through the inlet. If you have those big swells coming in, they're feeling bottom, especially with a falling tide. Now you've got waves going counter to the current. They can be extremely steep, almost look like cliffs before they spill or plunge over. So we do have these deep water hazards as they migrate to the coast, can create certain issues for us.
That's really interesting. And so our small craft advisories, are they changing to warnings? Can you tell us a little bit about the changings that are happening to that?
Yeah, there might be some. We're going through hazard simplification where we're taking a look at a variety of products and trying to make it a little bit easier. When you look at the weather.gov map and you see all the advisories and hazards and warnings going on, sometimes the thing's lit up like a Christmas tree. So the agency has invested a lot of effort with social scientists, with core partners to try and find a better way. So we will see some changes with that. I don't know to the extent how small craft advisories will change. Gale warnings, I don't think we're going to have any changes. And of course, storm warning, when you have over 47 knots sustained, we would have that.
As we all know, with any sort of simplification of hazards or anything weather related, it has impacts on a lot of sides. So that's great to hear that the social outreach there's happening to try and figure out how that will impact everything. One more thing that I have to talk about as far as open water hazards are concerned. As far as the special marine warnings, what's the best way if I'm a boater, if I'm going to be impacted by these special marine warnings, what's the best way? Well, first of all, what is that, and how does that warning get established, and then how is a person that might be impacted by it, how do I find that and look for it and know that it's happening?
Yeah, it's a great point, and it is a challenge just because of limitations of coastal weather radio, cell phone connectivity, access to apps. When you're further out and you're farther offshore, you're losing a lot of the ability to receive this information. So it's always important to know before you go. If there's a day that we're calling for all these thunderstorms, it's not worth it. Live to play another day type of thing. So right off the get-go, we've lost boaters to strong to severe thunderstorms before. I'm knock on countertop, not lately, but it has happened where people are taking risks and get caught by quickly evolving storms, like even that MCV that went through yesterday morning here. I would not have wanted to be anywhere near a boat with that coming through. But when we do have something like that come through, if we anticipate winds over 34 knots, then we would issue a special marine warning, or if it had water spouts with it, or large hail, because large hail in the open ocean, you could break the windshields on the boats and things like that too. But usually they're issued for 34 knots or higher sustained, or I'm sorry, any gusts 34 knots or higher, and any potential for a water spout. As soon as we send the information out, it will play over the weather radio, and a lot of the VHF bands on a boat radio, you can see or hear those messages coming across. Now, some boats have radar on them, but they're not the right band to interpret weather data when they're twirling around. Usually, if there's a big thunderstorm target, the band that the marine radars are used, you might only see the edge of what's out there. It's not powerful enough to penetrate into the storm, so that really doesn't provide much in any way of value. But I think there are some providers via satellite where you can get information. But it is a great question, because you need to be connected to that environmental intelligence if you're going to be in an area where you're at extreme risk. You can't just 30 miles offshore. You can't just seek safe harbor in 10 minutes. You got life and death decisions to make, which is why we say avoid it if at all possible. Go a day when there aren't thunderstorms in the forecast.
Stephen, a couple more advisories to cover with you, and one of them is one that we see almost monthly pretty much in the Carolinas with the lunar cycles and onshore winds and other factors. So the first one we'll talk about is coastal flood advisories. What exactly are they, and what should the public be looking for when they're issued?
Yeah, that advisory, unfortunately, we're issuing more and more frequently, and there's a couple reasons for that. With sea level rise is one issue, but there are also parts along the Carolinas where there's actually subsidence going on. So the land is sinking. There's parts where the land is rising a little bit, and there's parts where it's sinking too. You can also have changes to the local hydrology, like they did a lot of dredging in the Cape Fear River. So between the subsidence, sea level rise, and the dredging, our number of coastal flood advisories has gone up incredibly. Now, the thresholds for where we before we decide to issue one or not vary based on the datum that's related to that location. So you can't apply 5.5 feet mean low or low water at every coastal station, because their datum varies. So what we have done, worked with a hydrologist, we've done coastal flood surveys, get out there when there is flooding going on and observe the impacts. We call that E19 data. It's mainly for rivers, but we do have E19 data for coastal locations as well. And once we know what the level is and what the impacts are, now we have a good database, and we can put good information into a coastal flood advisory based on the levels that are predicted to occur.
So moving on to the next advisory, and I think our last advisory for the night, high surf advisory. I think this is one that sometimes
especially for beach visitors, not necessarily residents, but someone who's coming from inland areas. It's easy to underestimate a big surf. 4 feet may not sound that big, but all of a sudden you get out in the water and 4 feet is a heavy wave. So tell us a little bit about how to be safe during the high surf advisory.
Yeah, and that, you mentioned the heavy wave, you can feel the power on those days where it's really moving like a washing machine out there, and unless you really know what you're doing, that's something that should be avoided. Just between the plunging breakers, potential for spinal injuries, those sorts of things, and it makes you hard to see too. So you get into trouble, and you're in this rough surf or high surf, you might be hard to spot. Or even hard to get someone's attention if you're in the perspective of being in the water. But some of the thresholds we use, I think, are about 6 to 8 feet breakers we get, depending on how clean the ocean is, depending on the wind. Surfers get excited when we do high surf advisory, especially if you get a light offshore wind and it cleans it up a little bit. It doesn't look like a washing machine, but it's still powerful and dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. The thresholds vary up and down the East Coast, but our wave climatology, it's not like Cape Hatteras, like Wrightsville Beach is we get decent waves there, but typically not like you see it at the Outer Banks. And then you get in the Long Bay, Myrtle Beach, you got to get the wave energy coming in the right direction for us to issue a high surf advisory. The Frying Pan Shoals block a lot of that easterly swell, where Wrightsville Beach might get it, but Myrtle Beach won't. So it's really unique to the shape of the coast as well, but it's a great point to talk about.
Move to my last question before I hand it off to Scotty. Chemical and oil spills, I'm probably going to see this a little bit less frequently, but if you're out in the water, it's certainly still a hazard if it's ongoing. Where is this a problem? Is it a problem in the Carolinas? And if so, how can we be aware that it's happening?
Well, it's frightening how many tankers bring all sorts of scary things just off the coast. And the 21 years I've been in Wilmington, there have been a couple close calls, especially I think one time a barge with maybe number 6 broke loose off of Cape Fear, and luckily in a storm, and luckily they were able to get a hold of it and make sure it didn't cause any problems. But with oil rigs, it isn't a big issue for us because we don't deal with any. I mean, more for the Gulf Coast. I mean, I'm more concerned with maybe a ship with hitting a shoal or a collision, sea fog event, and you got ships carrying xylene or some other terrible chemical that collides with another one, and now we have to deal with the decision support thing, working with emergency managers. And that's why, it doesn't matter. It could be severe clear weather. We always have to be ready, and most of these events are a result of some mistake. And when we talk about oil spills, but at least what I'm proud. Part of NOAA is the National Ocean Service, and they have scientific service coordinators that have responsibility for each part of the coast. So it's important for us to have a good relationship with the coordinators in our area, which we do. So we've exercised with the Coast Guard, going through their incident command training, doing their oil spill exercises, and working with the scientific services coordinator, because it's all about knowing who the players are, not just showing up going, okay, what do I do? How can I help you?
These are hazards that have come about from out in the water. What about any of the hazards that have originated from within inland? I think one of the biggest examples we've all seen is after, I believe it was Hurricane Matthew and maybe Florence as well, seeing a lot of stuff being carried out from the rivers and satellite imagery showing it making its way into the water. Was there any sort of response to that as far as keeping people off the beaches for a period of time, or any sort of hazards associated with that might happen again the next time we get a big hurricane?
It's a great point too. There's the debris hazards too for boaters. There's the biological type of hazards too. There's a lot of things washing down pollutants that, I think the rule of thumb is, you really don't want to be messing with the water after a hurricane or a huge flood event. Bacterial counts are high. The other pollutants that are out there, give time for it to flush out. And what's amazing is that after a hurricane, the fishing is usually tremendous along the waterways and just offshore for that month or two afterwards.
One thing that very photogenic around the Carolina coast, and we see these events happen, are water spouts. So can you talk to us about maybe the conditions that that warrant to these water spouts? And I know you guys monitor these, and you give out surf hazards. It's kind of like a beach day forecast, and you give out water spout threat, lightning threat. So talk a little bit about that forecast you give out, but also the conditions that are really able to produce these water spouts off the coast.
Yeah, and I got to give props to our one of our lead forecasters, Tim Armstrong, who developed this water spout risk, where he went back and looked at a catalog of events that we've had over the years and found some really interesting information about instability and actually lack of shear type of environment, but with the boundary in the area like a land breeze or some other boundary that might be stalled up there. So that was, we think, people see a water spout and they might think it's it's the classic tornado, and some of them are, like the big Myrtle Beach tornado, July 6th, 2001, somewhere around there, was actually like a classic tornado that just happened to ride down the beach and move into the water. So some are classic tornadoes, like even the tropical cyclone tornadoes are more of the classic type versus your regular water spout. So, but every summer we get the right instability in place. We get light winds through the atmosphere with that boundary there, and we get you get funnels that come out, and some of them can be in absence of any rain. And just lollygag around. On occasion, maybe once every 3 years, we have to issue a tornado warning for one that's moving closer to shore. The last one we had move ashore was near Myrtle Beach, near the Ferris wheel, a couple of years ago. We had one at Carolina Beach back in 2011, the week before Hurricane Irene, I think it was. We had to do a tornado warning for that. And they don't show up on radar all that great. We use some products like Spectrum to really see some of that smaller scale turbulence that's going on associated with the funnels. They're usually very narrow, so with the beam spreading out from the radar after a distance, the circulations sometimes are too small and they don't get captured by the beam all that well. So it's important for us to have partnerships with the Coast Guard and the boating community and lifeguards as well, to see them and get that information back to us so we can take action, unless it's a little bit bigger one that shows up on radar.
Stephen, we've certainly appreciated this all useful information as our listeners and followers head out to the beach for some relaxation time, and we hope tonight's program will help you all who are listening and watching to know these hazards, that on a sunny beach day there's still things that we need to pay attention to. For folks who may be coming into the Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, the southern North Carolina coast, the forecast area that you cover, Stephen, what's the best way to follow this information? Do you have a section on your website? I know you mentioned social media. Where can our followers and listeners find that info at?
Yeah, each office on their webpage, like Wilmington, weather.gov/ILM, or Charleston is weather.gov/CHS. We have a surf zone forecast link on the webpage there. It's not as pronounced as we'd like to be. It's usually towards the bottom, but there's good information there. But I would recommend tapping into us on Twitter or on Facebook, and especially with Twitter, because some of these beach hazard statements that we issue for when the risk is moderate or high for rip currents, you would get that information that way, and you might learn about some other things too.
So if you're heading to the beach, make sure you follow National Weather Service Wilmington, Charleston, Morehead City, I think, and
those
I think
are
that's the three. Yeah,
Springfield, Virginia has a little bit of North Carolina.
Yeah, so follow those accounts if you're heading to the beach. That way you're up to date on all that's going on along the ocean. So Stephen, thank you for your time. We hope that you have a great rest of the summer. I know hurricane season is lurking and around the corner, and you're getting prepared for that. So hopefully it'll be a quiet season for you. We appreciate you joining us tonight.
You're welcome. We can use the break, so I'll take it.
Definitely. So thank you guys for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you next time. Have a great evening.
evening, and welcome to an all-new Carolina Weather Group for this Wednesday, July 28th, 2021. I'm James Brierton here in Charlotte. We have a great show for you this week. It's a brand new episode featuring North Carolina State climatologist Dr. Kathy Dello, and you're going to hear it coming up in just a moment. I want to let you know ahead of time that there is a bonus part to tonight's episode. If you want to hear even more of the conversation, it is available for free, and you can find our whole chat with her on the audio podcast feed of the Carolina Weather Group. That's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever it is you get podcasts. That's where part 2 of tonight's episode will be. But first, let's get on to part 1. Here's Evan Fisher.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Carolina Weather Group. We are here tonight with Dr. Kathy Dello of the North Carolina State Climate Office. We're super thankful that she's given us some time tonight, and we're excited to chat with her. It's been a long time coming. She is the North Carolina State climatologist, which is a bit of a lengthy title, right? Some people are, what is a climatologist? That's a question we're going to cover tonight. We're really excited for this, and we're going to chat more about North Carolina climate and everything that the North Carolina State Climate Office does. Kathy, one thing that we love to do with our first-time guests is ask them about their weather journey. How did you get into all this?
Yeah, so I'm from upstate New York, Western New York, as I'm supposed to say as a New Yorker, and lake effect snow just really blew me away, that you could get feet of snow in the course of a day. And I decided that, this was something that I needed to study, but also as a precocious preschooler, I went outside during recess and saw that the clouds were moving. And we had learned that day that we're on a planet that rotates, but you can't feel it. So I thought I had discovered something super big and went up to my teacher and was like, you said we can't feel it or see it, but I see it. And she's like, those are the clouds. So just built up this huge curiosity about kind of what was going on around me and what was going on with the weather. And I was dead set on being a meteorologist.
So Kathy, I have to ask you, we have a few of our folks who grew up in your area up there. What was the biggest lake effect snow event that you remember?
So I remember so I'm going to age myself here, the storms in the early 90s. One was an ice storm in 1991 and then the 93 snowstorm. And we were out of school for about a week, which is unheard of kind of in Western New York. You get to school when it's snowing, but we were sledding and building igloos. It was fantastic.
So it's the one time that New Yorkers can't doubt us Southerners about closing everything during snow.
Nope.
Except I'm guessing y'all had about 3 feet of snow, while it only takes about 3/4 of an inch down here.
Yeah. When we were building igloos, it was basically just tunneling through like what the plow had built up.
Maybe one day we'll get to experience that. Maybe just in the mountains. We won't wish that on the Piedmont. That might be too much.
No.
So tell us what a state climatologist does. What do you do over there at the NCSCO?
Yeah, so we are the state's climate and weather kind of knowledge repository. We keep the climate data for the state. And I like to tell people the state climate offices have evolved over time. They started in the 70s, and it was truly a man in a filing cabinet who would kind of write down records and file them away. Clearly, we've evolved beyond that. I'm not putting anything in a filing cabinet these days, but what we do is we're the nerve center, the knowledge center for anybody who wants to understand North Carolina's climate and weather. So people come to us for research. People come to us for outreach and extension. We work with K-12 students. We work with North Carolina Cooperative Extension, and they're all in all 100 counties. And then we do monitoring. We run the North Carolina EcoNet, which sends 1.5 million observations a day back to Raleigh. Wow. So we are monitoring North Carolina's environment every day.
Wow, that is a lot of data. Anyone who knows the podcast knows that I'm a huge fan of the EcoNet. Kathy and the crew does a great job at the State Climate Office. They've got stations everywhere from, the furthest west one, Frying Pan, perhaps?
I think so.
Okay, Frying Pan is the furthest west. Now that I've gotten myself into geography, I might as well go ahead and pitch the question. There's a new furthest east station coming. Can you chat about that?
Yeah, so we are putting up a station in Nags Head this summer. It's been a hole in our network. If you look at a map, we don't have any stations on the Outer Banks. We have one on Bald Head Island, and we get a lot of really fantastic, interesting info from there. So it only made sense for us to expand into this place that is so interesting climatologically and weather-wise. So we'll be at Chalky's Ridge State Park. And that gives us an opportunity both on the education side, because we have people that will be visiting the park and learning a little bit more about North Carolina's weather and climate through the EcoNet. And then from a monitoring standpoint, we have stakeholders who have requested a site, especially ahead of hurricane season, to understand a little bit more about their local weather.
Kathy, we call this like a mesonet program, and several states have those. But tell us what goes into put one of those weather stations there. I mean, what are all instruments? What all are you observing, taking in data? What does that look like?
Yeah, so it is a 10-meter tower. So they're not small. So when we were thinking about the Outer Banks, it had to be in a place where it wasn't going to be next to a $1 million beach house, obviously. And
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Hours. We measure soil moisture, we measure temperature at different levels, we measure wind at different levels, which is good for understanding inversions and fire weather, which they are interested in NAG's Head as well. We're measuring solar radiation, precipitation through an impact sensor and a rain gauge. Really, we have all the bells and whistles except for cameras, which our colleagues in New York State have.
Yeah, those stations are amazing. The amount of data, 1.5 million. Holy cow, I can't imagine what you guys must have to go through to sort that, QC it every day. That is a lot of algorithms, I'm sure.
Yeah, and it does get QC'd every day, and it catches most of the big errors. Sometimes things slip through, and Evan, you've caught some stuff before, and folks email us, and we love that because it's always great to have another set of eyes checking your work. But it's a ton of data, and it gets ingested into the State Climate Office every 5 minutes, except for Mount Mitchell, which comes in every 15 minutes.
Oh, interesting. I did not know that. That's good.
Yeah, we don't have cell service up at Mount Mitchell, so we have to use an old modem.
Interesting. Huh. I realize that. Well, with the online products that you'll have, I know there's a big overhaul earlier this year to introduce a bunch of new web products, one of which is Cardinal. Can you chat a little bit about some of the stuff that you released earlier in the year?
Yeah, so going back to how the state climate offices have evolved, it's no longer Kathy sitting with her filing cabinet of observations. We have all these data coming in from our network, from NOAA, from USGS, and we want to think of a way to serve it up to North Carolinians in a way that's accessible for them to access and use and kind of repurpose for their needs. So we had a system called Kronos. It was developed in 2003. So Kronos was old enough to vote by 2021. And no online system needs to be around for 18 years. And if you looked into Kronos, the code started to get a little bit wacky. So we decided to start from scratch. And we went to North Carolina Cooperative Extension and said, what do you need from us? What would make your job easier when you can't always, call up the folks at the State Climate Office and get the data that you need? So they talked about some online tools that would be really helpful, a kind of three-pronged approach for getting the data. We have Station Scout, which is a way to just kind of quickly look at the data and plot some graphs. Cardinal, which is a way to get a lot of data. And then an API, which Evan, I know you've used, which is for more of our more advanced users.
Yeah, I do like to pull more data than I probably should. And it's nice to be able to now. I really appreciate all the new products. It's super, super interesting. And one note for our podcast listeners, I don't know if anyone out there actually cares about Grandfather Mountain winds as much as I do, but I did just notice last night that a platform has been re-uploaded for the Grandfather Mountain weather station, which it's not technically part of the EcoNet, but it was part of Kronos, I guess, probably the way to say it. And it's fabulous. I'll tweet out a link on the Carolina Weather Group page, and you can find it on June 16th of 2021. Scotty, I guess I'll pass to you. I've been talking a lot.
Yeah, well, Kathy, one thing that's new this year, 2021, is the new climate norms. And we get those, I think it's every 30 years. And so we've kind of closed out that cycle. And can you tell us a little bit about why we take like 30-year snippets, and then what has changed from the last cycle to this current cycle?
Yeah, so we look at 30-year snippets of climate because we know that day-to-day weather is variable and day-to-day climate is variable. And these were developed even before, the climate really started warming. So they were used for kind of growing purposes and energy purposes. It was a good baseline for everybody to operate from. And they're updated every 10 years, and they're obviously still updated every 10 years. So we got the 91 to 2020 normals a couple months ago. And what they're showing, unsurprisingly, is warmer temperatures. So when you shift that baseline and you have those decades where it has been warmer, it shows up in the averages. But then we're seeing some parts of the country get wetter, including coastal North Carolina. But some parts of the country get drier. We're seeing a massive drought out in the western US where I used to live, but also western North Carolina shows up as dry in the new normal. So we're seeing some in-state variability as well.
I see Scotty already scrambling at the keys, going pull numbers. Yeah, so one thing that we're working on at the State Climate Office, which I think is super cool with this conversation, Kathy, is a new climate trends analysis tool. And I've been poking around at it the past few days, and it is really interesting to see how parts of the Carolinas, despite how incredibly wet it has felt, there are parts of the Carolinas that have actually gotten drier, and a significant trend towards dryness over the last 30 to 50 years, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, one of the fun things and tough things about working in North Carolina is that our terrain is so variable. So even without a changing climate, the fun fact that Lake Toxaway is the wettest spot in the state and Asheville's the driest spot, and they're so close to each other. We have all this internal variability going on within the state. And then obviously we've got our tropical systems. We get the direct hits on the coast in the east, but then we get these remnants that creep up from the Gulf hits in Western North Carolina. And we saw it last year kind of come at us from both ways.
Yeah, I think many parts of West North Carolina are still recovering in a way from 2018. And that was an incredibly wet year. And it did set the stage for a series of wet months going through the rest of 2018, 2019, 2020. It just felt like it wouldn't let up there for a while. And now we find ourselves in a bit of a drier pattern. I think Mount Mitchell is actually having its driest year to date on record, which is pretty unusual considering they had 50 inches by this time in 2018.
Yeah, it's amazing. We came off North Carolina's second wettest year on record in 2020. We had this really wet winter in Raleigh-Durham. It was the second wettest on record. Then we went to the driest spring at Raleigh-Durham Airport. And then the first 10 days of June have been extremely wet. So these swings between very wet and very dry. And farmers are telling us it's too wet to plant. And then when I can get in and plant, the soils are too dry and my crops are being compromised. So it's a big conundrum.
Well, while we're on that topic, we, as of this taping in mid-June, you were talking about how dry it's been, especially in eastern North Carolina. As a climatologist, I guess drought is one of your biggest things you have to monitor for the state, and probably one of the most dangerous things, not only because of, we could lose water resources, but also a lot of agriculture in the state of North Carolina. So if you don't mind, could you tell us a little bit about drought and why it's important that we don't get in that condition as we have here currently? And I guess 2016 was the last drought that we saw here in the Carolinas. So drought's not a good thing. I know people complain about it raining all the time, but we actually do need some rain from week to week.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So really, a lot of my background is in drought. I was in Oregon for 10 years, and I was our drought person in Oregon, and we had our drought of record in 2015. Since then, there's now been 2 more droughts of record, but almost no snowpack throughout the winter, and that's how the West gets its water supply. So I learned a whole lot about why drought matters to people, who needs the water, when people need water at different times, how different groups compete for water. It's incredibly fraught, and water is something that we all need to live. We can't just get by without it. So when I got here, I started poking around on what are the droughts of record that I need to know. What's the 2015 drought in North Carolina? And it's obviously 2007. And it's scary when you learn that towns were close to running out of water. So Durham had less than 100 days of water supply. The city of Atlanta, this was a big southeast drought, had water restrictions in place. Falls Lake in Raleigh, it did not look like a lake at that point. So we have droughts in the southeast U.S., obviously, even if it's kind of not like the arid West. And, here we see more of these flash drought situations, which is what I would define what happened from winter to spring to kind of what's happening now in the summer. Really, really wet to really dry flipping back and forth between these extremes. Whereas in the West, we've seen on the drought monitor that drought evolve over the past few months. And here, I mean, we grow a lot of crops in North Carolina. I just looked this up today. I don't remember why, but North Carolina is number 9 for crop growing expenditures in the country. So we still grow a lot of the country's food. We need water, obviously, to live. And some of the towns in North Carolina in the past few weeks issued some voluntary restrictions. So they weren't required, but maybe people should start to think about saving some water.
And that also kind of leads into a tool that I use a lot from your website, and that's the fire danger, which I really enjoy that product and so glad that it's available. But those drought conditions also can lead to wildfires. And thankfully, during this drought spell, I don't recall of any major events happening. So correct me if I'm wrong with that, but I think we relatively got lucky during this dry span that we've not seen big fire events.
Yeah, and people ask me what are the climate and weather events that keep me up at night. 2016 fire, like what happened in Gatlinburg, keeps me up at night. I mean, people dying in a fire that kind of just exploded in a very dry year. We didn't have any fires that I know of in the past few weeks, but certainly the fire danger increases in these hot, dry periods.
Yeah, it absolutely does. 2016 was a harrowing experience for those of us who live in the western part of the state, and as well as everyone who's involved in emergency management, the climatology office. It was not a good year. It was not a good fall. How about that?
All right, well, that does it for part 1 of our conversation with Dr. Kathy Dello, the state climatologist from the state of North Carolina. To hear part 2, it's available for free. Find the Carolina Weather Group wherever you get audio podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever that might be. We're going to talk more about wildfires. We're also going to talk about a study they're doing to understand the urban heat island effect that so many of our metropolitan areas see. That's available right now. Carolina Weather Group audio podcast, wherever you get your audio podcast. We'll see you over on those platforms. But for now, from Charlotte, I'm James Brierton. See you again in just a few moments. Good evening from Charlotte. It is June the 17th, 2020. I'm James Brierton. Did you get a chance to see the sun today at all? Maybe kind of, sort of. We have been cut off from the rest of the world. No, I'm not talking coronavirus. I'm talking about this low pressure that has just parked over the Carolinas today. It's very pretty on this satellite image that our friend Brad Panovich captured. You can see it there just spinning out over like Fayetteville, Fort Bragg, between Charlotte and Raleigh. Just spinning and spinning and spinning, but that just socked us in with clouds. I did see just a little bit of sun today here in Charlotte before the sun went down, and that was a nice change of pace after a couple days of cloudy and cold weather. All right, this week we are talking the PGA Tour, which has resumed and is in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the RBC Heritage. Kicks off tomorrow after a couple of practice rounds. I'm holding here the weather forecast from their on-site meteorologist, Stuart Williams. This is what we call a tease. I'll have this for you coming up. What we're going to get to first is a piece of tape that has been very patiently waiting in the wings. So Stuart sat down with the Carolina Weather Group in February to record an interview that at the time we thought was going to air alongside the Wells Fargo Championship here in Charlotte. Well, as you now know, that never happened, and other PGA Tour events were canceled. They are now resuming operations without fans and will be playing in Hilton Head, South Carolina. So we are very excited to be able to bring this piece of tape to you. This is a premiere of a new episode. You've never seen this interview before, despite the fact that it was recorded in February, but I felt that I needed to explain to you that it was recorded in a time where I could still get a haircut and where the picture of snow over Scotty Powell's shoulder made sense, and all the references to fans attending the event also made sense back just a few months ago. So without further ado, we'll get on over to this, and then coming up later on in the program, about 30 minutes from now, we'll get a check of your weather headlines this week, including that PGA Tour forecast, an update on Sharpie Gate, and we'll take a look at the tropics as well, too. But without further ado, here is our interview with Stuart Williams, the on-site meteorologist for the PGA Tour, and he'll tell us a little bit about the company he works for as well.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening, and we present Mr. Stuart Williams, meteorologist for the PGA Tour, which is a really cool job that I would love to have. As a big golf fan, I think it's a really unique job that Stuart has, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that tonight and let us know what all his duties are as he travels across the PGA Tour. And we'd love for you to interact with us tonight. So if you have any questions or comments, feel free to drop them on the social media platforms, and we'll address those. And we'll let Stuart give out some of his social media information towards the end of the interview tonight. That way, if you want to follow him on Twitter, you can do that, or just get more information. So we appreciate having Stuart with us tonight. Stuart, welcome back to the show. I know we had you on a couple of years ago, fellow North Carolinian, and it's great to have you with us tonight. Glad to see that you're actually home and not out on the road right now. So for those who may be introduced to you for the first time, tell us a little bit about you. I know you live here in North Carolina. You went to school here in North Carolina, so kind of give us a brief background about who you are.
Yeah, I grew up in Winston-Salem. I currently live in High Point, North Carolina. And I got my meteorology degree from UNC Asheville, so I was actually there from 1988 to 92. So that kind of dates myself there. So 50 years old now, so I'm getting older. But after that, I started working for a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing golf tournaments, weather for golf tournaments. So it started like with the Crosby Celebrity Tournament there in Winston, and the Vantage Championship, which was a Champions Tour event in Winston. And after that, I was interning then at that time when we started those, probably about 91 or so. And then as I graduated, we kind of formed a company called Mobile Weather, and we started doing more and more golf tournaments. So individual tournaments would hire us. And then from there in 1995, we signed a full-time contract with the PGA Tour doing all their events. So, and it just kept snowballing from there. And then, so I was working with a company then called Mobile Weather. And so we were doing golf tournaments. I was traveling all over the country. And then in 2005, I started working for DTN. And ever since then, I've been with DTN, and we just keep growing and doing more and more events. So, you know, we have all the PGA Tour, Champions Tour, Korn Ferry Tour. We do the LPGA. We do the PGA of America, which includes the PGA Championship, Ryder Cup, Senior PGA, and some of their smaller events. And we do quite a few international events for IMG. We do a lot of Asian tournaments in China and Taiwan and that kind of thing. So, you know, we do over 150 events a year now, so it's quite busy.
Well, sort of. I know you're not the only one. I mean, that's a lot of traveling. So,
yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your team. How many meteorologists do you guys have? Is it just you that goes out to a tournament, or is there kind of a team aspect for you guys?
Yeah.
How's that going?
Yeah, we've got we've got 7 or 8 guys that travel all the time, and we usually just send one person to each tournament or event that we cover. You know, because we also do outdoor concerts, and we do some other events like that we have a meteorologist go to and that help out. But you know, there's one guy per tournament, and so basically, you know, on the PGA Tour or any golf tournament or any outdoor event that we do, lightning is the number one concern. So that's why a meteorologist is on site. We set up an electric field mill. We have 2 laptop computers that have obviously the Doppler radar, lightning detection. You know, we have a mix of ISLA's National Lightning Detection Network, and you know, and so all that data that we get in-house, we have, you know, all the computer models that we look at, the NAM, the Euro, the GFS, all those. So everything's in-house, and we sector where we're going to go, and we can make custom products for ourselves and that kind of thing. So we make our own forecast on site. So using all that technology, as an official comes in wondering what the weather is, if we do see a threat, we see a storm developing, the officials can come in, we can show them exactly on the screen what is happening, and based on what we're showing them and what our opinions are of what's going to happen, then the officials can make very good decisions of, okay, when do we need to stop? And then once we do that, especially on the PGA Tour, they have LED boards across the golf course. They'll put weather warning signs up. The officials will blow horns to the players, signaling that it's a dangerous situation. So then the players will get moved off to evacuation vans and cars and that kind of thing, and they're brought to the clubhouse. And so hopefully, if we do our job correctly, then we've given enough time to where people can get back to the buses and hopefully back to their cars, because not everybody has a clubhouse pass. So they can't all get indoors to safety, so we got to get a lot of them back to their cars. So it's a big machine. It's a big operation, but it's most tournaments, I'd say every tournament has an evacuation plan, emergency plan. So it works pretty well. And then the big question is, once we have stopped play, when do we go back and start playing? When is it safe to go back out? So that's when we help big time as far as, okay, we think this storm is going to be out of here at such and such time. And then they can open up the practice facilities again, let the players warm back up, and then we'll get them back out to the golf course and start playing again.
Stuart, that kind of rings a bell here in Charleston at Bulls Bay, the tournament last year. LPGA, lightning hit a tree. Someone was went under the tree, and it's a serious situation with these thunderstorms and in these golf tournaments. How much collaboration do you guys have with the local National Weather Service, especially in big events like this?
In the last few years, there's been a little bit more collaboration because, with Homeland Security and a lot of these big, government agencies and everything, a lot of these agencies are using golf tournaments as their training grounds for big events and things like that. So I know down at the RBC Heritage down in Hilton Head, the FBI shows up and all the government agencies, the Weather Service, and so they do a lot of practice at these at that event, since it's such a large event. And so I do coordinate with the Weather Service there. We'll talk what we're thinking, and kind of bounce off ideas off each other. But for the most part, I'll maybe read a forecast discussion or something like that from the Weather Service. But like I said, having everything in-house, all of our own computer models and that kind of thing, we basically do our own thing, to be honest with you, make our own forecast. Because I think in a lot of ways, sometimes we do a better job because we know what golf wants and we know what golf needs. So we know what they're looking for as far as a forecast goes. Whereas the Weather Service, they may be a little more general because they have a bigger area to cover. So for example, for us, wind forecasts are very big at the golf tournaments because that plays a huge role on how the golf course is going to be set up each day. So we concentrate a lot on wind, and so we try to be very accurate in that department, where you may see a weather forecast from the Weather Service that says winds are 5 to 10. Well, okay, that's kind of general. We try to be more exact than that, where our forecast will say maybe we have a westerly wind, like on the coast there. Maybe you have a drainage wind in the morning off the land, and then we'll get the sea breeze at 1 o'clock, and it's going to shift out of the south or southeast or whatever, and it's going to be 10 to 15 at that point. A lot of times the Weather Service really doesn't break it down like that. So, we try to be more specific of what's going to happen at the golf course so they can plan how they're going to set the golf course up. So that's some of the things that I think we do a better job at than TV or Weather Service being more general.
Stuart, let's play. Let's hope we're not forecasting too far in the future. We have a Wells Fargo Championship coming up in Charlotte, the Wyndham Championship in Greensboro. Let's say that you're there forecasting and you see it could be a potential stormy day. That there's going to be thunderstorms. moving into the air. What is it? Kind of give us what you do the morning of. Kind of give us a play-by-play of what that setup looks like if you see, it's going to be a stormy afternoon or something in these tournaments.
Well, let's say the first tee time is 7 a.m., okay? That's usually when most tournaments start, 7 in the morning. And I'm usually there probably about 5:30 in the morning because I'm looking at weather data, looking at the latest stuff, making my forecasts and getting that out and distributed, uploaded to the player page, that kind of thing. And so we also have radios that we communicate to the officials with. So every morning I'll go into the rules office and tell the guys as they head out to set the golf course up what I think the winds are going to be that day and then what time.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Us getting a thunderstorm. And so if you take a North Carolina tournament, typically what happens is, as you'll know, Scotty, and they'll start in the mountains. They'll bubble up in the mountains about midday, early afternoon, and then as they get going, they'll roll off into the Piedmont, and then they'll usually make it to Greensboro or Charlotte by 3, 4, 5 in the afternoon, depending on how fast they move and what the scenario is. So, so I'll tell the officials that morning, hey, I think we're going to see storms probably anywhere from that 3 to 7 range, and then that'll give them an idea when they need to start paying attention, so to speak. So as we go through the morning there, I'll keep looking at the new data, see if there's anything we need to update. And then obviously I keep watching the screens. I'll have the radars going and that kind of thing. And then as soon as I see something that has a potential of getting to us, that's when I'll get on the radio and tell the officials, hey, I'm seeing some thunderstorms over, let's say, Yadkinville, and they're going to be moving across Winston and the Greensboro here in the next hour, hour and a half. So that'll give them the heads up that, hey, I'm starting to see some stuff that could impact us here in the next hour or two. And so that's when we'll start putting on the LED boards. There's a weather policy that runs and things that say, hey, inclement weather is possible, please pay attention, that kind of thing. And then as the storm keeps moving closer, then I keep updating the officials. And then when I think is within, less than an hour, usually the head rules official, which would be Mark Russell or Slugger White, who are in charge of the competition, basically, they'll come into my office. I show them exactly what's happening. And then we try to give at least 30 minutes notice before the storm's going to hit the golf course so that we can blow the horns and give enough time for people to start trickling out and get the players in. And then obviously, as the storm gets closer, hopefully we've gotten everybody off the golf course, and then the storm will hit. And then, like I said, then we have the conversations. When do you think it's going to be out of here? When is it safe to resume? And so they'll already start making the plans on when that gets out of there, when we're going to let them to go back out, warm up on the range, and then get them back out on the golf course. So, it's kind of a lengthy process, but as with weather, you guys, we have thunderstorms that can pop up right on top of you. So that's why we also have an electric field mill that we set up on site that measures the electrical charge. And so if we're seeing something develop real close to us, hasn't produced lightning yet, and we're wondering, is it going to, that electric field mill gives us the heads up that, hey, charges are building. And also looking on the radar, you look at the cloud tops, you kind of know what those cloud tops keep growing, and you know what the freezing level is. And when it gets a certain height above that freezing level, that's when you start seeing the lightning. So using all those things together, using all those things together, we can get a good idea that, hey, this cell will probably going to produce lightning. So that electric field mill is crucial in that aspect. So it may give us 10 or 15 minutes that we wouldn't have had if you waited for the first lightning bolt to come out. So, we may only have 10 or 15 minutes to get them off, but that's still better than having no warning and all of a sudden there's a lightning bolt. So, yeah, technology plays a huge role in what we do.
That's pretty fascinating. I didn't realize that much went into it. That's pretty sophisticated and really good coverage on your part.
Stuart, once y'all blow the horns, it's kind of going back a few minutes, but once y'all blow the horn to warn there's a tornado or tornado warning storm or even a severe thunderstorm on its way, the players, they're coming off the course, But for bystanders that are sitting alongside the course or even in the stands, is there a safe place for them to go?
Unless you have a clubhouse pass, and generally no. So, if you're having a severe weather event, obviously you don't want to keep them in the tents and the skyboxes because those are temporary structures and big lightning rods as well, just, with the poles and everything. So, we try to get people to go back to their cars, go back to the buses, get back to their cars. But, it doesn't always happen that way. There's always stragglers. There's people that try to hide and wait it out. And because, as soon as we start back play, then they can run out and get a good spot on 18 or whatever. And they're in a good spot to get a good position to watch golf again. But, it happens. We put weather warning signs up. We do the best we can to PGA Tour and all these events, try to do the best they can to get people to leave. But, there's always a few stragglers that always try to stand under a tree, and, it's not recommended, but it definitely, it happens.
No, I was just going to say that I'm sure that's a problem at a lot of these outdoor sporting events, whether it be air shows, I would imagine, have a big problem with that, or even like you mentioned earlier, concerts. I think it was just last year we saw some video went viral of a concert tent just taking off, and downdraft, outflow wind of a tornado, thunderstorm. There's my brain. So yeah, that seems like a real problem.
Yeah, it is, and there's a lot of outdoor festivals and concerts and stuff that don't have a meteorologist, and the people in charge really don't know weather. So I think that's when you have more of the mistakes made or decision making, not poor decision making, when those things happen. So, fortunately for us and my company I work for, DTN, we do a lot of consultation. We have a lot of customers that call in and get opinion from a meteorologist. So I think it's getting better and better as far as people hiring meteorologists or at least weather companies to help them out and make good decisions. And like for me, on the on-site business, actually have a meteorologist at your site is expensive. You got to pay for hotel rooms and airline tickets and ship equipment and plus have the meteorologist there. So that's kind of a hard thing for some organizations to pay that kind of money to have somebody there. But once you have that meteorologist there that's on site, they see how it works and how it takes the pressure off them making these decisions. And it actually pays for itself, to be honest with you, to make good decisions. But, like I said, if you don't have the money, a lot of these organizations just don't have the budget for it. Hey, at least they can still hire a company like mine and have a consultation where they can call in, so it definitely makes a difference.
Definitely so. Able to do that for Speedway Motorsports Incorporated. It definitely, I tell them, I'll worry about the weather. You guys worry about running the event. And it's just, I think it's a peace of mind for those folks.
Well, I say it all the time myself is I'll tell you when you need to worry.
Yeah, I'll do the worrying for you.
Exactly. I'll tell you when you need to worry. So,
I want to get back to what you mentioned about winds, right? So we talked about wind science, right? And we get into the nitty gritty of it, right? You're talking about sea breeze, you're talking about things at the coastline, even inland, where you can have wind shifting or building, stronger pressure gradient, higher winds from certain directions. Do you get into the science of saying, you look at the course, you look at the direction of wind, the dominant direction of wind for the day, and the speeds? Do you talk about which links are going to be more difficult than others? When you look at long-range trajectory shots or higher iron shots, do you speak about look for a lean to the left or hooking or anything like that when you get into the wind forecast?
Yeah, the rules officials, the guys that are setting up the golf course, they're the ones that's more concerned with which holes are going to play. Let's just say we have on hole number 1, we have a strong south wind and it's blowing, 15 to 20 miles per hour. Well, if it's blowing from behind them, then a lot of times what they'll do is they'll move the tee blocks back so that hole plays longer. And then on the next hole, maybe it's going the opposite direction. Now it's in the player's face when they tee off. So they may move those tee blocks up so it plays shorter. That way they're trying to keep everything moving, but they're also trying to make it not hard, but they're trying to make it fair too. Not necessarily hard, but fair, and keep things moving. So, crosswinds play a big role, especially near the greens, where if there's a lake or a big sand trap or something that's on the right side and it's blowing from left to right, well, they may put that whole location more towards the left side of the green, so guys aren't dumping in the lake the whole time trying to get it to the hole. That's so all those strategies play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind direction definitely is important. How strong the wind is.
So they're actually changing distances and layout.
Absolutely. So we have 18 holes. We have 18 holes, and all through that golf course, it's going to be in their face or behind them, left to right, right to left. So all those things play a role in how the golf course is set up. So definitely wind definitely is a major impact on golf tournaments. So
very interesting, very neat. Scotty, go ahead.
Yeah, Stuart. In some circumstances, I know we saw the Masters had some severe weather roll through back in 2019. When we see these big severe weather events, you guys, I'm sure, coordinate with the course, with the tour, with the TV networks, and kind of make the best plans. Is that right?
Yeah, try to do what's right. You don't want to get anybody hurt. And if there's a high risk for severe weather, i.e. tornadoes or even, just strong straight line wind and storms, we may go early, 2 tees early on the weekend or a day on the weekend to avoid some of that severe weather that we think is going to happen in the afternoon. So, the tour is aware of that, and they'll try to make accommodations to maybe avoid some of that to keep people safe and get the round in. Because the tour has a policy that we'll play on Monday to complete 72 holes. 72 holes is a must. They want to get every round in. So so we will do that on Sundays a lot of time to try to get everything completed and so we don't have to go into Monday. But for the most part, if it's a 30-40% chance of a thunderstorm day, then they're not likely going to change anything. It's just we're going to play golf and hopefully, that scattered thunderstorm will stay away from us. But if we do get hit and we don't finish, well, we'll be back Monday morning. So that's how it works.
I know another element that is tricky for you guys, especially on the West Coast swing early in the season, is fog. Seeing lots of fog delays and even some cancellations of round because of visibility. Talk to us a little bit about forecasting fog.
Yeah, it's tough, man. That marine layer out there, and what most people don't realize in California, the Pacific Ocean out there gets the Aleutian Current, which is very cold. It's cold water, and so fog forms on it quite a bit. So when we get out there, a lot of the things that we look for is the offshore flow, and we love it when there's offshore flow because it pushes that marine layer way out in the ocean, and skies stay clear at the golf course. Well, the thing that I've learned forecasting the weather out there, as soon as that pressure gradient starts going neutral, that's usually when the marine layer fog will move in. And so I've seen it. We had it this year at Torrey Pines at the Farmers Insurance Open. One day the fog rolled in early in the morning, and it stuck around till about 9:30 in the morning. So we had to delay for a couple hours, and then the sun finally ate through it and broke it apart, and it pushed offshore. So, it's a tough thing because with fog, you just don't know how long it's going to stick around. How thick it's going to be. We get the marine layer out there too. Sometimes it lifts and it's just a cloud deck, and you're fine. It's just a cloudy day. But at Torrey Pines, we do have some elevation. I think we're up at 400 or 500 feet there, and so if it lifts up to 500 feet, we're in the cloud and we get socked in, and then obviously you go other places along the coast there that's not elevated, and it's fine. So it's definitely tough, but something we deal with, and we just try to help the best we can with that. So
I know we're getting late on the interview. fun question here. Any favorite PGA Tour stops, and any of the PGA Tour players really weather savvy that we might not know about?
Well, I mean, favorite weather stops. I mean, as far as any tournaments go, Hilton Head's a big favorite of mine. Any Hawaii tournament's great. Pebble Beach is awesome if the weather's good. Same thing with Torrey Pines in California. So yeah, we go to some great places. I mean, this past year I went to Japan and South Korea. I went to Shanghai, China, and this year, later in the year, I'm going to Australia. So yeah, I mean, we go to some great places and it's a lot of fun. So yeah, it's good.
I was going to say, you have to go to these areas and actually learn the weather in these areas. You probably would have to understand it before you even go.
Yeah, believe it or not, I mean, everywhere I go, I start paying attention to where I'm going a month or two ahead of time. So I know when I get there what's been happening. So you kind of got a feel for what's been going on. So, I've already been keeping tabs for the next couple of weeks when I go to Tucson and California again. And, and then obviously long term, you kind of looking, I've got Florida lurking in March. I'm going down to Florida. So you definitely keep up with what's going on and what's been happening. So kind of what to expect going into it. So it's definitely harder in Japan and Korea and some of these places where, maybe the radar data is not as timely, or you don't have all the good data you have here in the U.S. You still have some data, but maybe not quite as good as some of the things you're used to using. So, and, forecasting wind and things like that gets a little more difficult, some of these spots. So, but still, us being there is still better than, for the tour and some of these tournaments, having us there is still better than not having us there, where they would just be guessing. So, we do the best we can, and they know it's not the U.S. and it's not quite as good, but it's still we still send our electric field mill over there, and we still have that and the detection network and that kind of thing. So,
oh, wow, I bet that's interesting transporting that equipment across seas to a foreign country.
Yeah, the tour sends a lot of containers and things, so it goes on with a lot of the scoreboards and that kind of stuff. So it helps.
One more question from me is as far as golf and the weather. Talk about course saturation. We're talking about frost in the morning, dew on the grass, dew points, humidity, right? How does it factor in your forecast for when the starting time is? Does that sometimes get pumped up because of the ground's just wet and needs time to dry out, or?
Well, obviously, if it's totally saturated, there's the rules of golf dictate what we can do as far as playing golf on a saturated golf course. So if there's still some standing water or some real wet areas, the tour a lot of time will institute a policy of lift, clean, in place, where they can get relief maybe from some of those spots to a drier area that's not any closer to the hole, but they get some relief. And then they can pick up mud on their ball, so they can pick the ball up and wipe the mud off and place it back down and then hit it. So that helps us out quite a bit. But if we still have water running down the fairways, or there's puddles on the greens, and you can't put the ball through a puddle, so then obviously we can't play in those conditions. But golf courses are made to drain, so typically once the standing water is gone, then they institute that policy of maybe lift, clean, in place. That way we can still play and not be stopped under the rules of golf. So as far as frost goes, we do try to do frost forecasts. It does come into play a lot of times when we're in the desert of Arizona in February and March, because it can get really cold there in the mornings and then warm up pretty quickly for the mid to late morning. So we try to help them out with frost forecasts. Obviously, you got to just wait for it to melt before you can get on there, because you don't want to kill the grass stepping on it. So usually frost delays are not that long. They're usually 30 minutes to an hour, and then we can get out there and play. As far as late in the year, a lot of places where we go is Florida and the Southeast and that kind of thing. So typically we don't deal with frost too much in the fall, but definitely early in the year.
Well, Stuart, thank you so much for joining us. We certainly appreciate it, and glad that we could catch you while you're here at home. And we wish you the best of luck as you travel out to all these cool destinations, and hopefully you'll have some good weather. If folks want to follow along, do you have a social media account or something you'd like to promote?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. It's at PGAWXMAN and the number 1. So it's PGAWXMan1 on Twitter. And I'm on Facebook, just Stuart Williams. You'll just have to find me on that. But that's the only 2 social medias that I'm on. Yeah, Twitter, definitely follow me. And you can see what the forecasts are, what's going on at these tournaments that we're doing and these other events. So.
And the weather's bad and you're at that tournament, just go find Stuart. You can blame him for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, we appreciate your time and glad to catch up with you, and I hope to talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Scotty, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun, and hopefully we can do it more often.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, thanks for watching the Carolina Weather Group. We'll see you back for another episode next week.
All right, and that is our interview with Stuart Williams, DTN meteorologist who goes to all the PGA Tour events and provides them on-location weather support. That interview, again, was recorded in February for what we thought was going to coincide with a premiere for the Wells Fargo Championship in Charlotte. This week, the PGA Tour is back in action. They are at the RBC Heritage event in Hilton Head, South Carolina. From Charlotte, I am James Brierton. We will see you back here next week. We will leave you, I'm trying to pull up a camera in Hilton Head, South Carolina to take a look at conditions there right now. It's not coming up. Go figure. But you'll have to trust us that Stuart's forecast says it won't be all too shabby. And here it is, a look from the Salty Dog there in Hilton Head, South Carolina. Again, I'm James Brierton, Charlotte. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. When we found ourselves doing severe weather coverage for Brunswick, Columbus counties along the coastal areas of North Carolina, just outside the Wilmington area, what we didn't know until after the fact was that we were tracking a EF3 tornado. This is a absolute monster of a tornado that impacted that area and unfortunately did result in some deaths. 2 or 3, if I'm not mistaken, as well as 10 injuries. We got some new video today when North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper visited the communities hardest hit, and I want to allow the panel some time to talk about this, because this in and of itself would be a very big news story for us here in the Carolinas and on this show. And it's just yet, unfortunately, another piece of a very busy weather week that has been playing out. But you can see here the communities still trying to clean up after this storm rolled on through. Let me pop up again for you if I can, and I'm going to ask our group to kind of weigh in and on it well too. Is, we look at radar scope imagery from that night. You can see it there on the right-hand side of your screen, the velocity, the measuring of the winds in the atmosphere circling here where the tornado crosses Highway 17, where some of this video was captured just outside Ocean Isle, and then continues for about 25 miles, going 45, 50 miles an hour, at times almost trying to outrun the polygon. The Weather Service working very hard to keep this very fast-moving supercell inside that tornado-borne polygon to try to give people as much lead time as possible. Brad, let me bring you back in. I know you had just finished the 11 o'clock news, but I saw you tweeting about this. What were you thinking at 11:45 at night when you were looking at this on radar?
So I had seen that storm offshore in the special marine warning because I was impressed with the signature, but wasn't thinking much about it. Went on to finishing up some emails, and I have all alerts turned on for North and South Carolina. So I heard the tornado warning pop up on my computer, and I looked down and I was like, "Holy cow!" Right away, I was like, I could see the debris signature, and I knew it was bad. And then immediately with some of my emergency manager contacts started getting messages about, some serious damage and, requests for search and rescue crews. So I knew it was pretty bad. And when I looked quickly at the map, I knew that area quite well. I actually played that golf course several times. Tiger's Eyes right there, Ocean Isle. It's a beautiful area. So I'm very familiar with that. And I knew, hearing the damage reports, those weren't small homes. Those were well-built, I wouldn't say mansions. Those are nice houses. So for those to be leveled and destroyed, I knew it was a significant hurricane tornado. I'm thinking of hurricane because that area was hurt by Isaias as well, almost the exact same location. But what was interesting is, that was EF3. That's the only second EF3 I could find in the database in the month of February in North Carolina's history. The other one was in...
Return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
So EF3 tornado in the month of February is incredibly rare for North Carolina and in that area, period, any time of the year.
Brad,
yeah, I have to echo. I was going to say I was asleep when this happened. When I woke up in the morning, I saw your text in our internal chat. But along with Brad, I've played golf at this golf course that actually got hit and vacation, there a lot. And like Brad said, it's a well-built community. I mean, these homes were well built, and to see the video of just some of these just being completely demolished just shows you the sheer size and strength of this tornado. And it was a nocturnal tornado again, at 11:45 on a February evening, something you just don't really anticipate. So the loss of life is never good. And just our thoughts and prayers go out to those folks. But just seeing some of the damage out there, you could tell it was a pretty massive tornado.
Yeah, I'm like you, Scotty. I slept through this too. And the very next morning, I woke up and saw that there had been a big tornado from browsing through Twitter. And so I went and downloaded the radar scans from the archive and went to look at what the radar looked like. And when I saw that debris signature, I thought, oh my God, that had to have been a really bad tornado. Debris was lofted up to something like 22,000 feet. Is that right?
22, 25. It was up there. It got sucked right up into the updraft. It was pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah. When you see debris lofted that high, you're dealing with a pretty substantial tornado, and in this case, at EF3, and that's what it looked like. It could have been just looking at the radar.
Yeah, that's a tough warning scenario. The Weather Service, did the best job they could, but nocturnal February, I think that these coastal communities have it tough because I was talking to another group about this today. The special marine warnings, we're talking about water spouts and rotation. But who on the coast is looking at special marine warnings off the coast? If that was a polygon for a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning to a county to your south and east, you're probably a little bit more aware. But when they're special marine warnings, you're probably not even thinking twice about it.
Right. And even if there is a water spout, you think, oh, well, it's going to last 100 yards inland at most. But this is a little different. This was, I think this was supercellular in nature. And when you get that kind of situation, you get a water spout from that. It's going to keep going inland and a long way sometimes.
I remember when we were streaming this, just looking at it going, this is textbook. You could see the hook echo. You could see it on velocity, 160 mile per hour winds. Christian Morgan, WFMY in Greensboro. I want to ask you for your advice for folks who hopefully never find themselves in this situation. But if you find yourself in any tornado polygon, what do you do, especially if it's midnight?
Yeah, guys, I was kind of watching this all unfold, kind of like Frank said, I just happened to log on to Twitter to just kind of see what folks were saying and kind of check out some different things about our upcoming storm this week. And I noticed all of these radar scans and started to notice and realize that, we were dealing with something pretty serious down in the coastal region of North Carolina there. And what I was saying on Twitter, I wasn't an active meteorologist following it along in those areas, but I was saying, if you have family and you have friends that in this area, who cares if you got to wake them up? Call them until they wake up and let them know what is going on, that they have to find somewhere safe to get. And really, in this situation, we say it all the time and it kind of gets drowned out and people kind of put it in the back of their minds. But really, you got to find that most inner room in your home. If you have a basement, that's the safest thing to do, away from doors and windows. And people say, well, I'm in the next room over. Is that okay? And I'm in the closet in the bedroom that, has windows in it. No, it's not okay. Because especially in a situation like this with such a dangerous tornado, I mean, we see picture after picture after picture of whether it's branches or whether it's beams from houses flying around, they can pierce right through walls and right through doors, and they can come into those rooms and into those areas. So the most inner room in your home, away from doors and windows. If you have a basement, that's the best. And one thing that we always try to say on the air in a tornado warning situation is take shoes with you, take a helmet with you. And people think that sounds crazy at first, but if something comes through the door or something comes through the wall, if you've got a helmet on, just like riding a bike, if you fall off and you have a helmet on, you're going to be that much more protected. And shoes, people say, well, I'm in the home. Well, if you have debris in the next room over and you come out to survey that once things are over, there's no telling what you could step on. So a helmet, glasses, safety goggles, shoes, if you have those things and take them with you, you're that much more prepared and that much more ready in a situation like that.
Hey, Christian, I think you guys did the story today. Wasn't there someone whose home was damaged by the ice storm and went down to their beach house because of the damage and then was impacted by the tornado?
Yeah, that is a series of really bad luck. They left here, their home was damaged on Saturday with the ice. And so they went to their beach house. I think they left earlier this week to kind of get away while crews were cleaning up their yard, and then found themselves in that situation the other night. And it's like, what do you do at that point? And I think, if I remember right, I didn't watch the story in full detail yet, but if I remember right, I still think some of the family was either en route or was going to be traveling down to the beach house later. And so they had a really hard time getting in contact with those folks. And that, of course, is scary in itself when you're in one place going somewhere to be safe and your other family and your other party there knows what's happening and they can't get a hold of you. It's really, really sad.
That is absolutely incredible. That story had
another thing worth mentioning.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, another thing worth mentioning with all that Christian said earlier, do these things that you can do in advance. Decide where to go when the sky's blue. Make the plans on that day. Share them with your family. Make sure everyone knows where to go, so that when the tornado warning is issued, you can just do that and not have to think about what to do. You just do what you've decided to do, and it saves you time. That way, if you don't get a lot of lead time, and sometimes you don't, then you know what to do, and you can do it and get there faster, and having less lead time matters less.
Yeah, that lead time is so critical, and the Weather Service does as best of a job as they can, and it's frankly a really good job, and it's improving each and every year to give people more and more lead time. But, an excellent amount of lead time is, what, guys, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes, and in this case, it might have been even less because of how fast this cell was moving.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm just reviewing the radar again right now, and I just noticed why this was kind of sneaky. I understand why it is. The radar near Charlotte, it looks like it has some obstructions to the radar beam to the southwest. And that was clouding what was going on with this storm. And it made it that much more difficult for the Weather Service to warn because it was kind of in a dead spot for radar. And it just approached from the southwest, and the thing was over Sunset Beach before they realized what was going on, I think.
Yeah, I'll just do a shameless plug here. If you're interested in this, we're going to do a show with Gannon Medwick. He had a really good write-up today about the situation. So, a lot of weird things going on at that time. So sorry about that shameless plug, James. Back to you.
No, I'm glad you actually. That's more late breaking news because I know you had reached out to him there at WECT to find out if he would come on and talk to us. So I think those are all valid points. And Frank brought something up that I think in hindsight, more people are learning about. I think the folks in that area may have already known about it. So I think there is some hindsight review analysis going on. I will say one of the things that I think was a silver lining saving grace is that this supercell, this tornado, passed just to the side of the radar. If it had gone over the radar, we could have lost eyes on the whole cell for the rest of the night, which I think would have introduced a whole other level of an issue. Certainly.
Yeah, just under 3 miles. If it had been just under 3 miles farther east.
So we mentioned that Governor Roy Cooper went down to survey the damage today and to meet with folks who were impacted by this tornado firsthand. And amongst some of the video that was fed back, we have about 2 or 3 minutes here where the governor is talking to 2 homeowners who were inside of their home when this tornado approached. You're going to hear them talk about the amount of lead time they had, or what frankly was a very small amount of awareness and lead time for them by the time they realized something was wrong, and what position that left them in, and how they ultimately rode this storm out inside of their home. It's a miracle, it's miraculous, it's heartbreaking, it's inspirational, it's a whole palette of emotions. Now, because of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the microphones are a little bit further away than they would be ideally, and I'm letting you know that because the first rule of broadcast is always good audio, and you can hear them here, but especially if you're listening on our podcast, I want you to just stick this out with us and take a listen to the conversation the governor is having here with these homeowners. It's an incredible story.
We won't invade your space here, but I thought I'd just come over and just see things.
Hello, Reverend, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys doing?
We're alive.
The fact that we're alive is a big positive. I know that's something to be thankful for these days. Yep. So we're thinking about you and hope that everything can be put back together. So sorry about the loss of life here.
Yeah.
Tragic.
That's our greatest fortune. That was not us.
Correct.
This is sticks and bricks. They can be replaced.
So is this your house?
Yep.
And so were you guys home?
Oh, yeah. We were in this under the curtain.
So what happened? How did you guys, where were you?
I was in bed and I heard the hail, and at that point I said it's time to get up. And by the time I turned my back, the doors came in and hit me in the back and knocked me down to the sofa, to the bed. And that's probably the only thing that helped me survive, being knocked down. So, oh yeah, well you heard the hail. The amount of time between the hail hitting and the noise of the wind was instantaneous. There was no
I couldn't tell you what just happened. I was on the living room sofa, and as soon as the hail cracked the first piece of glass, I ducked, and the whole back of the house flew in. And I went for a ride. Fortunately.
So how far were you carried? Where were you?
I was in the great room. The entire back of the house flew in. This wall here, I'm on the other side of it. Buried under everything else. And I'm sure the only thing that saved my life is our porch furniture is teak. And the one chair blew in on me like a teepee tent. So everything falling and throwing landed on that and not directly on me. And I swear that's the only reason I'm here.
That is amazing. Were either of you injured?
Minor
scratches.
I had to get
a couple of stitches.
But considering, no is the answer. Bumps and bruises by comparison.
Well, you have an amazing attitude about all of this. It's got to be devastating to lose your home like this.
It's devastating, but you got to maintain a positive attitude. So
we're here. We have something to deal with. There are others across the street and across the golf course that don't have that good fortune.
Do you have a place to stay?
We do.
Yes. The neighbors here are families. The generous, phenomenal offers have been endless. So.
Yeah, we have a place to stay. But there are several people that had empty homes because they're not full-time residents. They offered the homes to us. I've had offers from New Jersey to Florida to help. So we've been fortunate.
Absolutely an incredible story. Those folks, as they expressed, lucky to be alive. Again, 2 fatalities, 10 injuries, and as you can see, multiple homes damaged by this EF3 tornado there in Brunswick County, North Carolina. We will have more, as Scotty mentioned, on future shows here in the Carolina Weather Group, talking more about an event that is clearly going to be now marked on our calendars and our history books. 160 mile-per-hour winds. That is practically unheard of in this part of the country.
Welcome, everyone, to the Carolina Weather Group. We continue part 2 with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore.
So I think to talk to you, Jim, and not bring up the famous commercial of
you going to the beach and playing beach volleyball and going to different places, and the crowds run away from you, and you're like, what? I'm just here to go to the beach, which is an amazing commercial. I think it's a fun kind of
that was pretty
pastime
brilliant
for all of us. So kind of in the sense of that commercial and kind of how we know you, how are the actual kind of emotions and reactions of communities when you do show up and they do see you? Is there sometimes some mixed emotions, or is it usually kind of just people are excited to be meeting you and in an area that is going to be on TV, or is it more of a thing where people are kind of sometimes a little bummed?
No, it's both, to be honest with you, Dan. And it's really both because, I mean, obviously during hurricane season when I show up, it's not going to be good. I mean, the good news with Sally, I'm like, don't worry, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be moving after my shots. We've been moving every day, so this is no different. Till we finally wound up in Pensacola. But some people are still excited to come out. Their town's getting some attention. I've been doing this a while now, so people have kind of grown up, just kind of getting used to, if there's going to be a big weather story, Jim's more than likely going to come to town. So if it like I've always said, if it creates the awareness and it has people react in a way that they protect themselves and their family, then great, mission accomplished. So I still kind of get both ends of the spectrum. I mean, I told you one time, I can't remember which storm it was, but I think I was going to North Carolina. I mean, this lady literally, she saw me on the plane. She hollered at me. She told me it was my fault. In front of everybody on the plane. I was just like, okay. But yeah, so you run the gamut. That was probably the most extreme right there.
And there's whole, I'm sure you've probably seen them or ran across them, but there's Facebook groups devoted to Where's Jim Cantore? I don't know if you've seen that, but there's a
Facebook page, right?
That's right. And they post pictures of what they think is you, what certain like storm chaser cars or weather channel cars. And they'll say, he's now been spotted at Sunset Beach. And then, it's got hundreds and thousands of members.
So for the record, guys, do you know how many bald, short Italian men exist in this world? A lot. And I'm just one of them. Okay, so yeah, I get spotted a lot in places. I'm like, and I sometimes I read those in my Twitter, and I'm just like, I'm sitting right here at my house looking at this, and who is playing me, or who do they think is me? So it's cool. I mean, in a way, it's kind of cool because I never in my wildest dreams thought that a guy that just wanted to get the forecast right would be, somebody who developed a Facebook page for. So I mean, it's kind of fun when I can play along, I will. But like I said, at the end of the day, if it helps people get ready and creates an awareness, then mission accomplished. Mission accomplished.
All the memes that come out of that. I'll read you one. I sent.
Oh, dude, the memes! Oh my God,
oh man. The one that I thought was kind of funny. I sent this directly to you because it was right in the middle, right when everything COVID was just, the fear was so high at one point. And I said, if Southerners don't seem too worried about this coronavirus still, it's because we have been conditioned to believe that we likely don't need to be concerned unless or until this man shows up. And it has a picture of you. So.
I mean, yeah, they seem to get better every year. So it's like I said, it's very humbling. It's nice to be a meme.
I like your attitude. I like your attitude on it a lot. I mean, the idea is if you can bring attention in a positive light to the storm, then you're doing a good thing no matter what, and that's great.
It's really weird. Bobby Labonte is a friend of mine, and I remember when he was telling me a story about the ESPYs, where he was in the back room with Tiger Woods, and he was, they were both just kind of like, "Are you here for this?" "Yeah, we're here for this." I mean, when you don't really want to be in the limelight. Sometimes when you're in the limelight, you don't really want to be in the limelight. It's not what you strive for. It's not. You don't wake up in the morning and say, "Oh gosh, what can I do to make myself more in the limelight today?" I mean, that's just really not. I mean, Bobby is a fantastic race car driver. He won a championship. That's all he wanted to do. Tiger is a phenomenal golfer. All he wants to do is play excellent golf. And now, as you saw from this weekend, his son can play pretty good as well. It's just I think that the true professionals, the notoriety that comes along with them is just kind of an after effect. But I do think you also have to embrace it. You can't ignore it. You have to embrace it, because I'll never forget the time as a kid I got a chance to meet Reggie Jackson. As you guys know, I'm a huge Yankees fan. And I got a chance to get an autograph from him. I stood in line just like everybody else. They used to have this big thing in Atlanta called the Super Show, which was everything and anything to do with sports. And I was like, oh my gosh, Reggie's signing for Upper Deck. I got to go get Reggie. So I had my baseball, and I stood in line just like everybody else. So when I finally got up there, which was, probably 45 minutes, I was like, oh my gosh, I handed my baseball. I said, Mr. Jackson, what a pleasure to meet you. I mean, you've been you've just been my hero. You took the Yankees to a world championship. And he turns around and looks at his publicist or whatever. He goes, hey, how much time we got left here? 15 minutes. All right, here you go. He handed the ball to me. It was just kind of, I don't know. It just kind of left a sour taste in my mouth. I just never forgot it. And I'm not Reggie Jackson. But the people that want to meet you and want to come out and talk to you, I think you owe them a little bit of your time, because you've been given this gift and it's there to share. And that's really how I feel about it. But I'll never forget that experience, and I always go back to it. And look I can't say that Reggie didn't have another thing to do. I can't blame him for that, but I just never forgot that reaction, how disappointed I was. Now, if I'm out to dinner with my girlfriend, or if I'm with my kids and we're talking and having a good time, and if you want to come up and talk about climate change or what we should do about NextRad, I'm like, hey, can we save this for another time? Pick your times of when you approach people. That would be my best advice to other folks out there. But I'm happy to talk to you. I am a true weather geek. I love talking about it. I'll give you my opinion. Sometimes it's going to be good. Sometimes it's going to be bad. Sometimes it's going to be right. Sometimes it's going to be wrong. But that's me in a nutshell.
Speaking of NextRad, could you talk to those folks in Washington and get us a radar in Charlotte?
Yeah, I mean, look, if we wait around for phased array, we're going to have more tornadoes missed. We're going to have more gaps. They told us not to really talk about this, but now that I'm on with you guys, yeah, let's fill the holes. Let's fill the gaps. Long overdue. I mean, we got a nice system down now, and I know this data needs a lot of maintenance, and it's very, very expensive. And if that's the case, then come up with a great, new phased array, and let's roll that out. Let's just roll out phased array. But until we get there, let's fix the stuff that we got. Maybe add a few mobile radars here and there to fill in the gaps, especially when you're talking about large metropolitan areas and cities. I mean, at this point, the NWS radar, the guys that are operating the radar and monitoring the radar, they know where the gaps are. They've been doing it for years. I mean, it's not like they're just coming out with this out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm pro filling the gaps all the way. Do it. It's long overdue, guys. It's long overdue.
So I have just one follow-up question here about how you deliver your message and the best way you can kind of connect with your viewers and stuff. So really, in a perfect world of your day-to-day, big storm comes around or whatnot, would you rather spend more time actually kind of doing on-camera storm action coverage where you're in the heart of the storm, or would you rather spend more time kind of, in some instances, being from a safe location where you can spend better time broadcasting, have clearer messages, and work more on the communication side?
So studio versus non-studio, I think that's what you're asking me, right? I like a mix. I've got to have a blend, because I still need, like when I was told I was going to go out to the snow the other day, I was like elated, because A, it wasn't a hurricane, and B, it was just, I just love getting out in it, because here you are, you spend all this time looking at model data and this, that, and the other thing, and reading this and reading that. but you to go out and experience it, and then to kind of bring it home to the viewers. I just that's the win. That's the home run. I don't want to live in the field, and I don't want to live in the studio. I got to have a blend of both, and hopefully I'll be able to carry that to the end of the career. But it is getting exhausting out there. I won't lie. When you go through an eye wall, guys, and then you got to get up the next morning and do it, kind of tell everybody what happened. It's tiring. The adrenaline takes you through the event, and then after that, the tiredness and the lack of adrenaline. I mean, you got to find it from somewhere else. But you still got to put together 2 words in a sentence. So that's how that's going. What's going on, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, Jim? How you doing?
Good, man.
So to kind of piggyback off of that question, take us through your workday at the Weather Channel, from when you wake up to when you leave the Weather Channel for the day.
So AMHQ is the show I'm on, 7 to 10 in the morning.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
And come down to this very computer that I'm on, jump on it, see what's going on. Like I said, Twitter is nice not only for us to communicate with each other in the enterprise, but also it kind of helps me centrally get my thoughts together. What do I really want to say about this? What do I think about it? And I can put it down right there and go from there, because more than likely I'm going to be talking about one or more of those things when I get to the Weather Channel. So, I'll get in about an hour before my show. I'll slap a little powder on, put my mic on, go meet with my weather producer, talk about any interviews that are coming up with my show producer, and boom, here we go for 3 hours. Strap in and enjoy the ride, and be ready for whatever Stephanie has to throw at you, because it's usually something you didn't expect. But it's great. She makes it fun. She really does. She makes the whole 3 hours go by. I mean, when her, Jen, and I aren't there together, it's definitely different. And that's not to say other people aren't talented, because Felicia and Tevin and Jordan and Chris, those guys are all incredibly talented. But it's just we've been working together so long now. We kind of got this little routine. We kind of know each other's quirks and things like that. So it's very fun. After the show, we have a meeting at 10:30. A call in, kind of talk about the evening show, Mike's show, Bettis' show, and then what's going to happen the next morning, who we may have as guests and things like that. And that is my day.
And tell us, behind the scenes, who's in the studio during the show, and how many people are working on the show every day.
So in the studio, it's either 2 or 3 talent. Sometimes they'll have somebody from home. Like if Steph or Jen are on the road and they just get back, they will have them home for a couple of days. Again, this is all about a part of the COVID thing. It's been weird. I've actually been lucky, because when I've come back from the field, it's been a Friday. So I just go into my weekend and I just come back into the studio. I think I'm the only guy who doesn't have a home studio. I said, look, I will come in. I have no problem in coming in. They have me in this area where nobody's around. I have my own desk. It's literally yards and yards away from anybody else. So I'm nowhere near anybody. And it's literally as soon as you walk in the door. There's a couple floor directors, 2 weather producers in the studio, but we're all spread apart. I mean, that studio that we have downstairs that we're doing the immersive reality on is huge. It's kind of like a half a gym, if that gives you an idea of the size. So ceiling wise and width wise. So we just have everybody spaced out perfectly. And, a lot of the cameras are run from inside the production booth, so they can run those from upstairs with the joystick. So we don't need people down there moving cameras, even though sometimes you have to move some of the cameras. It's really the jib operator who's got to move this big jib and this big teleprompter so that we're out on the new augmented reality set. That's got to be there for you. But let me tell you something, guys. As you get older, that prompter doesn't change size. It's still the same old TV, 15-inch TV. So you're trying to why is that thing way far away? Why can't I see that? It doesn't get any easier to read, is my point. So that's really been the biggest change. A lot more reading versus just ad lib, especially with video and stuff like that. And you're kind of bridging different things together. That's what it looks like in the studio. It's cool. It's really cool. I enjoy it. I really do. Guys, it's still a thrill to get up in the morning and go to work every day. It is. And I don't even consider it a job. It's still fun. It's still fun to look at the weather and get it right. It really is.
That immersive reality technology that you were talking about, I know we discussed it last year, but 12 months later, I'm still fascinated by it, as many others are. Tell us about some of the challenges of working with a piece of technology that's maybe new.
Well, so remember I just said this is like the size of a small basketball court, or half a basketball court. So with prompters way over here and monitors way over there that can't get close to you, some of the data on the graphics is really hard to read. So when we walk along and we see those little candlesticks there with the high and the low and the precip, one of them looks like a little crystal ball. So I can't see those numbers unless I'm looking at a monitor. And sometimes that monitor is just far enough away where I can't quite read that number. So if I don't preview those graphics first, it's definitely an beep moment out there and sometimes I'll turn the wrong way because you're so far away, you forget which side it's actually on in the real world. So it still takes some getting used to, and I'm absolutely not as comfortable as I am with a telestrator and a monitor in front of me or right next to me where I can touch it. So I'm out in no man's land, really.
Well, another one of the neat things you've been a part of at the Weather Channel is the local on the 8s. Your voice is on there. Tell us a little bit about that process and how cool it is to be that person.
So local on the 8s. Oh my gosh, when did I do that now? Maybe 10 years ago. But it took about 18 hours to record all. I mean, you have to record each number. There's different phrases that are coded. And so they put those codes together based on the forecast, right? And so partly cloudy will come up with winds increasing to 25 miles per hour. Those are two different things that I would record. I don't record all that in one thing. But so I thought, oh my gosh, so I get a chance to do this now. I'm going to be fancy with it. I'm going to like, if it's 108 degrees, I'm going to like really, it's 108 degrees. Heat index, 108. Wind chill, minus 55. So I went through and I did all that. And, that was about 3 hours worth of recording. And so then they got back to me and said, Jim, you can't really do that. You need to be kind of monotone here because we're going to marry all these different phrases and words and numbers together based on code. And you can't like be way up here and then but winds will be calm. Winds are 0 to 10 miles an hour. So it just won't sound right. So you need to be so I had to go and record all that again. But so much for trying to be different, right? So that's the story behind your local forecast. Well, and it's crazy, dude, because when I here I am with my mask going through an airport, and somebody will look at me, and they'll be like, "I know who you are. I know I recognize that voice, and I know it's from the local forecast." So not even being able to see my face, just from the local forecast, I get recognized now. It's crazy.
Well, it sure sounds a lot better than it used to before that.
Yeah, well, it's HD. It's got a little bit more resonance to it, reverb to it. And yeah, it's not the National Weather Service radio, that's for sure.
Well, Jim, I had a question about what it's like to do your road trips. You've already talked about this a good bit, and we know that no two road trips are alike for sure, especially when some are go to severe weather events, some go to hurricanes, some go to winter storms. Right. But what is a typical road trip like for you? What's the advanced planning like? What's it
Frank,
like to actually cover it?
Yeah, the hardest thing for me is that I want the ball when the game's on the line. Okay, so what that means is in the morning before I travel, I don't like if we have a pending hurricane, I don't want to not be on the air. I want to be able to go in there and talk about it. But that becomes a very long day, okay? Because you're up early, you're in doing your thing, and then you've got to go home. You either have to pack if you hadn't the night before, and then travel to the airport and go through that whole rigmarole, and then get to your location. And like I told you guys earlier about the logistics, you got to make sure all those logistics line up. I mean, if that's going to be your spot that you're going to broadcast from, Is your cameraman going to be dry? Are you going to be able to be out in the worst of it without drowning yourself and your vehicles and things like that? All those things come into play. And so now here we are at 6 o'clock at night after starting at 4:15 in the morning without stopping. And it just becomes an incredibly long day. So when it's just a travel day, which is rare, it's like getting ready for the game. You got to pack, you got to have the equipment, you got to execute when you get out there. So you just kind of gradually ramp up and get to your location. And there is kind of between all of our teams out there, like, okay, who's going to get the best location? Who's going to be able to get the best shot? And so there's a little bit of that sportsmanship going on out there between us meteorologists. And I mean, we all want the best shot. We all want, the best TV for people. We don't want to have something happen to anybody or happen to us. That's not what I'm saying. But we want to have the best looking shot out there. But you just don't show up and that happens. There's a lot of logistics that go involved in that. You got to talk to the hotel managers. You got to make sure that you can actually broadcast here. Can we open this door during the storm? Can we get this AC power plugged in? Those kind of things. Can we get this room on this side of the hotel? Blah, blah. All those kind of things come into play. And if you've worked the morning and it's like, let's say it's a Thursday and you've been doing this all week, you're pretty tired by the time you roll into Friday, and you're going to work the weekend because that's when, the storm's coming in. So let's see, I think I pulled 14 days. 14 days was the longest stretch. 14 or 15 days this year. It was a long stretch.
And how much downtime do you need to rest after something like that?
Well, that depends on who's out and who's not. I mean, we're pretty much running a lean, mean fighting machine right now. And if somebody's they do a great job of honoring PTO and vacation time here. And if somebody's off, sometimes I got to come back the next day, and it's tough. That sometimes winds up being the toughest day of all, is the day you got to come back in studio. The adrenaline's gone. You still have memories of what just happened and the hardship out there that was produced by a hurricane or a tornado. And you gotta find a way, man. You got to find a way to ramp it up, because as Al Roker always tells everybody, he goes, the worst thing in TV you could ever do is be boring. That's the worst thing you can ever do on TV is be boring.
Absolutely. Your passion has to come out no matter what.
Yep.
So, Jim, you started at the Weather Channel right out of school. So tell us how you got the job and talk about the demo tape you sent in.
Well, I never even sent it in.
Oh.
So that's I never applied to the Weather Channel. The guy who was in charge at the time, his name's Ray Bann. A friend of his apparently was doing a research project. They were researching where broadcast meteorologists were coming from. So there was a whole bunch of schools with this big reel of all these different broadcast meteorologists. So Linden and Penn State and Florida State and Mississippi State. And I was on that reel for whatever reason. And so Ray was I guess he was watching that tape, or he got a hold of that tape, and he said, "Oh, this guy looks interesting," and they contacted me. They got a hold of me that way. And I was up, like I said, it was July. I was painting the building. I was up on the scaffolding, and my brother hollers up. He goes, "Hey, the Weather Channel wants to interview you. You got to go home and call them." I'm like, "Oh, wow. That's cool." Because we had just gotten them on cable in White River Junction, Vermont, back in '86. So I remember seeing Gay Dawson and Bill Schubert and Bill Keneally and Mark Mancuso and John Hope and Will Annan and all those guys and Bruce Edwards. So it was interesting because I went down there for an interview, and a couple of them were there. I got to meet a couple of them, and I was a little bit starstruck, frankly, because I had been watching these guys on TV, and they're doing what I want to do. So I had a great interview with Ray, and I had no idea what was going to happen. Got back, and a couple of days later he called and he says, "You got the job. You got the job. When can you start? Can you be down here in a week?" And I said, "Yeah." I drive into Vermont to Atlanta. No air conditioning. It was a little Mercury Capri with a T-top. And like an idiot, I go down there during the worst heat wave in North Carolina that year It's 106 degrees. I'm just like ready to faint. I couldn't drink enough Gatorade. I mean, it was absolutely ridiculous. Instead of driving at night, like I should have done, right? Hello. Anyway, so I got my first experience with Southern heat, and I couldn't, really, for the first 4 years down there, I was like, I got to get out of here. I can't stand this heat and humidity. I was sweating when I got out of the shower. I mean, it was awful. It was awful. So finally, I got acclimated. About 7 years in, playing softball, just the honeysuckle, the southern nights, the humidity. So I really started falling in love with it. Now at 56, I'm too cold. It's too cold outside for me in Georgia right now. So I'm ready for Florida, South Florida.
Speaking of that, what's left? Well, I mean, what's left for you to do or you want to do before you retire? I mean, it's been a great weather career at the Weather Channel, but anything left on the bucket list that you've not been able to get to yet?
Yes, there is. I've never done a blizzard in North Dakota. I've got to do one. That's the only state I haven't been in for something for the Weather Channel. So I've got to do a blizzard in North Dakota. I would love to do a Westpac typhoon. Okay, I really would. I would love to do one. Maybe do what was a hurricane in the Atlantic ramming into the UK or Ireland or something like that. I mean, that would be just to kind of experience weather in different parts of the world. Antarctica, this iceberg that's supposed to crash into that island down there. How cool would that be to broadcast live on that iceberg? Right? It's the size of Puerto Rico and it's shaped like Jamaica or something. I mean, it's crazy. Just those kind of things. I mean, I like voicing over storm stories, but I liked doing Cantore stories better. I mean, this is really I've been blessed, man. I got to see a lot of the world. I got to work with NBC Sports during the Olympics. I mean, I got to work out with Al Michaels, who also always called me Dr. Doom. I mean, it was just really cool. I've just had some really cool experiences. But honestly, I'd like my goal, God willing, is I can get 40 years in broadcasting, and that's okay. Maybe I'll be done after that. So that date would be July 15th, 2026. So
approaching that, we're almost 5 years. We had a colleague of yours on, Tom Nizzle. He has a mountain. Yeah, he has a cabin up here on Rome Mountain. So we talked to Tom a lot. So what does retirement look like for you? You going to move into the mountains? You said South Florida just a little bit ago. What's it look like after TV life?
Yeah, I mean, I love the lake. I love the mountains. It's really an extension of the area I grew up. Think about, right? It's Southern Appalachia versus Northern Appalachia. So I certainly see myself, and I'm a small town kid, guys. I'm not a big city kid by any stretch of the imagination, but maybe split where I live between Florida and North Georgia. I don't know. Maybe open a nursery. Maybe open some kind of small business. I love doing landscaping. I really do. I enjoy yard work. Maybe I won't in 5, 6, 10 years from now, but who knows? Honestly, I really don't know where it's going to take me. But I'm going to be getting up at the hours I get up and doing that 5 days a week, and sometimes, going through the weekends and working 13, 14 straight. It takes its toll on you. It really does. I'm blessed with a lot of days off as a broadcaster, more than I would think a local market has. So I'm blessed with that, but it still takes its toll on you, man. It really does. So we'll see. Nothing's in pen right now.
Well, as we near the end of this podcast episode, we always kind of want to ask a few little silly questions to finish things up and to keep it light before we call it a night. So first and foremost, we'll try some information out of you. I know that you guys probably have some fancy weather models and weather model providers at the Weather Channel, but do you have a favorite mainstream weather model site to use?
Oh, gosh. I mean, first of all, Maui's a genius, sometimes to his own detriment. I mean, but I love the two websites he's designed. Levi does a fantastic job with Tropical Tidbits. I don't know the guys that are in charge of Pivotal Weather, but I think they've done a great job. Weather Nerds, There's just so many. I mean, WeatherTap. I still go back to WeatherTap. Look at the radar, especially now that they changed the radar site. But anyway, I mean, it's still, WSI Energy Cast is still one that we can access too. So dude, it's endless. I have literally 60 tabs open. 60 tabs. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I totally get that. I think, I think probably somewhere around there, 60 to 80 bookmarks. Just
So I'm not alone here. Good. Oh, thank God.
No, and you're not alone by any means. And especially when you have hurricane updates, when we all know the madness of how often those models update. So which site you're going to is really important. So yeah, they're lined up across the top. They're just lined up, endless. I guess I'll take the second one here. And favorite weather apps. Do you have any favorites? I mean, I know all of us use Radar Scope.
Yeah, I mean that's it.
But is that your favorite one?
That's my go-to. Yeah. I mean, when everything's on the line, or if you want to see a storm that's gone tornado warned for yourself and make your own opinion on it, it's definitely Radar Scope. I actually wish I bought that company back when it was for sale, because oh my gosh, they're just doing great things. It's just consistent. It's always there for you. They're always upgrading it, always doing tweaks to it. There's different levels that you can obviously purchase, different subscriptions and things like that. So that is my absolute go-to. I love Storm. That's a good one. Anything that puts down the center point of the cone with the cities on it, I'm in favor of. Because then I get to see, where, if I'm out in the field and I'm not sitting by a computer, I can get a quick look at, okay, well, where they move, how do they move the cone with with the 11 o'clock or the 5 o'clock advisory, whatever, and I can get an idea of where I may need to position myself down the road in the eye wall.
What about weather movies? The good, the bad, the ugly in the weather movie industry. There's probably more bad and ugly than good, but what are your favorites and least favorites?
For weather movie, my favorite tornado is still The Wizard of Oz. I won't lie.
Okay.
To be able to create that, as hokey as it was back in the 1930s, and have it look, like a roping out tornado in the plains, it was just amazing to me.
I feel the same way about that. I mean, it seemed like you look back and you're talking 1930s, film industry, and you're like, man, they actually did a pretty good job on that.
Right.
I mean, if they did one thing really that kind of, gave you some goosebumps, right? When you were a kid watching that. I mean, that was pretty intense.
I remember I met Bill Paxton when he did the first Twister, because they premiered it in Atlanta. And I remember seeing him again at a Kentucky Derby that I was doing for NBC Sports. And he was telling me that they were talking about a Twister 2. Now, granted, he's not around to do it, which is incredibly sad. And he was the movie, in my opinion, but that's just me. Would I like to see another Twister out there? Sure. Because when you think of how many young people it influenced to get into our enterprise and maybe have a better understanding for what we do or look into what we do, I don't think you can lose from that. So I'd love to see another Twister.
I agree. I don't think Sharknado cuts that.
No, I didn't bring that up. I'm always a glass half full kind of guy. I didn't want to bash anybody, but that was a little ridiculous.
Well, this last question, and promise it's not loaded. Do you listen to podcasts?
I'm not gonna put my career in jeopardy on this answer. Right.
Exactly. Good. Do you listen to podcasts? And if you do you have a weather podcast that you enjoy listening to?
Marshall does some good stuff with our Weather Geeks podcast, and occasionally I'll listen to his stuff. Of course, you guys, come on, you're killing it right now. Jennifer Watson, and occasionally she'll jump into a weather podcast as well. Weather Brains has always been great, and I know it's nice when you know the people that you're talking to a little bit, so you kind of know what to expect. Guys, honestly, anytime that we can educate people that are either interested in meteorology or even our own people that people probably didn't know the Reggie Jackson story before I brought it up tonight, and whether that furthers your weather education or not, no, but it's just something, if you've been watching me for a good chunk of my years, you know what is behind me when people come up to me in the field, kind of how I react now. So yeah, I mean, and I think it's good for the enterprise. It's just all good. It's good to talk about things. You know what? Sometimes subjects aren't great. The radar things is a touchy subject, right? I mean, but we got to talk about it because radar save lives. Early warning save lives. We know that. So
yeah, it is. It's definitely another fun topic just because I think I can only speak to Evan and Peter, at least on our panel right here. We are avid TikTok followers, and I've seen you appear in a few TikToks with Stephanie.
That's all Stephanie. That's all Stephanie. Trust me. That's it's funny. She goes, Cantore, just do this with me. Come on, just do it. And Steph just has a way to kind of beg you to do what she asks you to do, what she wants you to do. So you did, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? I mean, it's just like, what the hell? I don't want to be a total bore. So I'll jump in and usually make a fool out of myself.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public, stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
I'm okay with that. Yeah. I'm okay. I can still sleep at night, and it's all good. So.
All right. Well, my last question for you, and let's take weather out of it, because I know you've made many trips to North and South Carolina.
Yeah.
Top 5 destinations to visit in the Carolinas. I mean, I know you've been in the Carolinas covering winter weather, tropical weather, but if you're just coming on vacation to North and South Carolina, what'd be your top 5 spots to visit?
Oh, man. Well, I love, first of all, Greenville. Greenville is my number one. I mean,
it's a hidden gem. Nobody knows about it.
If I had to retire in Greenville, I would do it.
Yes.
Okay. Greenville, South Carolina. Love it. Absolutely love everything about that city. I got a lot of good friends up there too. So their Euphoria Festival they do every year is second to none. But behind that is Charleston. I love Charleston. It's the charm of that city, just being down in there, being in the thick of it, the history, the weather history. I mean, everything. It's just absolutely beautiful. Wilmington. I've seen them get the crap kicked out of them and come back and be this wonderful, wonderful town. I love Asheville. The Grove Park Inn. I've been there for the gingerbread contest. I mean, that is just unbelievable. It's just a beautiful historic place. The Biltmore, obviously, up there. I mean, holy cow. Gosh, where else have I been in the Carolina? I think it was Winston-Salem. Maybe, or was it Hickory? I can't remember. I got a friend that I went. They had just like refurbished the downtown. I can't remember which one it was in, which one I was in, but I thought that was a pretty cool place.
I live close to Hickory, and it's recently been redone. So
there was Hickory.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
you're kind of like, what? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? All right, who did I offend on this answer?
No,
you didn't offend anybody. You get your martial arts training here in Charleston. We all know that.
Yeah, you did great. I'm in agreement with you on Charleston. It's my favorite place to go.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And
Jay loves it too, right?
Greenville's number 1. Charleston's number 2. It really is that, just like that.
I tell people, I say downtown Greenville is the most underrated place to visit. It's a beautiful spot. Not a lot of people go. I mean, you can go out on a nice Friday or Saturday night and go eat dinner, welcome the river. It's a beautiful spot.
Like I said, if somebody said, all right, Jim, you have to leave Atlanta, you have to go somewhere else, where would it be? It would be Greenville, South Carolina.
I know our buddy Wes Grimes, who actually submitted a question earlier. He loved when you visited Boone a couple of years ago during the big snowstorm. And
oh my God, that was awesome.
I know Boone loves you, so if you ever make it back up there, I know you'll have a lot of folks and friends up in the Boone area. So.
By the way, the Boone stick is still around. Apparently, it's in my producer's Steve Pederak's office. I'm like, dude, you got to bring the Boone stick back out. I've never pushed so many cars out of the snow in my entire life than in Boone, North Carolina.
Well, I will tell you this, from a guy, Evan and myself, living in Western North Carolina, we definitely hope we can copy that sometime soon, because we're in our snow drought. That was the last time we had measurable snow here outside of the mountains. was that storm a couple of years ago.
It's going to be tough with La Nina, but we'll see. Especially strong. If we get a strong La Nina. But it's an active pattern, dude, and we got the negative NAO, so you may get a little bonus out of that. We'll see.
I'm afraid more ice than anything. That's my concern this year.
Yeah, that's
the models keep head faking though. They keep wanting to bringing the AO back positive again, but it keeps not happening. And again,
well, we all know how those forecasts go sometimes.
Right.
we've all been disappointed a few times. Look at that NAO. It's going to go so negative. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate your time. We want to wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And for those who are listening to the podcast, I'm sure they're probably following you on Twitter, on social media, but if they can't, or if they're not, how can they do that?
So at Jim Cantore is my Twitter. I don't do Facebook, but my tweets go to Facebook. At Instagram, at Jim Cantore on Instagram. That's more of my personal life than sometimes I'll throw some weather on there. I have been lately, but that's personal's Instagram and weather is mostly Twitter. And that's me, man.
We appreciate your time, and thank you guys for watching tonight. Yeah. We hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you back soon here on the Carolina Weather Group.
Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me.
It is September 15th, 2021. I'm James Brierton, live in Charlotte, North Carolina. We have our Carolina Weather Group panel with us tonight, and we are talking about the SpaceX launch just within the hour. You may have seen SpaceX launching from Kennedy Space Center, their first, anyone's first, all-civilian launch to space in the Inspiration 4 mission. We're going to show it to you in just a moment, that SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft launching from the historic Launch Complex 39A there in Kennedy Space Center. But the thing I'm really super excited about, and I know these guys are too, is we have photos and videos from you across the Carolinas showing us what it looked like here at home in the eastern sky for many of you, especially along the coast, but not for all of you, because as we take a live look at radar, you can see we've got scattered rain, some heavy, a little thunderstorm activity as well out there, in addition to some clouds, and that ruined the show for many of us here in Charlotte, in Morganton, North Carolina, where Scotty Powell is. But Jared's going to show us some of that video that some of you did manage to take in just a moment. So if you would like to share with us, you can tweet to us right now at Carolina WX Group on Twitter. It's Carolina WX Group on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook as well, too. And we'll take a look at some of those coming up, and we'll hear from these guys in just a moment. But let's get right to it, guys. Let's roll that tape and look here, the final moments of countdown from Kennedy Space Center in Florida just an hour ago.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Go Falcon. Godspeed Inspiration 4.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds. Callouts indicate nominal. Historic mission flying the Inspiration 4 crew. Onboard Dragon and Falcon 9. Great deal of the crew in the capsule. We're into the throttle down, into the throttle bucket.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Throttling down in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. Minute in the flight.
9 at supersonic.
Stage 1, throttle up.
We're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Copy,
We're throttled back up, and 1 Bravo, the call out from space. That's one of the abort sequences. That is a nominal call. Everything continues to be good. Looks like a smooth ride for the crew.
And you can see them giving the thumbs up there. That is for quote-unquote regular people. They are certainly well-trained, knowledgeable, and experts, but they are not military. They are not NASA. And they're not really, really rich guys who own their own space company. So what is exciting about this is that it is the first step towards one day launching us regular people into space. Although, I don't know, guys, I don't see in my lifetime me being able to get to space affordably. But it is really cool. This is all automated. They have to push, as I understand, close to no buttons. And they're just driving this thing from California. But here in the Carolinas, folks like you at home were able to see this. Let's bring in Jared Smith. He is the keeper of the photos and videos tonight. So keep them coming. We'll look for your live comments in chat. But Jared, what are people showing us?
Yeah, we got lucky here in Charleston. Really along the entire South Carolina coast, we actually had, it was kind of funny. James and I, we were talking on the phone earlier. I was like, man, I don't feel good about this because we had some showers coming in not too long ago. And I was like, man, I don't know if we're going to get a good look at this. But as it turned out, we got lucky in the Charleston area. And we'll take my screen share here. And this one comes to us from Emily Koppel. Her father, Michael Koppel, took these photos on Kiowa Island. Is like, is this a SpaceX launch? Yep, absolutely. And some really cool shots. You can see, you can just see that trail there. And the SpaceX rockets just put on such a great show. And I got to tell you, looking inside that SpaceX rocket, it's got to be really good that they're not flying on everything that's something that's built by the lowest bidder. I'm sure that it just looks really, really nice in there. And that is the way that I would want to go to space. It looks like they had a really smooth ride, as James said, and I'm really excited about that. So yeah, so this is what it looked like from the ground. This is from Emily. Thank you, Emily. At Total Return on Twitter got a really cool video here. Thought it was a UFO. Nope, it's an IFO. It's an identified flying object. We know exactly what this is, and get this going. Allegedly, we were going to try and get this going. Okay.
It would be scary if you didn't know what it was or what was happening.
Well, I mean, there's some people who didn't know what was happening. All right, so we're going to fake this. We're going to, for some reason, it's not playing. So I'm just going to drag my scroll wheel here. But you can kind of you get the gist. This thing was hauling butt. Spacecraft are they've got to move very quickly to achieve that escape velocity and get out of our way. And then Christian Morgan, Scotty, he's vacationing in Myrtle Beach. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's in North Myrtle Beach this week. So
yep.
Christian
Morgan from WFMY. Yeah, he got a really cool shot here. And then the other cool thing is that we had an ISS pass about 3 minutes after that. The International Space Station came by about 3 minutes afterward. So Skywatchers got one, lucky, and two, a heck of a show tonight. Courtesy of the United States Space Program, their cooperation with our international partners, and Elon Musk. So this is just a few of them. If you go off on Twitter, the videos are everywhere right now. It was really cool. It was really neat. Just before we went on, Dave Williams at Channel 4 here, WCIV, he was able to catch not only the liftoff, but also the return. Because remember, the Dragon, and we haven't cleared it, so I'm not running it. They literally just before we got on here. But the Dragon rocket, as we all know, it comes back to Earth. It's complete. It's a totally reusable system, and so we apparently were able to see the landing too. So that is pretty cool.
That is pretty.
We haven't mentioned yet one of the folks going into space, Christopher Simbrowski, is actually a North Carolina native. Grew up in Kannapolis, North Carolina. So
really,
so he was one of the 4 members on the crew tonight. Went to school in Kannapolis, grew up throughout his high school years, and then moved off. But a North Carolina native on the spaceship tonight.
And they are no stranger to things going fast in Kannapolis. So that is
That's right.
Probably the fastest a Kannapolis native has ever traveled. So
he's got Dale Earnhardt beat by a couple of miles an hour.
Yeah, it certainly does. And Scotty just passed this one along to me. This is so cool. This is a 30-second exposure.
Look at that. Look at that trail. Look at that tail there.
Yeah, so cool.
And I feel Steve is a reporter at WBTV, and he's from my hometown, so we talk a lot. And he's been down there all week, and he's like, I've just been wanting to get one great sunset photo while I'm at the beach this week, and he hasn't been able to get it, but I think this makes up for that. So
I'm so glad you brought sunset up, because as I understand it, it's actually the setting sun that makes this possible, because it's backlighting it. I'm going to go to Dan in a moment for a little bit more science behind how that light works, but they actually had an angle of this from space. Take a look at what the sunset looks like from space shortly after takeoff.
There on your screen, you can see a sunrise horizon there with planet Earth just behind the glowing MVAC engine.
Okay, I stand corrected. That was the sunrise as they made it around the globe, but still really, really cool. And Dan, you weren't able to capture this rocket launch, but you're no stranger to capturing rocket launches. As we know, you caught one for us here on the Carolina Weather Group from the Outer Banks when this rocket took off from Wallops Flight Facility in Virginia. So you're no stranger to this beautiful photography. What is it like, Dan, to see something like this and be able to capture it with your camera?
Right. Yeah, it must be pretty exciting having, for those who had a good view of it tonight. When you see this going through the sky, it seems surreal. You're watching something that is kind of going against the direction of anything that you would normally see in the night sky, and it's moving upwards, and it definitely doesn't look like anything else you've ever seen. So kind of a real interesting experience that connects us to these kind of greater human aspirations and things that we've been able to do that are bigger than just being on the surface of planet Earth. So you kind of feel all that in that moment, and it definitely sinks in.
I was trying to explain that to my 3-year-old. The concept of leaving Earth. If you're watching at home right now on our live broadcast here on Facebook, YouTube with Carolina WeatherNet, use that live chat box. We want to hear what your thoughts are on a launch like this, or if you could ever afford a ride to space, would you go? Very, very cool, exciting stuff out there. There's also, of course, they bring an object with them, a zero-G indicator. We've seen some of these in the past. I think it was a dinosaur previously. Well, tonight, their special zero-G indicator has a special meaning. Take a listen.
Oh, we can see the zero-G indicator floating around.
And it looks like it is a little golden retriever.
Oh, like the golden retriever assistance dogs at St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is apropos.
And they are doing a fundraiser tonight for St. Jude's on their YouTube page that SpaceX was launching tonight's stream on. So that was some synergy that they brought together. More of these very exciting space photos to get to, including some fresh video from our pal Brad Panovich, who is in Florida, in Disney, vacationing in Orlando. And we're going to run this. It's classic Disney, guys. Besides it being a little windy, you can hear like the theme park music playing in the background. Nice. But you can also hear Brad's raw excitement, him, his kids, his family. Take a listen.
Yep, there it is. There it is. There's the sun. Look. That is the Falcon 9. Oh, I can't wait to see it. That's awesome. There it goes. Go to space.
Bye.
So cool.
And Jared, you were talking about the separation and the returning of the booster. Brad's got a view of that too. Take a look. It's really cool.
Oh, it just separated. There, now see that vapor trail? Now you'll see the booster rocket come back down. Watch. Look at that. That's that shockwave, it's the separation. There's the booster. It's coming back. Now watch, the booster will actually come back and land.
I'm sorry, I just love the music.
Yeah, no, it was a pretty good bop.
Yeah. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me, Jared, of your panelist playlist that we did this summer on our Spotify feed.
It does have a little bit of local on the 8s flavor to it. Currently, the temperature is. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
reminds me of your TikToks.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. For those of you who are watching and who are not aware, I have found the retro weather channel niche on TikTok.
Yes.
And it's, quite frankly, it is the energy I feel like that we all need in the year of our Lord 2021. with all these things going on in the world. Sometimes you just need an old school orange local forecast. So, but yeah, that was. It's just so cool to see normals. I think that's the thing. These are not like these are not like your typical, the right stuff kind of things. These are people just having fun, and the technology has evolved so much where it's not such a manual process, as you mentioned. They didn't really have a lot to do. And the user interfaces on the SpaceX on the SpaceX rockets are, just that alone looks really cool. So probably very user friendly and easy to use. You basically you would hope,
no
right?
Tech support.
Well, you do. It's called Houston, right? Or
California.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't be Houston in this case. Somebody yelling for Houston and was like, "No, we're not here." But no, it was really cool to see. This is going to be a memorable 3 days for this crew, and I hope they enjoy. I hope they're soaking in every minute of it.
They get 15 laps around the Earth for the next 3 days. I think if I got that right.
Mm-hmm.
So while you're stuck at work tomorrow, just think about them.
Mm-hmm. And they are orbiting. The other thing too is that they are orbiting higher than the International Space Station.
That's wow.
So they are
actual space, not what.
Yeah. They have been added to the astronaut registry. The crew of these 4 have been added as people who have legitimately flown into space. So, right. Something tells me right now Jeff Bezos is on the ground in his cowboy boots, saying, "I wish that was me."
Speaking of that, Jared, I've been quiet because I seen something on Twitter this week, and I was trying to scroll to it, and I finally found it. Talking about all this, NASA has selected Falcon Heavy to launch GOES-U in 2024. So, talking about space, here's our next GOES satellite that's going to be released, or I guess flown up into space in 2024. So, just to kind of chime in, this is the weather effect of it.
Yeah.
As well as we're going to get more GOES satellite data, and we all like that. So,
GOES-T is the last one that's going to launch on an Atlas rocket, and GOES-T launches in January 2022. That is going to replace GOES-S, aka GOES-17, in the GOES-West position. So they don't have to deal with that loop heat pipe anomaly anymore, where they're losing water vapor data. So one more ride for GOES on the Atlas, and then, as Scotty mentioned here, we're going to go SpaceX for that.
And of course, it's worth mentioning that SpaceX right now is the only way that American astronauts can launch to the International Space Station from American soil. So I know there are a couple different companies out there who are all competing in this new version of the space race, but boy, SpaceX is really good at grabbing those headlines, guys.
Well, when you're first to market, that's that. If there's one thing about SpaceX is the legacy of who runs SpaceX. I mean, Elon Musk, he came into this mainly because of PayPal. So he knows what it takes to build a product that ships. Sometimes.
And for anyone who claims they don't use PayPal, but you use Venmo, you're using
PayPal. Yeah.
Just like Instagram is Facebook.
Yeah. But so, yeah, I mean, so you have this really cool ingenuity. And I know that the people there have put in just intense, long hours to get to this point. And I'm sure that they absolutely love, I would hope anyway, that they absolutely love seeing the fruits of their labor go up and come down and land like a James Bond movie, like every time. I can't get over it.
So normal. The fact that when we first went to space, everyone stopped, everyone watched it. Even shuttle launches used to be carried on the networks, and it was a thing to view. And now I'm putting it on my phone while giving the kid a bath or doing something else. It's really cool and impressive, but it's almost normal now. I don't know if that's good or bad.
In a way, this is what they were aiming for with the shuttle program, if you think about it. Because the shuttle program, the intent behind the shuttle program was to launch that thing.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Something like that. Just have constant space exploration. Obviously, it didn't work out that way. It ended up being far too expensive, and in a couple cases, far too dangerous. But the that was the idea behind the shuttle program. But now, as it turns out, the shuttle program maybe was just a little ahead of its time. Turns out that the standard rocket model actually can be very reusable, even more reusable than the space shuttle, because the space shuttle would jettison the fuel tank, and that would burn up, and then you would have the boosters would come back, but that fuel tank, that huge orange fuel tank, that would burn up. So that was a lot of there's still plenty of waste with that. So it's really cool. I'm glad that we're getting to see this.
Anybody want to take a gander without opening the link of how much it's going to cost to ship GoesU into space? How much do you think it costs?
I'm deciding if it's millions or billions.
I was a little taken back. It wasn't as much as I thought it would be. $152.5 million, which I would thought would be more than that. I would thought at least $500,000 or something, but not that 152 million is chump change or anything, but I thought it might be a little bit more than that. So
yeah. Well, to Jared's point, yeah.
Reusability, economies of scale.
That's how you win contracts too.
That's right.
Well, very cool stuff. Dan, we hope the next time the clouds don't ruin our fun so we can get you back out there.
That's right. Yeah. And if you're, someone at home and you want to kind of capture this thing the next time we have a good launch, just, a couple things to keep an eye on are the visible satellite. If you have the ability to either look at your local forecast or just look at a visible satellite map, you can see which clouds are coming in. And then, of course, try and film with a steady hand. You can get your hands on a camera that has a telephoto lens. That's helpful as well. And but otherwise, hopefully we'll get another shot at seeing one of these soon.
Tips from the expert. I love it. We'll keep an eye on what they've got coming out of Florida, but of course, we're really falling in love this year with wallops in Virginia as well too, especially if you're in like eastern North Carolina. It's right there for you. Well, that does it for this exciting live edition of the Carolina Weather Group. Thanks for joining us. We will have updates on the tropics on Facebook, on YouTube, so be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, sign up. I don't know, whatever you got to do, sign a blood oath, so you get all the updates from us here at the Carolina Weather Group. And if you do find us on Spotify, then you can check out our panelist playlist. We're, of course, happy to have you listen to our audio podcast wherever you listen to audio podcasts, but Spotify had this cool feature where we could play songs and music, and so we did a special series this summer called Panelist Playlist, and if you want to take a listen to it, head on over to the Carolina Weather Group on Spotify, look for the episodes that have the little music notes at the end of them, and you can be listening to some smooth Weather Channel local on the 8's jazz with your host, Jared Smith and Tim Pounds, so be sure to check that out. I'm James Brierton. On behalf of Scotty, Jared, and Dan, thanks for joining us. And here again, the Rocket Launch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Ground speed inspiration forward. Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Gauge 1 propulsion is nominal.
Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. Tonight we have a very special guest with us. Former FEMA Administrator Craig Fugate is joining us. And Craig, we welcome you to the show. We're happy to have you this evening. Appreciate you wanting to spend some time with us to talk all things weather. You've experienced a lot from your journey in Florida to all the way up into Washington, D.C., being the FEMA Administrator. So we look forward to hearing your conversations tonight. For those who are watching, feel free to follow along with us on social media. Tell us what you think about the show. Let us know if you have any comments. So, Craig, welcome to the show. Our first question to our guests who've never been on is, what is your weather journey? Do you have a weather story? But I'm just going to ask you, what is your journey? I know you started off in Florida where a lot of weather affects you, but did you have a little bit of a weather bug growing up, or was it all in emergency management?
No, I can remember as a kid, you used to get the hurricane tracking maps at the grocery store, and there'd be storms out there, and you'd turn on the NOAA weather radio and wait for the tropical forecast to come through, and you'd listen and get the coordinates and chart the map where the storm was, well before the internet and a lot of other tools that we just take for granted.
With that, at a young age, living in Florida, always keeping your eyes on the tropics, tell us about your journey through emergency management. I know we were talking a little bit off air. You started in a county and then kind of worked your way up. So tell us a little bit about that journey.
Well, my first experience with a hurricane, I was actually a paramedic here in my home county, Alachua County, Gainesville, Florida, where the University of Florida's at, with Hurricane Elena come buzzing through the Gulf of Mexico, and I was on duty for that shift. And we dealt with a storm that couldn't make up its mind and set off the coast for several days before it left. But I started out in 1987, moving from fire rescue to emergency management. Did that. Gainesville, sitting in the north part of the state, we get everything from severe thunderstorms is when we tend to see our most damaging storms. And so we would get every couple of springs tornadoes moving through, straight line winds, stuff like that. Went to the state of Florida, dealt with a lot of weather-related events, but most notably the 04 hurricane seasons. And then I went to FEMA. And again, a lot of what FEMA responds to is weather-related disasters. A lot of flooding, tornadoes, Tuscaloosa, Joplin, hurricanes, most notably was Superstorm Sandy. So pretty much throughout my career in emergency management, probably more than anything else, has been weather-related hazards.
Tell us a little bit about emergency management and FEMA and how they work together to mitigate after serious storms and other types of disasters.
Well, the first thing I think people need to understand that the reason we have emergency management in the first place is the org chart of government is not built for disasters. And that's true at the local, state, and federal level. So what's happened in the late 70s was the National Government Association began to realize that every one of these big events was almost reinventing wheels. It was never clear who the federal agencies were, what the roles were. It constantly changed. And that really drove the formation of FEMA under a reorganization order that President Carter issued. But the relationship is the way states are set up is they're the primary response to all disasters. Depending upon how that state's organized, Generally, our first line is local governments, mutual aid, state mutual aid with the federal government in case of FEMA, supporting governors. So every time I hear somebody saying, well, FEMA ought to be in charge, I remind folks our government's actually a federal government where states have the primary role in domestic emergencies with the federal government supporting them. And I like to point out that if FEMA was in charge of everything, it would have been hard to imagine an agency that could have responded to all the disasters that we saw during my term there without the leadership role of the governors, because FEMA just couldn't have handled all that. It really is this idea that all disasters are local. It doesn't mean we're abandoning everybody, but there are key roles and responsibilities. But like I like to tell people, when the disaster hits, we all work as one team.
And so, Craig, how hands-on were you with some of these departments, like the Storm Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center?
Well, I'll give you an example. Both at the state of Florida and at FEMA, our practice was when we had storm threats, we would have the National Hurricane Center, Storm Prediction Center. Sometimes, once we saw the rainfall forecast, Weather Prediction Center, relevant river forecast, and the affected National Weather Service offices all on those briefings. And I think, one of the things that I found when I got to FEMA was they were only talking to the Hurricane Center. And I'm like, you guys do realize there are other hazards, that there are forecast centers that deal with that. And the Weather Service in general, I think, really appreciated the fact that they finally had somebody that understood that the Hurricane Center isn't the only products that are being issued during these storm threats, and that, if we were seeing a significant flood risk from heavy rainfall, having the Weather Prediction Center now talking about that and amplifying that message.
What do you envision a response might look like to a hurricane in the age of coronavirus?
If you listen to what Mike said, and you go back several years ago and listen to him talking about hurricanes, he said the same thing. We've always recommended that people evacuate their friends and families, hotels and motels, and shelters as a last resort. So I think I'm less concerned about that messaging as the messaging we've been hearing, that people have been told to stay home, socially isolate, the risk of COVID, and not understand that if you're in an evacuation zone, you still need to evacuate. I think it gives more emphasis to the fact that we've always said friends and families are a much better option than shelters, that you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You just need to get inland, away from the storm surge areas. And the other message, which is kind of a tricky one, is particularly in Florida, we've seen a lot of evacuations that aren't in evacuation zones. Essentially, people are trying to run away from the storm itself versus the storm surge. And Florida is trying to do some messaging around that, of know your zone, know your home. That if you're not in an evacuation zone and your home's relatively in good shape, built to current codes, to consider staying home and putting up your shelters and riding the storm out. Again, reducing the number of people evacuate. But the biggest thing I'm telling people about this hurricane season is, if you're in an evacuation zone, your plan is to evacuate, COVID or no COVID. And about the only real additions you need to make is add masks, hand sanitizer, disinfectants, and wipes to your go kits.
If you could find the disinfecting wipes. If anybody finds them, let me know. I will trade you toilet paper. I've got that, plenty of it.
What is your idea of what the plan is going to be for the rollout from emergency management perspective on shelters?
Well, the Red Cross and FEMA and the national organizations, volunteer organizations acting in disasters, have a website. It's the National Mass Care Strategy website, where they've been updating information on mass feeding, congregate and non-congregate care shelter. Well, I'm an emergency manager. Congregate, non-congregate, what does that mean? Congregate care is your traditional mass care shelters, where they're looking at how to screen, maintain social distancing, and minimize the spread of COVID in those shelters. But the other thing is looking at more utilization of hotels and motels, dorms, other spaces that usually weren't going to be picked for shelters. And I think there's an opportunity here. Everybody keeps telling me how hard it's going to be. And I'm like going, well, last time I checked, most hotels and motels are not really doing well. And FEMA will reimburse if you put people in hotels and motels. And I hear how hard it is to plan, but the reality is we have a lot of capacity, particularly in my home state of Florida, we're putting people up in hotels and motels. And FEMA will reimburse for that under protective measures. So we're still going to need mass care shelters. There's good information out there. It's updated fairly frequently as we learn more about COVID, and now that we're seeing cases increase. But the alternatives are, do you really want people not to evacuate because they're so fearful they have nowhere to go? Or do you prepare the shelters and understand that you're going to have to manage that with COVID and take the steps to minimize the spread?
Craig, the current administrator to FEMA, testified earlier today before Congress. We're taping this, but today, earlier on the 22nd of July, you had an opportunity as well to provide some feedback to members of Congress. What did you tell them about what you're seeing in the state of the ongoing coronavirus response?
Well, I think, again, my emphasis was on evacuations. We need to be clear about that and not mix messages with talking about how dangerous and confusing and everything else it's going to be, and really focusing on when you're in the storm surge area, that's the primary threat. We need to evacuate, and we need to acknowledge COVID, but we shouldn't use COVID as a reason not to evacuate. So we need to clear that communication up. But secondly, we know that moving people is a vector, and everybody talks about evacuations. I said, well, the other problem is going to be on the response. We're still going to need to move utility crews. We're still going to need to move search and rescue crews. But if you think about a lot of these disasters, we see a lot of volunteers moving. And that may not be our best tool. And everybody says, well, what are you going to do? I says, well, I don't know about you, but we got pretty high unemployment rates right now in Florida. So my question is, and having done this for a long time, there's not that much that requires people to have extensive training to be able to help in a disaster. And again, it's reimbursable. Why don't we hire people and put them to work locally? We've already seen this with COVID in states where local governments had actually hired restaurants to cook and prepare meals under contracts to feed people that were shut in or isolated or couldn't get to stuff. And again, I don't ever want to say we don't use volunteers, but I also think with the unemployment rates we have, particularly in the hospitality industry, I think there's opportunities to employ those folks during disasters to minimize the amount of people we have to bring in from outside of a community, but more importantly, start putting money back into the economy.
So let me ask you this one, Craig, because in your experience in not only preparing or helping communities prepare for disasters, but helping them afterwards too, I'm curious where your expertise and your opinion lies on the whole question of schools. Do you have an opinion or thought on whether kids should be going back to the classroom at this point?
This is going to be a hard one because I always like to talk about big numbers. Everybody saying, well, there's little risk. Kids don't generally get that sick. We need to get the economy going. We need to get kids back in school. It's important for development. And I'm like, nobody's really answering this question. If the rate at which kids get sick and potentially the rate at which kids have serious complications or deaths are even like small percentages, like less than 0.1%. You're talking about thousands of children going back to school. Those are real people, and those are real numbers. And I don't think we have a good answer for that. I also think that there is opportunities to look at how we go back to the classroom setting. Everything from a lot of schools don't have enough room to do social distancing. So what if we split the day in half and we split the school up where half the school goes in the morning, half the classes go in the afternoon? What if we started doing more classrooms, weather permitting, outside? And again, because we're learning more about this is airborne and why masks are so critical in minimizing spread. How is that going to all happen? And I'm not sure we have enough answers because in Florida, some of the schools will open up, in the middle of August. So I think it would be prudent to think this through, get some consensus on ways to do this. And again, I just don't think saying you're going to open schools is the answer. But I also don't think that keeping schools closed indefinitely is going to work either.
Shifting gears a little bit, you're passionate about the resilience divide. I see this here in Charleston a lot, where we have, sunny day flooding, and it often affects places that are less affluent than places that are more affluent. A lot of the more affluent places are getting, they're getting some of the things like check valves. They're getting a seawall at the battery. But meanwhile, at the corner of Haggard and Fishburne, where there's low-income housing, you see at 6.8 feet tides, you start to see the creek overflow and start flowing across the road there. Several, we had 80-something coastal flood events last year. So let's talk a little bit about that resilience divide and how we can maybe bridge that.
Well, the resilience divide is really how I'm trying to talk about the current process of using cost-benefit analysis to make decisions about investing in mitigation and building projects, particularly for future climate impacts, as well as the existing impacts we're already seeing. And so much emphasis is on how many tax dollars we save. You probably heard this, that for every dollar we invest, we save anywhere from $4 to $9. And so if you're looking at dollars, you'll actually save more money the more valuable the homes are that you're trying to protect. And lower income homes, working class communities, don't score as well. So the bias, I don't think, was intended to short the most vulnerable communities, but by only looking at the cost benefit analysis of dollars saved versus dollars invested, we're going to see that divide go towards the more affluent communities, particularly those that can afford the cost share match of, in many cases, a minimum of 25% against the federal dollars. And I think we need to broaden the definition of cost-benefit analysis to actually talk about the functional impacts to families and communities, not just to dollars saved on property.
Jared, I want to take what you just said and talk about Charleston and the resilience divide and just roll that into talking about climate change and climate change adaptation. Craig, what does that look like from a FEMA standpoint?
Climate's already changed. I think one of the problems we have is we keep talking about climate change as something that's going to occur in the future. And quite honestly, that's the way we talked about it in the majority of the Obama administration, was something that we were going to deal with in the future. But when Sandy hit, President Obama, and we'd already seen a lot of tornado and flooding activity and a pace that we'd not seen before. And we kept getting these record-setting events, which I remind people, if it's record-setting, we've never measured it before. And these weren't just isolated incidents. It was like a drumbeat. And the president said something that really, I think, shaped where we were going to go at FEMA. He says, the discussion about climate change is over. We need to start talking about climate adaptation. And the problem is our infrastructure was built for the past century of weather-related events. And climate is changing faster than our ability to keep up with infrastructure, to keep up with the improvements needed. And this is why I think it's so important as we talk about federal investments, big infrastructure, federal highway bill, HUD dollars, the alphabet soup of funding, including the FEMA disaster dollars. We have got to move away from building to our last 100 years worth of weather data and start building the future risk. And I think there are more and more people that get that we can't keep building the way we've been building if we're going to survive. But I think there's some urgency that, as much as people talk about reducing greenhouse gases, on our end of the spectrum, I think the change has already happened and we're not going back anytime soon. So adapting to what's happened, particularly our coastal communities, areas subject to flooding. We know that the extreme rainfall events is one of the clearest signals we've seen in the last decade from climate impacts. And we are way behind on both identifying, mapping, and explaining that risk, and then making the investments to start bending that curve.
And I want to kind of back up a step in keeping that same direction. We talked about Horry County. We talked about some of these areas that have been hit very hard by the watershed events from the hurricanes that have hit. Over time, things have built up, Matthew, and so on and so forth. Things have just gotten worse and worse over time. So these property values are down, and we get back to the resiliency divide and demographics. And so what is being done to help those that are less fortunate in the lower income or the lower value homes, per se, that that can't get back the dollars that they put into their home, ones that that's their total investment. And then others they're getting funded for their properties, whereas these folks over here are not. Where's this going to be bridged at some point in the future? What's the plan for that?
It hasn't, and that's one of the reasons I think we need to draw attention to it. The Miami Herald ran an article a couple of months ago that looked at the National Flood Insurance Program, their buyout program, where they go in and buy homes out that are repetitive loss. And they found that there was a definite bias that a lot of that money went to the wealthier counties, not necessarily the most vulnerable communities. And I think that's why we need to talk about the resiliency divide. We need to get Congress to get behind this and really look at funding an adequate buyout program and focusing on the vulnerable populations, not just the property values or the cost savings that we may see in more affluent properties.
How in tune is Washington to how weather affects people? We live here in the Carolinas, the Charlotte metropolitan area, Winston-Salem, Greensboro. Over 2 million people live in that general area, and there's no adequate...
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public, stay at least 6 feet apart from others, and get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina WeatherNet.
Tornadoes, flash flooding. We hear these stories of folks who are continuing to have homes flooded, and they're not really getting the attention we need. Is this something that the Washington culture, the senators, the House representatives, they kind of push the weather and what it does off to the side? I know everything should be focused on, but do you think sometimes weather and their issues kind of get pushed to the side a little bit?
A little bit. The only time they get serious about weather is when there's a catastrophic failure in their district. I mean, think about it. The Weather Service couldn't even get a supercomputer to run better models until after Hurricane Sandy or Superstorm Sandy showed how inadequate their computational powers were. So unfortunately, everything from getting WSR 88s, which was the result of several airplane crashes due to microshear, to the latest funding for the Weather Service in this Superstorm Sandy stimulus package, Washington tends to be reactive, and so until a member gets hit in their district, then it becomes a big issue. But overall, most people treat the weather, and again, it was always amazing to me, members of Congress that thought you could defund the Weather Service because you had other private meteorologists issuing forecasts, and the Weather Service shouldn't be competing with them. And they actually were promoting defunding the Weather Service and letting other organizations do it.
Craig, do you think we have a radar crisis on the horizon?
I think if we're serious about being able to rapidly detect fast-moving tornadoes, particularly now the warning systems have caught up with the forecasting. Just having better resolution on forecast, but we can't tell people more precisely, I don't think would have been a good match. But if you think about it now, we're moving away from county-wide warnings to polygons. We now have, with the weather, the wireless emergency alerts, the better ability to geocode cell phones, and now moving past the original 120 characters to start including links in that, we can actually now issue across cell phones more detailed warnings from the Weather Service than their current technology can really do, and they've been migrating that way. So now they can do polygon warnings, yet they're still basing it upon radar technology that will miss part of that. There's still gaps in that coverage. And everybody forgets, unless you're in severe storm mode, those things are scanning. Everything you're seeing is delayed. It's not what's actually happening. So, we've seen this before where the tornadoes will actually drop, hit, and pop back up before the radar completes its circle and it gets the updated forecast information. So by the time you see a hook echo, it's already done its business and dropped back in the sky.
Well, Craig, I want to transition us away from this last topic, and as we're kind of running short on time here, talk about something that is near and dear to all of our hearts here at the Carolina Weather Group, the Waffle House Index. That's something that we've talked about before. We had the PR director, Pat Warner, from Waffle House on last year in 2019 to discuss what exactly it is from the Waffle House perspective, but I'd like to hear about it from the FEMA perspective and how the Waffle House Index works its way all the way up to the president.
Well, FEMA will tell you that the Waffle House Index really isn't their index, and that was just me trying to be folksy. But it actually started in Hurricane Charlie. I'd been out on several disasters, and the thing I could just it was just accepted was if there was anything open, it was going to be a Waffle House. But in Charlie, we had gone down to Charlotte County. And I ended up staying down there for about 2 weeks. So we'd get up around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, try to find something to eat. We'd spend the rest of the day working. And, we're doing 18-hour days, so if you didn't get breakfast, you may not eat. The first morning we get up, we were down near Fort Myers. We had to get on the interstate and head south because there was nothing open where we were at. And the first thing we get to is Waffle House. We go in and sit down, and this lady comes out with a mimeograph menu. You're so used to the big plastic menus. I already knew what I was going to order. But she says, the only thing we have is on this. And that was like, well, okay. And so we ordered, but, we got coffee, we got our eggs, we got a good breakfast. But it wasn't everything you would normally expect there. Next morning, we get up, and the actual interchange we're at, now Waffle House was now open. Went in there, same deal, mimeograph menu. So the folks I was with, Ben Nelson, who was our state meteorologist in 2004, he's now with the Jacksonville Weather Service office as a forecaster there. And at that time, Major Tad Warfel, now Colonel Warfel with the Florida National Guard, with me. And we were color coding the counties after Charlie, red, yellow, and green, using a stoplight to show indicators, EOC activation, search and rescue, schools, stuff like that. And they put into the slide deck the Waffle House Index. And that's where it came from. Green was open with a full menu, yellow was open with a limited menu, and red was closed. And I guess it would have stopped there, except we had changed how we operated in Florida. We weren't waiting for the counties to do assessments to say they needed help after these hurricanes, because I kept asking, well, why don't we just respond like it's bad? We'll get there faster, and if they don't need us, we'll go home quicker. Well, the question was, if you're responding out on the Panhandle, like with Hurricane Ivan, and you're driving out I-10, and literally we were going right as soon as the hurricane force winds passed, I told guys, we're going to be safe, but we ain't going to stay dry. We're not waiting for blue skies. So we were going right as the storm was moving out. And the question was, where do you stop? And that was kind of how the Waffle House Index got used. If you got there and the Waffle House was open, it ain't bad. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is open, but they got a mimeograph menu, well, we're dealing with power outages. We probably got a lot of mass care issues. But for the search and rescue teams, don't stop. Keep going. If you get there and the Waffle House is closed, that's going to be pretty bad. Go to work. And it just kind of became the shorthand. In Florida, it seemed like all these hurricanes going across the interstate, the Waffle House was a pretty good indicator of what was happening. And the other thing, because we never really talked to the Waffle House, about them getting open and all the stuff they do to stay open. It was just our shorthand for where do we stop and go to work when we're driving in the areas, because you'll start seeing damages 100 miles out with a hurricane, but that's not where the impacts are the worst. And so it just became a shorthand for us of where do you go to work in a hurricane.
So I got to ask, Craig, what's your go-to meal at Waffle House? I mean,
New York strip steaks. I like the steak and eggs, scrambled eggs, hash browns, scattered and smothered, black coffee.
And if you're on the limited menu, what do you go with?
Scrambled eggs, omelets, whatever they got. I'm not picky if they got a limited menu. But generally they'd have eggs and bacon, stuff like that. The funniest thing was when I was in Joplin. We got out there. I was actually on the West Coast, had to fly back into Joplin, got there late at night. We did a whole bunch of interviews the next day. I've been running on about 3 hours sleep in about 48 hours. It's now about 6 p.m. We're heading back to our hotel for the first time. And there's a Starbucks, and all these cars are parked around the Starbucks. I'm like, hey, guys, just pull in. I need a coffee. And we pull into the Starbucks. It's closed. We couldn't figure out why all the cars were there. Then we realized they didn't turn their Wi-Fi off. So folks in Joplin they were just trying to get connections were circled around there. So we went back to our hotel. There's a Waffle House right there. I'm like, we're going in there. I know they got coffee. And sure enough, you go into the Waffle House, they got coffee because they're pouring bottled water into the coffee makers. Because all of Joplin was under boiled water orders. But Starbucks was closed, Wi-Fi was on. Waffle House, they're just pouring bottled water in those coffee makers making coffee. So I got my coffee.
So switching gears, Craig, I wanted to ask you, are there any memorable moments that stick out in your mind while you worked at FEMA? For example, the 2011 tornado outbreak in Alabama or Superstorm Sandy, anything like that?
Yeah, it was the Tuscaloosa tornado outbreaks was pretty impressive. And again, we came into Birmingham, picked up a Black Hawk, and I was flying up to the northern part of the state. I don't think people realize how bad the northern tier of the Alabama counties got hammered. TVA had major transmission lines ripped out. We went to one town. They were basically lost everything. They had brought a command post from the southern counties. They used to go the other way during hurricanes. They'd all go south. But that thing, everybody from the south was going north. And they literally had 911 in this mobile command post, and they were dispatching. And everything, all their equipment was lined up on the side of the road because the station was just gone. And I remember, the president was coming in. He gets on, how bad it is. I'm trying to describe it, but it really was. It was hard to describe. He got there, he saw it, and that kind of came shorthand. So Joplin happens, and I'm on the ground in Joplin. I get the same call. He's going to come in a couple of days. He was always very respectful that he didn't want to get there when it would interfere with the response, because he knew what happens when he comes in as far as security and stuff like that. But he didn't want to wait too late. So it was always, the governor, working with the governor, working with local officials, and essentially, my recommendation. So he's calling me about Joplin, and he's going, how is it? And I says, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he's like, worse? And I have to say, Joplin, as far as total devastation, is the first time I've seen total devastation. When you were down where that hospital was, think about a tornado that's powerful enough to rotate a steel frame building and actually turn it. Literally the area a mile wide, close to 10 miles long, varying in width. Anything in there was totally destroyed. Anything outside of it pretty quickly got to the point where you didn't even know a tornado hit. And I just remember that, describing it to him, and he's going, how bad is it? I said, it's worse than Tuscaloosa. And he was just taken aback because the impacts in Tuscaloosa were pretty dramatic. And I'm like, yeah, it's worse here in Joplin.
Well, Craig, one last question, kind of a fun question. You kind of, a little bit discussed it just a few seconds ago. You and President Obama, Vice President Cheney, you're sitting around. Did y'all ever talk about weather? Weather's a thing that a lot of people talk about. Did you guys just ever, talk about the weather, what's going on?
No, but, between I went out on a couple of disasters with Vice President Biden, and I remember going up into Scranton, Pennsylvania. And it was really funny because he's like, Craig, these are my people. And I knew he was from the area, but I didn't realize that, people on the street knew Joe and called him that. I'm like, Mr. Vice President. They're going, hey, Joe, how's your, I haven't seen you. And Joe would be going, how's your grandfather, your dad, cousin, uncle? He knew people. So that was the thing that really struck me about Vice President Biden was in a lot of these communities we go into, he had a very personal connection, and particularly in that part of the country, they knew he was from there. They knew the families. They knew each other. President Obama, I remember two things. One, I was meeting him down in New Orleans. It was the anniversary of Katrina, and he's asked me how it's going. I said, well, we got hurricanes in the Pacific, hurricanes in the Atlantic, and fires in between. And he just looks at me and says, you're a smart ass. I'm like, hey, I'm just reporting what's happening. But the other cool thing about the president was I was told early on that they wanted me to wear my logo wear when I was at the White House during disasters. So during Matthew, I'm giving a briefing to the president in the Oval Office, wearing khakis and my FEMA logo shirt and my FEMA windbreaker, and everybody else is in suits. And there's this great picture of the president. I'm sitting next to the president wearing my blazer and my logo wear. Everybody else in suits for the briefing. And people said, how do you get away from that? Everybody else dressed up to go in there says, they basically told me to look like I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. So I wore what I wore when I was at FEMA headquarters when I went to the White House to brief. In fact, if I was wearing a suit, they'd always, look at me kind of excused. I said, hey, this is camouflage. When I'm wearing a suit, I just blend in with everybody else running around with a White House badge.
We certainly enjoyed having you. If you have a website, social media that account or anything like that our listeners and people who are viewing this can follow, how can they do that?
Well, I tweet a little bit. I guess that's, you should be aware of that. So
that's how we met, yes.
No, I'll tweet it, Facebook it, and LinkedIn it. And again, I've seen you guys out there. I've just, thrilled to be invited.
Hey, we're
now I feel like I made it. I've been on the weather group,
Well, we appreciate your time, and again,
I just sent Marshall Shepard an email says, I've been on your podcast, but it wasn't half as much fun as the Carolina.
Craig, thank you for being with us tonight. Interesting conversation, and folks, again, it's very important to know the risk as we enter the COVID season or the hurricane season mixed in with the COVID, and hopefully you'll take Craig's advice as you prepare. So until next time, we hope you have a great week, and we'll see you back here on the Carolina Weather. Welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. We're happy to have you this evening. An exciting show to talk about emergency management and weather and how the two kind of atmospheres come together, pardon my pun there, but how they work together, the weather community and the emergency management community work together to make sure you all, either if you live in a big city or a small city, are prepared for severe weather, winter weather, whatever the case may be. Joining us tonight is a familiar face if you've been a longtime Carolina Weather Group fan, Miss Ashley Morris, Emergency Management Planner for Baltimore County in Baltimore, Maryland. So last we had Ashley on, she was in Texas, so she's moved closer to us. So that way, if we ever travel, we don't have to go out to Texas. We can just go up to Maryland. So Ashley, welcome back to the show. And we also have with us Felix Nance, who is the emergency manager for the city of Hominy, Oklahoma, just outside of Tulsa. So Felix and Ashley, welcome to the show. We're going to kind of give you Ashley, I know you've probably already answered this question a long time ago, but we'll give you the opportunity to answer again. It's a question we always start off our shows with. How did you get hooked up into this weather community, emergency management community? What kind of hooked you into wanting to choose this profession? So Ashley, I'll let you start, and then we'll let Felix follow up.
Sure. So I grew up being infatuated with weather, and really I got stuck in a thunderstorm when I was 6 or 7 years old and really scared. And my dad's friend who was with me, because we were outside, actually taught me how to count the seconds between the lightning and the thunder to kind of try to calm me down because I was just sitting there crying. And so after that, I remember just doing that during every single New Mexico thunderstorm that came around. And I would buy storm books, and I was just fascinated by weather. And so originally I wanted to do meteorology and do National Weather Service forecasting. And I went to Texas Tech University with that intent. So I got a bachelor's in geophysics and atmospheric science, and then got up into grad school. Have always been very passionate about kind of the warning systems and the watches and warnings part of weather. And so I kind of stumbled upon emergency management and found out that emergency management is really the field that we're able to make evacuation decisions and do a lot of that public safety stuff, which is what really fueled a lot of my passion with weather safety earlier. And so very much an emergency manager, but very much a weather enthusiast, but also have that background too, to where I can actually do weather forecasting for my office and provide a little bit of SME on the weather side.
I got into it, years ago when I worked for the Red Cross, first job at a high school, and I was an emergency services specialist. Of course, one of the things Red Cross is known for is responding to disasters, and that's how I got interested in the weather back in the days of the weather wire, back when weather information came in on a teletype at something like 40 words a minute. So that was back very old school stuff, and it's just stuck. I've stayed with it, been a Skywarn spotter. It's just a natural progression, actually, from that point on.
Questions for both of you here. I want to ask exactly what your role is like and your day-to-day life. What is the typical day in the life of an emergency manager?
So it kind of depends on your location, your position, and what you're kind of designated to do. So as emergency managers, We're in the art of doing disaster preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation for either a city, county, state, or the federal through FEMA. So from a local emergency management perspective, I've done 4 years in city and county emergency management. And so ours is very localized and hyper-focused on neighborhoods, communities, and things like that. And so a part of my role has been a majority of my career participating in writing emergency response plans, creating a lot of partnerships with like public safety, police, fire, EMS, dispatch, public works, and all of the other agencies in our government who would help us respond to disaster. Getting everyone in a room to do disaster scenarios, exercises, things like that. And then doing a lot of community engagement, outreach, messaging, trying to get people to be aware of what our risks are and what we kind of expect of them during disaster. And then a very small amount of our time is usually doing response. Obviously, if we had severe weather coming into the area, if we had a big impactful storm, or like the past entire year where we've been responding to a pandemic or some other kind of thing, that's kind of what that looks like. So we kind of have a blue sky day and a gray sky day where we're either doing a lot of planning and just preparations, or we're actually responding, working with partners, making decisions, and providing resources to the public during the incident.
That's very well put. It depends on the size of your community and your staff. In my case, I'm a one-man shop, so I'm doing a little bit of all of it. I'm kind of a generalist, and so it tends to keep one very busy. And as Ashley said, we've been dealt with the pandemic situation since March the 6th of last year in my shop on a daily basis, as well as all the other the disasters within the disaster within the disaster. It's been nonstop, and tends to keep one busy. Unfortunately, that does tend to limit some of your planning time. So you have to limit your planning to a lot of the special events that go on. And in a small community like ours, a special event may be something as simple, if you will, as a Christmas parade or a festival at the lake, or it may be something much more involved. But ours are generally pretty small, but they also involve a lot of our community, so it does keep us busy.
Kind of staying on the topic of, I guess at this point, the differences between, being in a more rural area versus being in a bigger city. So you explained you kind of wear a lot of different hats there, Felix, and you're kind of generalist. When a disaster response or emergency response actually happens, can you kind of tell us a little bit more about how that works in those scenarios, who you turn to, and the process there?
When you're a small community like ours, and let me give you a little quick lay of the land. Osage County is the largest county in the state of Oklahoma, larger than the state of Delaware, 2,400 square miles. We have the County Emergency Management Office that has a staff of 2. We have the Osage Nation, an Indian tribe, which has a staff of 2, and myself. So basically there's 5 of us in the county. And we kind of work together to make things happen because we can't be everywhere all the time. So it's not terribly uncommon for me to go to another city to assist, or to assist the county because of the lay of the land and the lack of personnel. You're dealing with mutual aid situations on a regular basis where you have the county has 57 volunteer fire departments. So you start, you get out of a wildfire, you're making notes, and not necessarily just how many trucks, where they're from. It's a conglomerate affair, and it works pretty well because everybody works together, and that's the key. So you're drilling, you're practicing. The blue sky days are the days you make the big progress, because that's when you make the connection.
Ashley, can you talk to us a little bit about how that works out kind of in a bigger city scenario? When an actual disaster or emergency happens, how is that delegated? And what's the response like?
Yeah, so I'm lucky I have the background of both. So I came out of a tiny place out in Texas, and then I came over and did 9 months with Fairfax County before I just took this position. And so one of the biggest differences in kind of that would be your resources. So it was exactly what Felix was saying. Resources. Big cities, we have usually a bigger tax base. We usually have better funding, better things like that. And so when you have that, your capacity to respond is a lot bigger. You don't have as many mutual aid needs or community needs. We can usually throw money or resources or whatever we need at it. And so something interesting about Fairfax was that we would have severe weather setups where in Texas, I would be a little concerned. I'd probably kind of do like a light EOC activation, or maybe I would just sit in the EOC just in case we got severe weather. And in Fairfax, you would think you would do that because you have a huge population. But because your police, your fire, and a lot of your public safety is so massive and they have so many resources, it takes a lot for them to get tapped out. So we would have those squall lines with the trees down and stuff, but it wasn't a problem for Fairfax because we have massive amounts of department resources. And so that was something that I had to learn that was a lot different, just having those resources and those needs to actually be able to respond.
Ashley, kind of piggybacking on that, Maryland's it's a pretty extensive urban area. Does your like territory go out to like Catonsville and Ellicott City where we see that major flooding over there, or do you handle that as well?
We do from a first response perspective. So we do have like regional teams doing like swift water rescue, things like that.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
And even in the state are very well linked to where they can deploy and do that mutual aid like they need to. From OEM and from Baltimore County, so I'm kind of back in one of those smaller roles being with the county. We're just establishing our program, so it's me as a planner and then a couple of fire personnel. And so depending on what the threat is and depending on what the threat would be to my county, we would probably sit back and make sure that Baltimore County would be okay. And then if they needed OEM support, we definitely would offer that. Luckily, we have a great state emergency management agency that keeps us all connected. We have EMAC, which is the emergency management agency compact where they send out a mutual aid and things like that. And so we have an ability in the state to help each other when we need to.
Now enter the COVID-19, right? So we're getting the next topic here. Obviously, we're going to have to, ask about, the challenges, right? So 2020, you had a whole nother set of challenges every EMS entity across the country had to deal with. Now you've got social distancing and all kinds of things that you have to deal with. So I'll let you go first, Ashley, on what your efforts are, what in Baltimore, how you handle COVID-19, how you handle disasters with that layer of complexity.
Yeah, so I'll speak again kind of on Fairfax County. So we're a bigger jurisdiction. We have a pretty big public health, and it is a county public health agency where that's a lot different from other counties in Virginia because they actually have a state program. So we have state public health and a county. So we were able to have more county resources to throw at it. Because it is a disease or an epidemic or pandemic, that's all going to be related to public health. So they're going to be the lead agency. As OEM, we're just offering our support. So, we run logistics, maybe ordering PPE, maybe doing any other kind of needs. They needed a lot of testing site materials like tents, tables, and that stuff. So OEM played a really big role in setting up logistics for the EOC and actually ordering and deploying the stuff based on their needs. We would help them with planning efforts. Obviously, they are the subject matter experts, though, so they would lead a lot of what the plan would look like, but we would help kind of support that and offer them staff, offer them really whatever they needed. It was very interesting with Fairfax because, like I said, we were very big. Even our OEM was 20 people. And so we had a huge capability and a huge amount of people to where we could spread people out. We had a ton of different NGOs or nonprofits that would actually plug in and help us with food donations, mask donations, and doing a lot of the other needs that we might have for our residents. And so it really has been an all community effort from everybody responding to this. And it's really important, too, because Fairfax is 1.2 million people. And so it's a massive county.
Well, it's pretty much the same as Ashley, but some of the interesting things, we had a lot of PPE come in for the schools. We've got 12 school districts in those separate school districts in Osage County. We had a 6-county area that got together at a pod picked up all the stuff for the local Osage County, brought it back to Hominy and sorted it here, and then distributed it to the schools. So there's an awful lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see and things like that. Then one of the most interesting things, we've been working with our senior citizen center here. They cannot have in-person meals or in-person feeding in the senior citizen center, and they've had trouble getting disposable trays and other supplies that they need. They turn to emergency management, and we pull rabbits out of hats and get them the things they need to help feed our senior citizens. So there's a lot of unusual things that small towns do that the big cities may or may not do, or the people may or may not see, or they may or may not be unusual for them. I mean, picking up the phone and ordering a specific item in a big town is not unusual. In a small town, it may take some doing to get certain items.
Well, it certainly is not always the best scenario in every single severe weather setup or whatever weather setup you guys may be anticipating. Sometimes the worst happens. Between Oklahoma and Maryland, you guys certainly see the full gamut of every type of severe weather and threat you need to be prepared for, short of perhaps volcanoes as a kind of geologic threat. When you guys have to make the hard decisions, which I'm sure you certainly do, what goes into that emotionally, and when you just have to make that decision, how do you do that? Ashley, I guess we'll start with you.
If we're making response decisions, it's always going to be priority based, and typically we put lives as number one always. And so any kind of action that we're taking, whether or not it's even in preparedness, but even in response, we're going to try to do what we can to save as many people that we can, and then also stabilize. So it goes lives, and then property, and then economic recovery and economic stabilization. So it is really challenging. I think that there are some situations where, you might be faced with a really tough decision. Like, for instance, a dam. You might have a dam that could break, and if it breaks, it might flood 2,000 homes, or you might have to do the emergency release and it might flood a neighborhood. That's a really hard decision to make. But I think that we tend to kind of err on trying to protect as many people as possible. And usually we can kind of have that support from our community in advance. But yes, we are faced with very difficult decisions in a lot of our incident management.
Felix, I'm sure that you know just about everyone in Hominy, and everyone knows you. With a 2,000 person town, it's a lot more personal than perhaps it may be with the 1.2 million, I believe it was, in Baltimore. Does that sometimes weigh on you when you see disasters unfolding in your area?
It absolutely does, because the chances are, if you don't know the people personally, your kids knew them or went to school with them. So yeah, they're not strangers by any stretch of the imagination. They're your friends and neighbors. But that's also part of the strength of the community, because they are friends and neighbors, and the community bands together. A lot of what we do is, in a situation with a storm, is the pre-storm warnings and get the information out. In the response phase, we leave that to fire EMS for the rescue part and law enforcement. But we're also out there with them. And not just the day of the event, we're out there with them for a long period of time afterwards. We had a flood in May of 2019 that affected 71 homes and 9 businesses in our county. And I told the city manager, I said, "You signed on for the long haul. We're going to be at this a while. We're still working. We're just now starting into the mitigation phase of that. But part of it is you were working individually with each family. And as we were doing debris removal, I told the guys, I said, now, break this stuff out with the backhoe out into the street, scoop it up, and put it in the truck. I said, I want you to remember, that's someone's life you're taking away in the truck. It's not debris, it's not junk, it's not trash until you get around the corner. It's their life." And they all looked at me like, "Never thought of it that way." I said, "Yes, that's everything those people own in some cases. And it's right there in a pile in the front yard, and you're taking it away. They're starting over from zip." So it changes your perspective. and the perspective of your people. So it's important to remember that, one, when the debris is gone and the rebuilding's done, now you've got to go back to those community areas of the community and visit with those people and ascertain long-term needs, make sure that their needs are met both physically and psychologically. So it's a huge, huge job. And it doesn't end. You'll see them in church months later, and they're still the same people. You're still the same people, and it still tends to evoke the same emotions.
In January of every year, in January 2021, we just had NOAA release the $1 billion disaster map that they come out with every year. This year, I believe there was $23 billion, or 2020 had $23 billion disasters. Felix, I'm going to direct this question to you. And Ashley, living in Texas, you've experienced this as well. A lot of those $1 billion disasters were severe weather events. And Felix, it's known you're in Oklahoma, prime severe weather territory, tornado season. So my question to you, and Ashley, feel free to jump in with your experience in Texas. When you're setting in your office or the EOC or the situation room or whatever the case may be, and that moderate or enhanced or high SPC outlook has been issued for your area, and you're waiting for the storms to develop, and then they do develop, and then they're producing the severe weather. What's it like? Take people into like the situation room. What are those high intense weather days like? And it could be flooding or Felix, there's fires that occur out in Oklahoma a lot. You have your wildfire season. So what are those days like? Take the public into what it's like to be in your office on those intense days.
It starts off with a very relaxed atmosphere. They give me a hard time because they'll see me come in and my arms will be behind my head and my feet will be propped up and I'll be watching radars and chat and different social media sites. And as the storms develop and approach what we call the I-35 corridor, which if you've been to Oklahoma, you're familiar with that. That means they're coming towards us. We're watching the WFO in Norman, which is our adjacent counties to the west, but that's only 20 miles. So I'm picking their brain by reading chat to see what they're seeing in the storms, plus the weather forecast office in Wichita, which borders their county's border, it's on the north, plus what my WFO in Tulsa is saying. So we're stirring all that together. The intensity level just starts to ramp up. The closer the storms get, the more information you get, the worse they get. The intensity kind of tends to ramp up to a point. Right now, all the fluorescent lighting's on and everything. As the situation gets worse, the radios kind of get turned down. The lights actually get turned down. We have a different lighting setup that we use when that happens to not have bright fluorescent lights. They're toned down on a dimmer, and the noise level goes down. Inversely, as the intensity level goes up, the light level goes down. It's kind of a marked change, and it's like hard to describe, but the quieter it gets, the higher the intensity level, and it kind of just peaks at that point. And it's one of those things where you're sitting there watching and waiting, expecting the absolute worst and praying that, this is one forecast you could bust, and I wouldn't mind. But you mentioned the high levels. That's kind of one of the keys. You're watching the SPC forecast days out to see what they're thinking. You're watching the local WFO stuff and their decision support page. It's a team effort. No one's sitting there making a decision on their own without a lot of base knowledge coming into them.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with that too. So doing a ton of different severe weather events in Texas, but also a couple of hurricanes, Hurricane Harvey activation, though we got lucky with it. And then had some activation up here for one of the storms from last year. And so really it all kind of starts with a lot of briefings and a lot of meetings and a lot of conference calls. We're really trying to talk to our partners, our first responders and the entire county, getting people prepared and ready. Trying to get us all on the same page. So in the event that we actually do have to spring forward on a decision, we're all there on the same page. We will open up the EOC. The Emergency Operations Center is basically a giant conference room. We've got screens all over the walls. We put weather radar up on the screens. We put all the different news agencies, local news, national news, all kinds of things for situational awareness. And then it's really just a waiting game, just like he said. So kind of staying in touch with National Weather Service through chat, looking at the latest SPC products, also watches that come out, making sure that we're pushing that to the public because we're trying to get the public to take action on their own before the storms come in. And then also using social media to do a lot of that communication as well. And then once the storm comes, there's kind of that, it's like a uncertainty of what's going on. Like you're kind of lost in the dark because you're sitting in an EOC and there's a storm hitting your entire city or county or jurisdiction. And so you're trying to assess all the weather data and you're talking to your weather partners and you're trying to talk to dispatch and your first responders out there, but you still feel blind. You can't see exactly what's happening out there. And so we're kind of frantic at that point, trying to just find storm reports, trying to get on social media, trying to see if we can get any kind of hint of what kind of damage is going on at the surface. And then once we kind of have a better idea of that, we can start to make those decisions like damage assessment. But we had one storm that came in and we were able to collect all of those storm reports, but we had the media coming up from Austin. And so we had to peg our county PIO to get them prepared for interviews and different things like that. So there is quite a bit of adrenaline that comes with that. And then also somewhat of a lack of certainty of what decisions you're going to be making a short amount of time right after the storms.
And one of the unusual things about it, we both talked about the physical bricks and sticks EOC. The other side of that coin is as you move into the response mode, someone wants to ask, where's the EOC? Like, wherever the emergency manager drops the tailgate of his pickup. Because in fact, the EOC may, as a sticks and bricks facility, may turn out to be the tailgate of your pickup next to the incident command post. When you have limited resources and your supervisors are working supervisors dealing with the issue, it may be more beneficial to have the event run from the field for a period of time than off-site. So it's a kind of an unusual type situation, and it sometimes runs headlong into the incident command structure and doesn't always meld well at points with that for a while. But it's one of those things we've done for years and have tended to make it work pretty well because of the nature of the community.
Emergency management, besides terrorism and pandemic-wise, I want to keep this kind of weather centered. What is the one weather scenario that you just dread seeing coming your way?
One thing that scares me the worst is when SPC puts up an enhanced or high-risk day, and you're sitting there waiting because you know the watch is coming, and it will likely be one of the PDS types. Because if they have that high a confidence level, you know they're expecting the absolute worst. So, when you're talking tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, tornadoes, that's kind of, that issue always crops up. The other one that worries me are the ice storms. And we talked before the show a little bit about the Sperry Collins Ice Index. That's an incredibly valuable tool because a quarter to half inch of ice on power lines can make an incredible difference. And if a rural area can lose power, and it may be out for days. The ice storm we had in October, which was much worse to our west, one small community, about 800 people, the line going to town and all the lines in the poles in town were down. They had 900 utility poles down. Now, I don't know if you know how long it takes to set a utility pole, but if you can get 4 of them set in a day, you've done real well. Wow. So you can imagine what it would take to get power restored to that town. I think they were out 32 or 33 days just in town. Now, there is a whole planning process to food for thought. What are you going to do if you have no water or no electricity for 33 days? Does your power plant have a backup generator? Do you have plans, your sewer? Can you keep your infrastructure working?
Yeah, so mine's kind of along the same lines as that. I was going to say derecho because we've had them here in the DC area. We had one that was pretty bad, and it did that. It caused power outages for over a week. And then on top of that, we had a heat wave come in behind that. And so we had heat-related fatalities because people did not have power to cool off. And so you see those collapsing incidents that follow. And so that's always kind of a concern. But I would say a derecho, again, with widespread outages, just like he was saying, losing communications, because a lot of us are, really used to using social media to communicate to the public, even warning systems and cell phones. If we lost that stuff, I'm not quite sure how we would get messaging out about shelters and other things. And then on top of that, I don't think that our general public is very prepared for power outages, especially for long-lasting ones. And I think that we would be very challenged with getting them the right resources and making sure that they were able to get the help that they needed, because I just don't think that we're accustomed to really thinking that way. So that would be my number one. Number two is that I did some research on Baltimore County, and I've noticed that we've had several federally declared disasters that were snowstorms, either blizzards or something of that nature. And while I'm from New Mexico up in the mountains and I've seen snow, I've never seen enough snow to cause a federally declared disaster. So I'm very concerned about what that's going to look like. And what's even worse is they're always in January and February. And so I'm sitting here looking at the upcoming month and some of the winter storms, hoping that I can avoid that. So
some great information. Felix and Ashley, we certainly appreciate your time. I think our audience will really enjoy seeing the behind the scenes of what all you all are doing to keep us safe on good weather days and bad weather days. So would hate to not give you the opportunity to promote any social media accounts that you all would like to. So Ashley, I'll let you go first. If there's anything you'd like to share, or our followers would like to follow you, how can they do that?
Sure. I am addicted to Twitter, so you can find me on Twitter as Ashley Morris or at Miss Ashes 92.
And I'm also on Twitter at Felix A. Nance.
Very cool. Well, it's certainly been a great conversation. Felix, Ashley, thank you for joining us. And thank you all for who are watching tonight. We appreciate it. We will see you next time here on the Carolina Weather Group. Everyone, welcome to the Carolina Weather Group. This is the April 15th, 2020 edition of the Carolina Weather Group Get Together. If you're tuning in tonight to watch the April 16th, 2011 severe weather look back, sorry, we have a new one to talk about. As many of you know, we experienced quite a bit of a severe weather event over the Carolinas on Sunday night into Monday. So tonight we are going to turn our attention to that. We have a whole host of guests on tonight. We have Rob Fowler on from Charleston, Ed Piotrowski on from Myrtle Beach, Shane Hilton on from New Bern, Brad Panovich on from Charlotte, Tim Buckley in Greensboro, Efren Afonte in Columbia, Kendra Kent in Greenville, South Carolina, and Brendan Goldner, a reporter at WCNC Charlotte. So we really want to say our thank you to them publicly because we put this together at the last minute. So we're very happy for everyone to kind of donate a little bit of time tonight to talk about this. We are live streaming, so if you have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear about you if you had experienced any of this storm throughout the past couple of days. So I'm going to toss it over to Brandon Goldner. Brandon, you've been out in the field reporting kind of the aftermath of the tornadoes. And something we've been talking about here on the Carolina Weather Group is the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we've talked about storm chasing and doing severe weather coverage from home. I know that you ran a little spot about the recovery efforts in COVID-19. I think we're going to dial that up, and then we'll toss it to Brandon and let him kind of give us a few of his remarks from his story.
Brian Morris
Want to carry that one side?
is an essential worker.
Go out that way. Let's take it to the van.
He's cleaning up this Gastonia sunroom after a tree slammed into it, one of 5 emergencies his company, Custom US, had to go to.
It was kind of unique in that they were all very large trees, and that doesn't happen as much.
Well, it also doesn't happen as much cleaning up during a pandemic. Morris and his co-workers have to wear masks when going into people's homes. They also have to ask clients if they've been around anyone who's sick.
We've been keeping the pace.
Utility crews are also trying to keep the pace and restore power to nearly 39,000 customers. North Carolina Emergency Management Director Mike Sprayberry says the largest outages are in Mecklenburg, Anson, and Richmond counties. For families uprooted from their homes, the Red Cross's Robbie Sofoli says volunteers are helping them virtually, using platforms like FaceTime and Zoom to interview clients.
We are an organization that really relies on interpersonal connections with our clients and really trying to provide compassion and care. And it's a little difficult to do that right now, but we're adapting and using some of those different digital platforms.
Family and friends helped Robbie Clark's parents clean up a tree that crashed through their Kannapolis home, all while following social distancing rules.
I'm just hoping that everything gets sorted out pretty quick.
All right, so that was a report from Brendan Goner. Brendan, I'm going to bring you in. This is something we've been talking about, COVID-19 and how it's affected the weather enterprise. As you was out reporting, talking to the folks.
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Kind of in this new time that we're all experiencing.
It reminds you, we're all talking all the time about reporting during the coronavirus, and yet, Mother Nature, the weather, doesn't care about pandemic. It's going to do its thing. And so, obviously there's the challenges with us as a crew. It was me and photojournalist Kevin Wardlaw. We have the 6-foot stick with the microphone at the end that we have to use to interview everyone, and we have to keep that social distance. But what was really fascinating was talking to some of the disaster recovery crew members, Duke Energy, the Red Cross, how a lot of them have had to change up a lot of what they're doing when it comes to cleaning up during the coronavirus. Duke Energy, they've been trying to do the social distancing, keeping the 6 feet distance, but when they're trying to repair power poles, a lot of times they have to be in close proximity. It's the same way with these disaster recovery people that was said in the beginning of the story. They're wearing the masks. They have to ask everyone before they go into a house whether they were interacting with anyone with coronavirus, and it's the combination of all of the weather damage with having to deal with the coronavirus. So it's been really a double whammy for a lot of people.
And so, after disasters, we've seen it with the Nashville tornado, Jonesboro, Arkansas tornado a couple weeks ago. The community really comes together. How do you think that, how is the community interacting with their neighbor helping neighbor? Did you see any of that, even though we're in the midst of
It's
this?
actually a good point. We didn't see nearly as many people outside as normally, especially there was Monday, we were at there was a fire at a house caused by a tree that snapped power lines and then it went into a house, caused a fire. Thankfully, no injuries. But normally you'd see a lot of people out and about, milling around, asking for help. But really, there weren't a lot of people out. A lot of people were just standing on their porches. A couple of people wanted to enough, but keeping that 6-foot distance. But it's a good point. You really didn't see that those huge crowds of people like we normally do, and probably likely due to COVID-19.
Brendan, we appreciate that. We appreciate you joining us tonight, giving us that perspective. Hang around if you want to. I'm going to toss it to Dan. And Dan, you was out actually chasing this event. Maybe we can talk about that towards the end of the show. But I know you want to bring in one of our panel or one of our guests.
Yeah. So, talking kind of about some of the stronger tornadoes that hit there in South Carolina. I want to send it over to Rob there. There were a couple of significant tornadoes that hit, especially given the fact that this developed with not these ordinarily discrete supercells that would produce larger tornadoes, but they were within the line there. And especially we saw some interesting things like the Hampton County EF3, the Walterboro EF1s. Can you talk a little bit about that, Rob, that being in your area?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been here in Charleston for 33 years, and I've been through several tornado outbreaks, and I don't know how substantial compared to other parts of the country they are. We know every tornado for us is very important because we don't get that many, so we don't really prepare that often for these. But when we got here early on Monday morning to see what was going on in southeast Georgia, because these really started there and then crossed over the Savannah River and came all the way through eastern South Carolina. So to see the debris ball in Hampton County, which officially the winds are 165, they finished that survey and released it today, but it's on the cusp of an EF4. And I think here in South Carolina since 1950, only 3% are EF3s and 1% EF4s. So you're talking about something very rare for us in a state that, depending on which service you look at, averages 12 tornadoes a year. Then obviously, for us here in our Channel 2 viewing area, Hampton County is more in the Savannah area. Our neighbors down at WSAV taking care of that, but that's still in our state. But then Colleton County is the next state over, or next county over. And then we really got concerned there, seeing what was going on in Hampton, transferred to Colleton County. Colleton County, that was released. There were 3 separate EF1 tornadoes there. One of them 110 miles an hour that, if you saw the video, did damage at the Low Country Regional Airport. Unfortunately, we had 1 fatality there. A tree came through a house and killed a lady there. And then kept on moving into our more populated areas of Dorchester, Berkeley, and Charleston counties. Had a separate tornado that moved, probably started as a water spout, moved over Edisto Beach. And then they surveyed just a little while ago that Berkeley County, they released it. And that was an EF2 with the winds of 120 miles an hour. So, and then came into Ed's territory up into Georgetown County. We kind of share that. And they already had confirmed tornadoes up there. And I know Shay, Weather Flow, you guys measured a wind gust of 114 miles an hour right there. So, Dan, to put it, I don't know. I'm still shaking my head. I'll put it that way. It was just something I've never seen before. And I've been through, a lot of the hurricanes that produce tornadoes like Francis, but this was unbelievable. In Irma, we had 4 tornadoes in the Charleston area. But I think we're all still shaking our heads.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and I was watching very closely on radar as that Hampton County tornado started showing up on radar in CC, and also kind of the debris ball that was showing up there. I mean, that was a significant signature on radar that you just don't often see in the Carolinas at all. It's something you would generally see more in the deep south of Alabama, Mississippi, or in Oklahoma, Kansas, something along those lines. The damage report has it at least a half a mile of width of that tornado. Fortunately, it seems like a lot of that did happen over rural areas, but that being one of the first tornadoes that happened in that early morning, did that kind of set a precedent for how you were responding to the other tornado warnings and potentially trying to get the message out to people who may have been asleep at this point, knowing that how huge these could be?
Absolutely, Dan. I think here personally, myself, Josh Marthers, our morning meteorologist, he was on the air on News 2. I was manning Facebook Live for a long period of time. We know that's become a major way to get information out and get information in. But I think we were looking at that couplet, which was, we just don't get to see that on Velocity products very often here, and to see that continue to hold together all the way across the state. Absolutely. We were able to give warnings upstream. And I know it's a cliche, people write in saying, hey, because we watched you, you probably saved our lives. But I think in this situation, it really comes to play, because we could show it, we could tell them, we knew where it was going, we knew who might be impacted. And if we could give them any warning at all, this was the case. Most of our tornadoes that happen could be a water spout. The couplet's not as well defined. It could be very broad in some cases. So this was really fine, that I think it really prepped us for what we had to do for the rest of the morning. But I think probably the saving grace for all of us is the fact that with the crisis going on, schools were not in session, people were not going to work, they were not in the car on the highways going from point A to point B. So if anything, I think we were able to reach a lot of people in their house, and they could just hunker down right there.
And Rob, also, I wanted to ask, how was your response with your audience this early in the morning? This is really early, right? A lot of folks just waking up. There's no commute, but we did get a couple of days of warning out for this event to start happening, right? So we kind of got the word out. But how do you feel folks responded to your
I think the preparation was great. I loved Marshall Shepard's tweet going into this. He said, I don't want to hear anything about this came out of nowhere or where did this come from? Because I think the warnings were there. SBC did a fantastic job, and we tried to disseminate that information here to our viewers that, we couldn't tell them exactly what was going to happen that Monday morning, but we knew that as time crunched a little bit, we felt more confident that something was going to happen and could potentially be a pretty significant outbreak. So I think our viewers were well prepared, and I haven't heard a single comment like, where did that come from? And I never knew that was coming. So I think they were listening, and hopefully we were getting the information to them as quickly and as succinctly as we possibly could.
Efren, I'd love to hear your perspective on the Midlands, because unfortunately you guys saw the highest number of EF3s as well as an EF2 that passed real close to Orangeburg and even over I-26. How has the community responded to all of these tornadoes, and what kind of steps are y'all taking to recover?
Well, the cleanup process right now has been incredible. There's been a lot of community help in this, and even with the coronavirus, in which a lot of people are taking heed to that warning, there was a very large presence of people helping out. Now, the EF3 tornadoes that came through part of the CSRA, the Low Country, into eventually our Southern Midlands community, those areas are very rural. And the fortunate thing was that we were already on the air at 4:30 in the morning. And there were a lot of storms that were crossing over the Savannah River into the upstate. But there was already a knowledge of all of our viewers, since we've been talking about it in earnest since Friday, that we're looking at the possibility of strong thunderstorms. That was the message on Friday. The message on Friday was like, there's very likely going to be a severe weather outbreak of some sort in the lower Mississippi River Valley. That message usually is taken with a grain of salt because it's not us. It's not even near us. And as we got into Saturday, our morning meteorologist, Danielle Miller, started emphasizing that we're looking at the possibility of strong to severe storms in South Carolina. Half of the models from Storm Prediction Center and their risk included the northwest half of South Carolina, and then on Tuesday, the eastern half. So the message is already out there. And by Sunday, it was a clear message that this is going to be an event that we're going to see storms on Sunday, probably late morning, that may be strong to severe, but at least the knowledge that there is going to be storms on Sunday, but that's only the first round. The stronger storms and the worst ones are going to be in the overnight hours, and that was the biggest emphasis that we sent the message. And the worst part was waiting. As a couple of us were talking about before the show started, the Storm Prediction Center alluded to the fact that there were two significant models. One that was indicating that the storms would very likely start entering portions of South Carolina upstate and the high country by late morning, and by midday crossing to the areas from northwestern North Carolina into the Piedmont and the PD down to the Midlands into the early afternoon. That would have been the worst case scenario. The evolution of the storms were far greater, and the magnitude of the damage would have been far greater. The other model was one that verified, showed that it came in a lot earlier. The problem is that when you have storms that early in the morning, and the first tornado warning actually came out, I believe it was 6:30. That was the tornado warning that was in Richmond and Columbia County in Georgia. And then once it crossed over to South Carolina, it was still warned. At that point, we're already talking about it in earnest, that these storms are tornadic. One is already confirmed, and this has got a direction that will be impacting part of our Southwest Midland communities. And at that point, things just exploded. The one interesting thing that we did watch very carefully and with great concern was when the tornado was confirmed crossing out of Richmond County, crossing into Richmond County, Georgia, into Aiken County, South Carolina. Within 3 or 4 scans for about 12 minutes, we noticed that the inflow was pushing at about probably 95 to 100 miles an hour, but there was no debris ball. Once it got right along the county line of Barnwell and Aiken County, there was no doubt a debris ball. Within a span of 5 to 7 minutes, 2 scans later, we now see 2 debris balls. And I mentioned on chat, I was like, guys, do we have twins? And they said, we definitely have a TDS on both storms. Now we got a bigger issue. We now have 2 tornadoes that are heading almost in the same direction, at least parallel. And the message is already out. You have to take your tornado precautions. The craziest part about this is that, and I'm sure a lot of the meteorologists here will say, Rob alluded to it, this is something that does not happen in the Carolinas. We're well known for the Carolinas to have the type of tornadic event that's low Cape, high shear, versus when you go out into the central and southern plains, it's the exact opposite. But we've had our fair share of tornadoes that have been low Cape, high shear, but nothing to this magnitude. I'm really hoping that the viewers were prepared. Unfortunately, we had 2 deaths out of the EF3 tornado that went through western Orangeburg County in the community of Livingston, and as well as 7 injuries. But this happened at least later in the morning. If this happened 2 or 3 hours earlier, the result could have been significantly different.
Efren, you were talking about the twins. There's some speculation on Twitter, and after looking at the radar scans, it could have kind of been like a Fujiwara effect, like they were kind of dancing around each other. Any comment on that?
That's a good possibility. Keep in mind that the only data that we can go off, since we can't really go off of any visual satellite, is off of the radar, but that is the possibility. However, both of the debris balls were running parallel to each other, probably about 7 to 8 kilometers apart, but they were going unidirectionally. Usually when you see a Fujiwara effect, you see the debris balls that are actually dancing around each other. They really weren't dancing around. They were running parallel. So at the very least, we know that this was 2 confirmed separate tornadoes. Was the debris ball and eventually the second one from the original tornado that came out of Aiken? Because the deadly tornado actually originated in northern Bamberg County, northern Barnwell County, and then eventually moved into southwest Orangeburg County. But just as the initial tornado dissipated, the other one continued going. So I don't believe, in my best experience, that was the Fujiwara effect. It could have been, but I didn't see enough motion between the 2 TDSs to facilitate that idea.
Yeah, definitely a busy morning for you guys. I want to bring in Kendra Kent. This is kind of where as the storm system moved in, it kind of hit her area first. Kendra, first of all, we hope we can see you or hear you.
Sorry, Scotty.
You're fine. We can hear you now. And I just want to ask you, I know you guys kind of started the live coverage first when these storms first moved in.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about your morning and how things went there in the Greenville area.
Well, I feel like I learned a lot from this particular outbreak. And can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry you can't see me. I hooked up to a computer that doesn't have a camera, apparently. Anyway, no, we started the coverage a little after midnight. We had a rogue warning. It was essentially a shower that just started rotating. You could tell how much dynamically was going on in the atmosphere. I mean, it was just things were beginning to blow up. So I think I knew from about 12:30 in the morning that we were going to have a very, very long night. We ended up with an EF3 tornado, and as we were talking about earlier, that's incredibly rare in South Carolina, especially in the upstate. I feel like we get wedged in so much with cool air. It's so rare we can have all of this come together to produce such an event. And this was the biggest in the upstate, the strongest since 1994. It hit Seneca. We were on air with the storm as it moved into Stevens County, Georgia. And I had a unique experience with it because my parents live in Seneca. And that was probably the first time I had to cover a storm while I was slightly emotionally distraught. And I had Isaac Williams, who's also on here. You just can't, he's also without a video. But he was pointing out the TDS. And as soon as I saw that, I got that panicked feeling. I started breathing a little heavy. I thought, oh my gosh, how am I going to get through this? But we did. And luckily my parents were fine. But I'm sure many of you have been through that. because we've all, many of us have lived in these areas for a long time, and you get personally impacted by these storms. But what I learned the most is not to underestimate the timing of something. I feel like I didn't write this event off, but I wasn't necessarily expecting anything like this given the time it was coming in. 3 to 6 a.m. I mean, who expects an EF3 tornado to rip through the heart of your area at 3:30 in the morning? And mostly we get these QLCS lines that produce these brief EF0, EF1 tornadoes. That's what we're used to. And seeing something like that and tracking something like that was a true first for me. And, it was just a million different emotions all at once. That's for sure.
Kendra, since you said Isaac's there, I'll pose this to both of you guys, both of y'all. You had this coming through the rogue cell, and then like the heart of this event was when people were actually asleep, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Talk about how you guys were able to message before the event. And, with this being this late, talk about your schedule too, because I know I was watching the coverage in Chattanooga and hearing of the major damage that happened there. And I'm like, man, I've got to get a little bit of sleep before this comes into our area. So kind of talk about that, because I know a lot of us were watching beforehand to just see what was coming our way.
Let's see. Is Isaac's mic up?
I think it's muted, but we can. Okay, it's unmuted. It's unmuted. He's good now.
Okay.
You go ahead, Isaac.
Okay. Thanks for having me briefly. I'm one of the morning people, so I'm like almost up past my bedtime here. But so just to kind of with the messaging and any rest. Unfortunately for me, I have plenty of interest in Mississippi and Alabama. That's where I'm from, and for whatever reason, a lot of people still ask me, about the weather there, and they depend on me, and that's great. So I didn't actually sleep going into this event. So that's not uncommon for me because I am a severe weather nut. But that being the case, in terms of messaging, we started talking about it, I think, on Wednesday. Just kind of highlighting the threat for storms. That gave people about 5.5 days, and of course we started ramping up, the wording a little bit more once we got to, Friday and Saturday. And, Kendra always, mentioned, like when I first was hired here, we do get a lot of wedge events, and we started that day in the 50s. And I'm like, back in my head, I thought, what if the wedge holds and, we're going to be seen as like hype people, and that's not what we want, but we don't want severe weather either. I think our message was pretty stern by Sunday morning when we got up and saw they had pulled that enhanced risk over a little bit into the upstate, which I've been here 3 years, not nearly as long as Kendra, but I think that's only my personal third enhanced risk here. So I knew that I see parameters, and parameters mean nothing unless you have a storm in them, but I knew with those parameters that we had the potential to have something, fairly unusual happen, but I wouldn't have had I don't work weekends, so I don't even know if I would have said something about a strong tornado even the night before, just because it's just so rare to get them here.
Yeah, and I think just given how late it was at night, and we knew this was likely going to be taking at least some linear form. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either, and it really it caught us off guard. But to see a TDS like that move through our area, and I know the rest of you all saw that too as South Carolina meteorologists. I mean, just something you don't see every day, and it kind of takes your breath away. They're used to that in Alabama and Mississippi. We just don't get that stuff here.
Yeah, and then right after that, right after the Seneca one had briefly lifted right over Clemson, we had the EF2, what ended up being an EF2, another TDS outside of Slater, which that's, almost in the 3,000 feet elevation, in the extreme northern part of Greenville County. That debunks the whole tornadoes can't happen in the mountains thing,
Definitely. So we were watching that, Evan and I, because Evan doesn't live too far from the line there. One last question, and we'll come back to you guys later on in the show, but At the time, we didn't know how long the tornadoes were on the ground, but I think one of the tornadoes there in the Greenville, Pickens County area was on the ground for around 8 miles. So this were not also big tornadoes, but they're also long track tornadoes, something that we're not too accustomed to as well.
Yeah, again, that was a huge shocker. But when you saw the signatures on radar, there was no doubt that that was going to be a large tornado. And they even put that in the wording of the warning, which I was very happy about. I feel like that really brought people's attention up. And the thing you mentioned earlier too, these were happening at 3:30 in the morning, probably the worst time a tornado could hit. I mean, when people are in their deepest sleep, and all you can do as a broadcaster is beg people to wake up their kids, get their dog, whatever they need to do, get to their lowest level. And so I feel like this was one of the scariest nights for our viewers, hands down, and no less scary for the rest of the state, of course, but at least it was more toward daybreak for some of you guys. But yeah, for us, it was just the dead of night, and we were just hoping that people were heeding the warnings.
Right.
And yeah, for sure. With that, with the Seneca one, we were in a situation where the TDS was so strong, so fast. Like I don't want to say it came out of nowhere, but like that TDS appeared and it was like violent looking, like on the first scan that I saw. And we were dealing with the situation, like once it went past Clemson, I think we had debris fallout on CC. So we weren't positive that it actually wasn't still down because it still looked like, something could be there. You thought it was like debris being fanned out or whatever, but you weren't sure, even though the circulation looked a little weaker. But I'm like, we're not going to take any chances with it. Obviously the tornado warning was still in effect. And,
We'll return to Best of the Carolina Weather Group in a moment. Now your Carolina weather forecast. Here are today's forecast high temperatures for North Carolina. Here are the forecast lows for tonight for North Carolina. Here are tomorrow's forecast high temperatures. And here's forecast rainfall across North Carolina tomorrow. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow. And here's the forecast rainfall across North Carolina for the day after tomorrow. This is the total rainfall forecast across North Carolina for the next 3 days. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. Here are the forecast high temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here are the low temperatures for today for South Carolina. Here's the probability of precipitation forecast across South Carolina today. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina tonight. Here are tomorrow's forecast highs across South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures for tomorrow for South Carolina. And here is the probability of precipitation across South Carolina tomorrow. Here's the precipitation chances across South Carolina tomorrow night. Here are the forecast highs for the day after tomorrow in South Carolina. Here are the forecast low temperatures across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And here are the rain chances across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow. And South Carolina's probability of precipitation for that night. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for today through tonight. Here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for tomorrow and tomorrow night. And here's the Storm Prediction Center's severe thunderstorm outlook across South Carolina for the day after tomorrow through that night. Here's the severe thunderstorm outlook for today from the Storm Prediction Center. And now here's a live look at weather radar across the southeast.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Mandy Cohen, Secretary of the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services. And when you follow the 3 W's, you protect your family and your neighbors from COVID-19. When you leave your home, practice your W's. Wear a cloth face covering, wait 6 feet apart, wash your hands often. Wear, wait, wash. We're in this together. Stay strong, North Carolina.
Fight the spread and take a stand against coronavirus. Wear a mask in public. Stay at least 6 feet apart from others. And get tested. Join us and fight the spread. Visit scdhec.gov/COVID-19.
Getting tested for COVID-19 helps you to take the steps needed to protect yourself, your loved ones, and your community. Find the testing location at scdhec.gov/COVID-19 testing.
Deciding when to wear a mask isn't about who you know or how well you know them. Just ask yourself, will I be with anyone I don't live with? If the answer is yes, get behind the mask. Help slow the spread of COVID-19. Get behind the mask. Learn more at covid19.ncdhhs.gov.
You'll see your Carolina weather forecast at 25 and 55 past. And now back to the best of the Carolina Weather Group on the all-new Carolina Weather Net.
Is that I've never actually dealt with debris fallout before, where we said, okay, well, this signature is debris, and yet something similar was happening down the line, and we're like, well, this may be actually debris that's still being lofted, but the tornado's not still down. So it was a very unique situation. And again, Kendra keeps bringing this up. It was in the middle of the night at 3:30 in the morning, but I feel like people were wide awake and they were watching and they were prepared, which is good. All through the days, we were like, Kendra made a graphic, I think on Thursday, that said, what do you need to do? It was just like a simple little headline graphic, but it was like so informative about charging your batteries, keeping your phone on not silent if you sleep with it on do not disturb. I remember saying Friday morning, you know what you can do? You can, sleep with it on loud for one night, because it can help save your life. So it was a insane, again, I worked in Mississippi. I've dealt with, plenty of tornadoes in my day, but yet this is still a first for me as well.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and bring Ed Petrowski from WPDE in Myrtle Beach. And Ed, we saw what looked like the tail end of this Hampton County tornado pop out all the way over at Murrells Inlet. Brad Panovich was nice enough to share a link with us. I'm going to pull it up here and share my screen. Let's see if we can get it to work here. And the tornado that you're seeing here in Hampton County, there's some debate of whether or not it started over on the Georgia side of the Savannah River. But if we look at the start of the track and draw it all the way over to where it exited the South Carolina coast here, then we're looking at about 144 to 158 miles, somewhere in that vicinity. And so, we know this continued on maybe up even into the Oak Island area of North Carolina, but it's just impressive to see the length and track of that storm. It did pop out at Myrtle Beach, where one of our weather sensors for weather flow got a reading of 114 miles an hour. We had a pressure drop of 7 millibars within a 1 minute time span. So that reading went up within 2 to 3 minutes, from 46 to 76 miles an hour to 114. And so talk about that area and how it affected your viewing portion of that area of Myrtle Beach.
But for us, considering what happened across the rest of South Carolina, we were relatively unscathed. We had no injuries and no deaths. There was never really any really tight circulation anywhere in our viewing area. We were, of course, watching the ones that were over Orangeburg County and also down near Hampton County in the morning while we were on the air with our regular morning show at 5 o'clock in the morning. And those were the two big storms, the two supercells that we were watching very carefully, knowing that they were heading generally in our direction. The one in Orangeburg County faded away before it ever got to our viewing area. But the one in Hampton County that eventually went over Monk's Corner, eventually got into Georgetown County, and they warned for that one where there was EF1 damage done in Sandpit and Graves. And then you hit a really populated area on the south end of the Grand Strand where Litchfield Beach is located and Pawleys Island as well. And they both took a hit on EF0, EF1 tornado. There was substantial damage done to trees and even some homes in Litchfield Beach and also in Willbrook. In fact, one of the things about a lot of people being home is a lot of people took videos. We were able to get pretty good video of at least damage and high wind knocking over trees, but not necessarily a tornado touching down. And then, of course, it went out over the ocean, became a water spout, and that's when it rolled over the Murrells Inlet jetties with the recording of 114 mile per hour winds. And, you know, I look back in that and I think, my goodness, if that was just a couple of miles west of there, we would have had substantial damage on the south end of the Grand Strand. And if it had paralleled the Grand Strand coast, it could have buzzsawed the entire Grand Strand, nearly 60 miles with extensive damage. So we were very fortunate that it actually went out over the ocean. And that was really the only set of tornadoes from that particular supercell that we had in our viewing area. Although I will say in Marlborough County, which is just to the east of Chesterfield County, in the northern part of the state, we had a massive microburst of 110 mile per hour winds that did substantial damage in Wallace. And of course, everybody, when they get that kind of wind, thinks it was a tornado. But in reality, it was a microburst. Although on radar, it did have some rotation. It wasn't very tight there either. But Steve Paff, who works with the National Weather Service in Wilmington, those guys do a phenomenal job. They went out and did the survey yesterday and were able to pinpoint where they had 80 to 110 mile per hour winds. And, you know, typically for us, in the summertime, we get those pulse thunderstorms where we'll get 60, 70, maybe 80 mile per hour winds with a collapsing thunderstorm. But in all the years I've been here, I can't recall one time where we've had a microburst that caused 110 mile per hour winds. But you hear it all the time. They're just as damaging sometimes as tornadoes.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Yeah, just looking at that, the one at Litchfield, they classified as an EF2. Do you think the Waccamaw River Basin had something to do with reforming of that, or do you think the mechanical features, right, when it came to land, maybe help with strengthening or re-intensifying that system?
Yeah, there's a lot of, I don't know if you want to call it debate, but there's a lot of speculation out there that there could have been some sort of a influence of the ocean, the wind coming in off the ocean at that time, perhaps creating some sort of a boundary to help intensify the storm itself. But yeah, it was an EF0 over Litchfield Beach, and then it blew up to an EF2 when it went over the Murrells and the jetty. So it got pretty strong fairly quickly. And again, we were lucky that that was over the ocean. Literally, the jetties are only a couple of 100 yards away from very populated areas of Garden City. And we had two different people that have homes there who have their home weather units, and they both registered 71 and 72 mile per hour winds respectively. So literally within a couple of 100 yards of where your unit is, we had those measurements. So you can see how tight the wind gradient was between Garden City and the actual jetties themselves.
Hey, Ed, there was something, you know, you always try to find something that will make you laugh in these sad times. And unfortunately, we had some sad times in the Carolinas, but there was a tweet going around of you doing your broadcast. I don't know. I've asked James about it, if we can play it. But,
Here it comes.
all right, I'm going to let it play, and then I want you to talk about it.
Your rain is located, and we'll zoom that out just a bit. And, whoa. Oh. That was a close lightning strike. I don't know if you heard that at home. I feel like I need to change a short.
All right, I'm pulling the audio back down, but Scotty and Ed, the viewers at home heard it, even though we didn't hear it in our headsets. Ed, what's going through your head there?
Well, you know, we were in a sense just about ready to wind down. We were getting through this thing for the most part relatively unscathed. Our last severe thunderstorm warning was still in effect, but the storm was moving out of Horry County. And then there must have been a lightning strike within a couple of 100 yards of the station, because it was this loud explosion that you knew what it was, but you're a human being. It freaked me out. And as you saw, I kind of ducked thinking something was going on, and then just used one of my classic lines, I need to change the shorts. Just one of those things. And that kind of went around the viewers. A lot of them had recorded it and were sending it to me, letting me know that they thought it was kind of funny. And it's something that, you know, that they needed after a morning like that, being so stressed, and of course being stressed with COVID-19. It was a little light moment toward the end of the severe weather when we knew we didn't have any injuries, which was a good thing. And of course, nobody was killed.
Always good to have a funny moment there. So I want to bring it up to Shane. Shane lives just north of the Myrtle Beach, Wilmington area. Shane, you guys kind of got in on the tail end as well as the sun was already up. Talk to us about the New Bern, Greenville, North Carolina area and what you guys experienced.
Yeah, we were kind of late to the party, I guess, compared to everyone else in regards to receiving the storms, but very much like Ed's situation, very thankful and blessed really to not have any injuries or fatalities with any of our systems. We did end up having 6 confirmed tornadoes. And thankfully for us, the strongest was the EF1 that we had in the Hawes Run area. I believe I've been taking notes here just to make sure it was anywhere from roughly 100 to 110 mile per hour sustained winds. So for us, it was basically like that waiting game where you see the line coming. I was actually filling in for our morning meteorologist. He had a vacation day, but he got reeled back in right towards the end of it. So I was basically tracking it all the way since it was in the mountains and just waiting, just holding our breath. Our morning broadcast finished up. We had declared it a severe weather alert day for our station, so we were cutting in. We would normally cut in every hour, but our morning meteorologist says, you know what, let's just go ahead and do every half hour. And it was actually very fortunate and wise that we did that, because during the half hour cut in at 9:30, with about maybe 1 minute left in my cut in, our weather radio starts going off in the weather center. And then I said, okay, well, we're starting now. And we were on for an hour and a half with all of the tornado warnings. There just came a point where when we were swapping off, he would just say, we have 4 tornado warnings. And I'd have to interrupt and say, I'm sorry, no, we're at 5 now. I was like, it just keeps on going back and forth. And it was just like a straight line. So when we're trying to describe it for our viewers, it was almost like a complicated mess. And honestly, that's what I started describing it whenever we would switch off and I would be on the screen. I would just say, I know it is very difficult to kind of pin everything out because every warning was overlapping. And I think with my experience with tornadoes, with coverage I've had, which naturally I've had many, especially with our hurricane coverage that we've seen over the years, I've never seen that many warnings stacked back to back to back in a straight line. It was fascinating, but also terrifying at the same time, because you feel like you need to give equal coverage to each warning in each area in your viewing area. Even though we knew the strongest one at the time was the one we were seeing to the south, simply because it had held for the longest amount of time. It seemed like it had the strongest signature. Looking back on social media after everything kind of died down a bit, I was able to see what other meteorologists from around the country had done and taken screenshots and seeing all the feedback and all the scans of it that we weren't even able to see at the time, because we were having to bounce in between 6 different tornado warnings all at the same time. But looking back on it, it was very clear seeing everyone's screen grabs of the tornado warning to the south, that was the strongest one. It had the strongest sustained winds. It had the longest track out of all the tornadoes that we were tracking that morning.
And Shane, one thing we were noticing, because we were watching that storm, is it was going through a fairly populated area. Jacksonville, that's probably one of the bigger cities out eastern North Carolina. So I'm sure that was kind of pressing to want to get that information out to one of the bigger population areas.
Absolutely. And what was really interesting, something I've never been able to do before while we are doing severe weather coverage, is to be able to pick up anything too crazy on our web cameras. And we did have a webcam situated in the Jacksonville area near the Freedom Fountains. And while we did not see the feature at all, you could see it looked like the flags about to be ripped off of the top of the flagpoles. I've never seen that before, and never been able to capture anything during the height of a storm or during a warning before until this particular system. So naturally, yes, we did have all that concern, because even for our specific station, Jacksonville is a very heavy populated area into which they tune into us. They know that we are the closest station to them, so they rely on us heavily. But thankfully, I believe the heaviest damage that was sustained in that area was at a hog farm. So we might have a few pigs that won't be tuning into our broadcast next time. But like I said, just very thankful and blessed that we had 0 fatalities, 0 injuries throughout the entire morning.
Shane, I got a good chuckle out of that. Thank you. Tim, we still have 2 areas to cover, Charlotte and Greensboro. So Tim, I want to start off with you. I know you're just dying to talk. We've had you waiting for 40 some odd minutes now, but you guys did have one tornado in Alamance County. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about that and maybe some of the relief that you felt that there was only one and things weren't quite as bad as they could have been?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. So, this kind of thing that we were tracking for days, all of us were tracking it for days. It was pretty much all anyone could talk about for the Easter weekend. So one of the things leading up to it, I kind of sensed I was kind of trying to read the room and on my Facebook page and just see where people's heads are at. It really seemed like people were dreading this and they were very freaked out and they really were spooked, just in the sense of maybe they were stressed out already. I am not a psychologist, but there was just a lot of stress building up. And I think whenever something is coming in the middle of the night, people are really worried, and justifiably so. So one of the things we decided to do is just let them know, we're going to be there the whole night. Because even with, we had the warm front coming through in the afternoon. I'm always worried about those little warm fronts too. You can kind of get little spin ups. So I was there starting at 8, 9 o'clock, and I just stayed till the morning. We had the rest of the morning Mets come in as well to help out. And good thing that we did, because, one of the things, we just kind of walked people through the night. We would just do Facebook Lives and they would chime in and we would say, everything's still okay. You can go to bed, but make sure you have the phone. And you got to wake up if the warnings are issued. And people really did that, and I think it helped out. But you mentioned we had one confirmed tornado in our area. We had 9 tornado warnings, and I had no problem with any of the tornado warnings. And a lot of times I'm complaining in the back of my head about some of them, right? None of them were light tornado warnings at all. There was so much rotation in almost every storm that was pushing across our area. Everyone in this chat knows this. We have a radar issue here. The radar beam is so high. So, of course, when we're showing these warnings, it's showing more mid-level rotation. It's not at the ground. So all we can do is say, hey, this storm is spinning like crazy. Our first tornado warning came in at 4:20 in the morning, and we had continuous tornado warnings until 7 in the morning. So we were on for a while with all of those different storms. And it turned out that the last one in Alamance was the one that, in fact, was confirmed. And we confirmed it on air, too. We were watching it, Taran Kirksey and myself, and there was a clear as day debris ball just a few scans after the first couplet showed up. So I believe they talked about this in South Carolina, too. Some of these, they formed, they came right down, and they did the damage right away. And it was very quick. And thank goodness, the Weather Service did a bang-up job. They had a warning on it right away. And we were just bouncing around. It was a very busy morning. But I think people were very appreciative that we were there the whole time with them, just kind of holding their hand. There's this storm. Here's what you do. Grab the kids, grab the dog, put a helmet on, put shoes on, get ready to go. And, we made through it. Thankfully, there weren't there were no injuries or fatalities in that one tornado. On the same token, in the squall line itself, we did have a tree, unfortunately, kill somebody in their home. And one of the things with this line that we also tried to do, you have to give the highlight coverage to the tornado warnings. But this whole squall line, we knew it was capable of putting down 80-plus mile-per-hour gusts. Just with all the wind fields. So we did try and bounce around and say, hey, you're not in a tornado warning in Guilford here right now, but this line is nasty. So you should probably be in your safe spot too. So it was a very busy morning, but we anticipated it. Everybody in the weather enterprise talked about it for days. People knew about it. And I actually think it's a big success story that in the middle of the night, people were still well prepared and took good action. And the fatalities really, I think, were minimized, at least in the Carolinas, as far as I can.
Tim, you're already kind of making my transition easy, because the second question I wanted to ask was about there was some information going around on Facebook before the storm that was a little bit unsettling for a lot of viewers, and it was definitely not accurate information. But I know that you were definitely a part of reassuring people, reassuring your audience that the storm, while yes, it's definitely going to be dangerous, this is not something that they couldn't handle. Talk about the importance of the trust that your viewers have in you, and how you're the source where they get all of the information from. I mean,
social media is a blessing and it's a curse, right? Like it gives good information and it gives bad. There was some post floating around out there that was advertising potential for EF5 tornadoes in North Carolina, even though we've not had one before on record. But people were freaked out initially. We of course saw the damage in Mississippi and Alabama. That can freak people out here when they know it's coming our way. So, one of the things I tried to do in the days up leading to the event is, everyone's freaked out right now just in life. I don't get freaked out by weather. I'd get freaked out a little bit about this pandemic, if I'm being honest. So one of the things I told them was just saying, hey, we're living in crazy times. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with daily life with this virus and stuff, but we know how to handle severe weather. We have the technology. We do this every year. We got this. It could be bad, but we know what to do. And if it is bad, we're going to let you know about it. We're not going to go crazy. We're just going to let you know where the storm is, where it's going, what you should do, and what to do next time. Because there's always a next time with weather. This is not abnormal, really. We had a lot of tornadoes, but 1 year ago, basically in April, North Carolina had 12 tornadoes also. So this is not really that different. We do know what to do, and I think that was reassuring to folks, just to let them know, hey, okay, well, they're used to this. They're going to keep us covered, and that's really the whole reason why we're here. We're not here for the sunny days like today. I could not show up, and it would be fine. But Monday, we're pretty important to keep folks calm and hopefully encourage them to make the right choices. And I think a lot of people did.
Absolutely, yeah, Scotty.
And so, Tim, talking about radar coverage, that brings me to Mr. Brad Panovich. And Brad, unfortunately, we had a tornado kind of go under the radar, like that little pun there, in the Charlotte area. So we had one in Anson County. But, you've been on the show several times talking about our radar gaps. And this one kind of bit us in the behind because we didn't catch this one.
Yeah, and I'll give a little bit of a pass to the Weather Service on this one, because I think Tim brought up a good point. Something we were doing on the air Monday morning was we were telling everybody to treat the severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings on Monday morning, because every severe thunderstorm warning had a tornado tag in it, and we knew the environment that these storms had. I didn't want people near a window or near the outside walls with straight line winds on Monday morning. So we actually, for the first time in a long time, I basically treated every severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning. But you're right, there was no warning with the two tornadoes we had touched down in Anson County, even though in hindsight, looking back even at the Raleigh radar, there were signs of rotation. But I mean, we were all looking at radar Monday. I could have issued 100 different tornado warnings on some of these. It was just, there was probably a tornado in there. There were several times I saw little couplets trying to spin up where you saw that inflow notch starting to increase, and you're waiting for the outflow to kind of kick in, and it never did. So, there probably was numerous small spin ups in there that we never recognized, but it does highlight the same issue, right? We've had this huge radar hole over the Charlotte metro area that goes up into the Greensboro metro and really out towards the Fayetteville area. It's kind of that triangle of just horrible radar coverage. So the Raleigh office, they're trying to issue a warning in Anson County, which is basically closer to Charlotte than it is Raleigh. And the two radars they're looking at is Raleigh, Greer, and a terminal Doppler at Charlotte Douglas, which doesn't actually have the range to make it into Anson County. So it's a tough situation in a morning like that. Unfortunately, that tornado did damage about 10 homes. It was an EF2, and we had several farms damaged. So it did quite a bit of damage, actually picked up a couple mobile homes. But it does highlight the issue. I just hope that at some point, I think this COVID-19 thing has kind of set back our North Carolina radar project to do some private-public partnerships. But this problem's not going to go away. And hopefully in the very near future, we'll have, the goal is to have 3 C-band million-watt dual-pole radars spaced out over that radar gap to enhance radar coverage going forward. But man, that was every time this happens, I'm like, I wish I had a better look. I wish I had, especially that time of the morning when no one's spotting these things. You need that radar coverage, and it really makes it difficult. And I'll just say one of the things about the coverage that morning, everybody knew this was coming. The only messaging issue that I had with this whole event was because of the timing being between day 1 and day 2 outlooks from SPC. There was a lot of disconnect about this thing like skipping over us. And the one thing I tried to do Sunday night and Monday morning was like, hey, you got to understand the day 1 outlook goes from 8 a.m. Sunday to 8 a.m. Monday. And then the new one comes out for Tuesday. It's 8 a.m. Tuesday to 8. And so it looked like it was going to jump over the Piedmont, but it really was just an artifact of it being right at that time of day between the 2 outlooks. So that was the only issue I had communicating. A lot of people thought this was going to happen on Sunday, and it really was a Monday morning event. So from that standpoint, I'm glad a lot of people paid attention, but the timing was a real problem because of the way the outlooks are issued from SPC.
Ideally, we'd like to have had it from midnight to midnight. I think that would have had a much better perspective of what's going on. For the viewers, a few asking about radar. For those who may not be familiar with radar, tell us why the Charlotte area, the Greensboro area, Fayetteville area is kind of in that hole. Why does the radar miss those areas?
Oh man, it's a lot of politics. I'm not going to lie to you. When the Weather Service was reorganized, for whatever reason, Charlotte, which is, I'm biased, I live here, but it is the biggest city between Atlanta and Washington, D.C., all right? It does not have a radar within 50 miles of the biggest population center in this part of the country. And that doesn't just affect us. It affects Tim up in Greensboro and Winston-Salem. It affects Hickory, Boone.